100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. I'm gonna cut you down.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 10 here of ESL Masters. We're getting ready to move into round 4, which means some players advance on. Some players go home, and some players advance to play round 5. That'll be happening tomorrow. My name is Beowulf. With me is Loco, Mr. Hegnen.
Heinen. You are very close. It's like Heineke, but then, you know, one less syllable, I guess.
Great. So I'm getting all my mispronunciations out of the way early. That's kind of the goal of what we get started here. Luckily, though, one thing I won't mispronounce is our sponsors, because they're important here. Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, Blizzard, ESL Shop, allowing for us to go and spend the last 10 days, spend a couple more days on the regionals, make the LAN happen, and give us some truly spectacular StarCraft, some cool stories. Of course, Lemon already has advanced, but that was a pretty cool story, Loco. I'm sad I missed the majority of it, but it was pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't think a lot of people going into this region would have necessarily expected Lemon to go 3-0 and just straight up move on to the next stage of the tournament. Yishi has also joined them up to this point, but I think a lot of people are looking at names like, for example, OLiVEIRA. OLiVEIRA ended up losing against Lemon. So yeah, just obviously he's not out of the event yet. As a matter of fact, we're going to be having him shortly, but yeah, some interesting results here so far on the Asian region for sure.
Yeah, you know, I had Firefly as like the guy that was going to do it. So to see Lemon do that, it's pretty cool. That being said, if you want to see where these players are going, see, maybe Lemon, who knows, maybe he does very well in the playoffs as well. But if you want to go and catch them live, May 31st through June 2nd in Dallas, well, tickets are already on sale. And if you use the promo code StarCraft, you can get 15% off, which, hey, good StarCraft, cheaper tickets. You get to see your favorite personalities, favorite players, maybe eat some barbecue. You're not honor bound to eat barbecue, but it's highly recommended. It's a good deal. So yeah, Loco, we're talking here. We talked about OLiVEIRA, Lemon. Well, OLiVEIRA's playing first. He's playing a Protoss player. He's playing NaNaMi. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match here for sure, right? So NaNaMi is another one of those names who I don't think a lot of people would necessarily expect him to be one of the favorites, especially since OLiVEIRA is literally the reigning world champion as we speak right now, right? He's been one of the most accomplished players from the region. He's going up against NaNaMi. Now, NaNaMi is obviously very good, but, well, so far, both players have the same score. Both of them have 2 wins and then 1 loss as well. Winner of the next best of 3 will move on to the next phase of the tournament. And yeah, I think OLiVEIRA is the favorite going into it, but NaNaMi has certainly shown us some good games. But I don't actually think he's played against a Terran yet, has he?
Not this season, I don't think. He did play Coffee last season, and I want to say it was Coffee, and I was impressed. I don't think he won that series, but it's like, oh, hey, maybe NaNaMi's got something going here. Maybe we're going to start to see him grow just a little bit more. I think it's also telling as we take a look at our schedule for what's happening today. You can see that the path that's happened. OLiVEIRA wins the first series, loses to Lemon in that 2-1, that crazy result, but again, has been winning a little bit more. NaNaMi, he's been effectively playing through the lower bracket, or maybe the middle bracket, the way you want to talk about it. But the weird thing about Swiss, right, is if you lose early, your games are going to be a lot easier for a while, because you're playing against people that, you know, that are 1-1, they're 0-1. You're going to have that lower internal seed. So you look at the stories, it's like, yeah, they're both 2-1. OLiVEIRA's had a lot more difficult route to that 2-1 than NaNaMi has.
Yeah, NaNaMi ended up losing in the first round that he played against Haas. I had the privilege of casting that particular series. If you haven't seen a lot of Haas games over the last couple of years, I mean, it was a classic Haas series. Maybe not a super cheesy start, but certainly incredibly unorthodox. So I can't really blame NaNaMi too much for losing against Haas there. But yeah, honestly, I do imagine here that OLiVEIRA is one of the players who's going to move on in this region. I think he's got a very good shot at doing it. Yes, he did lose against Lemon, but I think overall he's certainly one of the favorites here.
And, you know, what does it say? That, Protoss is underpowered, but in the Asian region, the 2 players that have qualified into the playoffs already, they're both Protoss players. Yeah. I don't know what that says, but, we can... Protoss
it's the pylon range buff, Beomove. That is the absolute game changer.
I mean, once upon a time, if you told me a pylon range buff, I'm like, oh no, pylon overcharge, even better? I don't like that. That's not what happened. You know, just pylon, get a little bit more range, but yeah, I'll buy it, Loco. You know, suddenly Protoss can see the map again. And that's pretty useful, you know, being able to see where drops.
It's one of those little things, right? Like at the highest level, the game is obviously very delicately balanced as it is. So it's nice to see Protoss doing well. Obviously, this is the Asian region where Protoss historically has always done pretty dang well. But yeah, we've already got our first best of 3 loading up. Now, if you're just now tuning in, you're at the very beginning of the broadcast. I believe we're casting a grand total of 12 best of 3s together today. So there's a lot of StarCraft coming your way. So if you have nothing to do this Saturday so far, just sit back, relax. You can join us for as long as this is going to be. It could be a while. I don't think we're going to get some... Well, we'll probably get some short games too, but I think overall it's going to be a pretty long day.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And this player, in the upper right, in the red, trying to make sure he actually sprints on into the playoffs and doesn't delay a little bit longer. He's playing for Dragon Kites of Gaming. It's OLiVEIRA.
And his opponent in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River. That's map number 1 in this best of 3 series. We have NaNaMi. Njal already doing the great spins here. Our dedicated observer for today.
That's nice. You know, I get to sit there. I get to sit back. I don't have to go observe everything and get chat all mad at me because I missed some drop. And it's not like, you know, you missed the climactic fight of the game. Like, who really cares, right, Loco? What matters is the paint that matters, right?
I usually notice, like, early on in a broadcast, my observing is pretty decent. But then as time goes by, I start missing the Widowmine drop that wins the game, right? You start making the critical errors, and yeah, it's just like playing StarCraft 2. The margin for error with observing is also very small, so you gotta be on point. And yeah, Njal obviously observed many tournaments over the years. He's gonna be our cameraman here.
Yeah, no, and he's pretty fantastic too. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, Loco. I clearly never make mistakes. I've never lost a game of StarCraft. I've never made an observing mistake, and we never run into this issue where the wrong life bars are set up, so we're not seeing what's being produced. That never happens. And the game
At least
on.
you didn't click the quit game button. I've done that in the past where I'm turning on my health bars and then I quit game. I'm like, no, that is the only button I wasn't supposed to press.
Oh, no.
It's very embarrassing. You try and do it as quickly as possible and you end up making it worse.
Yeah, of course, Blizzard doesn't say, it never saves your settings right. So it's like, you had normal turned on for like half a second to get a screenshot. That's it.
Yep. I know that feeling very well. So we do have the first Reaper going across the map right here for OLiVEIRA. Ghost River, of course, a very quick rush distance overall. It's not just quick ground to ground, but especially air to air. I think it's the quickest rush distance on this map pool. You can get those units in very easily. NaNaMi, though, not opting to go for a Stargate here, going straight into that Twilight Council. So I think we're both expecting that this is going to be a blink opener for the Protoss. Of course, one of the most popular builds in this matchup. You can go 2 gateways, 3 gateways. If you're feeling ambitious, you can go 4 gateways too. The top tier Protosses make it look pretty straightforward whenever you go for a 4-gate, but everybody whose name is not MaxPax or Hero doesn't seem to have as much success with it.
Yeah, it's wild, right? You look at MaxPax, it's like, yeah, I'm just going to win with a 4-gate. And then everyone else tries it and they just get bopped. It's like, okay, clearly some of it's the control, but it's like, man, I don't... You understand. But anyways, this is a pretty good map to go for those higher gateway count setups, right? You talked about the rush distance being very short. You have a decent amount of space with your main base to be able to blink into it and make that happen. Rotation's fine. But also it is one of those things where you look at the builds. There's a pretty early tank coming out of OLiVEIRA here. In fact, we don't even... Yeah, this is a 1-base all-in coming out of OLiVEIRA. There's no natural on the way. And NaNaMi... One of the reasons you go for this blink setup is to take a relatively quick 3rd base. It gives you that power. Unfortunately for NaNaMi, his opponent stand on 1 base. This is a little greedy.
Yeah, he certainly does not need a 3rd Nexus here. Shutting down this pylon actually is already incredible, because currently all of that production, including the blink research, is unpowered right now for the Protoss player. So that 3rd Nexus is definitely not going to happen. I'm sure NaNaMi is going to be canceling that in just a moment. But OLiVEIRA, he's feeling like he can potentially just win the game right here, right now. I think if this would have been maybe 4 gateway blink, it would have looked a whole lot easier for NaNaMi, but he doesn't have a lot of unit production.
No, he's only sitting on 2 gateways for the moment, right? Going for that really economically greedy 2-gate expand that has fallen for the most part out of Protoss meta because of builds like this, because you have no pressure on the Terran player. The probes are going to get pulled. NaNaMi is just dead. Yeah, you know, we can talk about execution all we want, Loco, but at the end of the day, more than anything else, really, 2-gate blink against a one base all in generally is only going to go one way.
Yeah, he had vision of his opponent's natural expansion, so he knew that the natural wasn't taken yet. Obviously, one base all-ins in this matchup are relatively uncommon at the pro level, so I think he just assumed that there was a command center hiding somewhere in that main base, and he flipped the coin, and apparently it landed on making a third nexus. Turned out to be the wrong answer here. Unfortunately for him, though, because I think his setup overall was looking pretty solid. He was clearly expecting a straight-up macro game there from OLiVEIRA, but yeah, not the case here. Just a good old one-base opener.
Yeah, you know, it works out. And I can see where NaNaMi might be thinking this would be something different. It's not uncommon to see a Terran player go put a barracks in the wall, build 2 supply depots, and it's just, yeah, they got the command center on the high ground. Whatever, it's fine. You deal with it. That's probably the more common option. But in this case, you know, one base all in, tanks, marines, liberators, NaNaMi had no idea. And that ties into what you were saying, Loco, with how quick the rush distance is. NaNaMi realized about halfway across the map that something was happening. That's not enough time to respond. Not on this map.
No, and he didn't cancel the Nexus either, right? Obviously, in his mind, he didn't really need those additional minerals back because he couldn't really spend them anyways. I wonder if maybe he should have just insta-canceled it, though, and then tried to maybe put up some additional static defense if he really wanted to put up a fight. But overall, a little bit unfortunate. As we are going to be jumping into Oceanborn momentarily.
Potentially. We are remaking the map, so I don't know if that's because we're on the wrong server.
Maybe it was the wrong map. Yeah, it could be.
You know, it's going to be we're going to figure it out at some point. Don't know what's happening. Game 2 is going to be coming soon, and it will, in fact, be Oceanborn. So Loco did not lie to you all. It's important. You would never lie to the
audience. No, I never lied to the audience. I would never do such a thing.
Absolutely not. But yeah, so Oceanborn Game 2, it's still a pushable map, but it's not nearly as fast as Ghost River is. So what do you think? One base, two base? OLiVEIRA, now that he's got his +1 map, he's like sitting there, he's like, I'm really comfortable. I'm gonna play a little bit more standard, or does this maybe expose some weaknesses in NaNaMi's play that he's gonna, you know, drive in once again? So yeah, this is gonna be a very quick series.
We'll have to see, I guess, right? Like OLiVEIRA going for a one base all in, like almost in a way, right? Obviously it won him the game, but almost in a way it feels a little bit disrespectful, right? Like you look at your opponent, you're like, you know what? I am just going to do a cheeky little one base all in. It's something every Protoss player learns to counter early on in their laddering career, but sometimes it's one of those builds that gets brought back and you're not quite prepared for it. Now here we go. Game number 2, best of 3 series. Spawning right here in the bottom right hand corner. It's OLiVEIRA, the ring.
And in the upper left, he's playing for Mystery Gaming. Down 1, it's NaNaMi.
It's going to be a little bit intimidating as well, right? Going up against the world champion. It's one of those things where you can prepare, you can scan their replays, and you can really, think about your build orders for a long while. But in the end, you just have to play against one of the best players in the world. And it's going to be a little bit intimidating at the very least.
Yeah, again, and is OLiVEIRA the reigning? He is the reigning world champion, but is he
technically? Yes,
technically true. Katowice didn't count this year, but is OLiVEIRA of the level of the reigning world champion? Right? Is he at the level that he was playing in Katowice back in 2023? No.
Well, we talk about that miracle run so much, right? Like that miracle run, just thinking about it gives me nerd chills because he ended up having a weekend that nobody in StarCraft 2's history has ever really matched. I don't think OLiVEIRA is quite at the level of, for example, a Clem, right? Or, for example, a Maru, if we're talking Terran players. Sero ended up winning Katowice this year, of course, but he's not participating in this event. And this time around, we have the World Cup that's going to be taking place later this year, who will decide who's the current world champion. So technically speaking, since, it's been more than a year for OLiVEIRA, I guess, right? But technically speaking, he's still a world champion.
The longest possible reign, OLiVEIRA, you know, he had the best story of anyone that we've ever had winning a world championship, and I don't think that's a controversial take, but greatest story we've ever had, and he gets to reign longer than any other world champion.
I was losing my mind there, sitting in the green room when he was playing the finals. Like, every series OLiVEIRA played that day, I was like, okay, you know what? Now you're going up against the Hero Marine, then he went up against Raynor, he went up against Hero, and then ultimately in the finals he goes up against Maru. Like, every single one of those opponents along the way, I was like, okay, there's no way, right? And then he kept winning, and he kept winning. And I can keep talking about that. I have talked about it at length already, but it's just such an amazing story.
Well, one thing I want to talk about before we start talking about how I was crying in the audience when OLiVEIRA won, OLiVEIRA's opening Marauder. At least a single Marauder in this game, number one. I don't see concussive shells yet, which is interesting, because generally this like in-base Marauder play, the kind of goal is your opponent's going to run across the map, they're going to have an Adept or something, and you catch it. With the first two Marauders, you knock that down, you shut down map presence and make that happen, but for now, doesn't really seem to be a thing, and we're getting ourselves into Widowmine drops with Marauders here. OLiVEIRA is in some way, shape, or form taking the page out of Gumiho's book. Gumiho was doing this back when he came back from military like a year and a half ago. But we don't have concussive, so this makes this extra weird.
Yeah, I don't think you're brave enough here as NaNaMi to really roam the map with anything. So OLiVEIRA is going to just sit here and, well, apparently march across with the two Marauders, but without concussive shells. This is cheap research. He could have certainly afforded it by now, but he's decided to skip it. I'm almost starting to wonder if that was a mistake, but I guess he just wants to go and make a couple of these units and then go for a Widowmine drop on the back of it. Another one of those curveballs, right? Now, he's going to see in just a moment that Stalker is not slowed down. Yeah, shield battery is going to be more than okay, and he doesn't know. That's the thing for NaNaMi. He doesn't know if concussive is going to be kicking in here because it was delayed, or he just wants to be playing this carefully, I guess, and just once more confidently goes into the third Nexus off of just 2 gateways.
Yeah, you know, it's this is mathed out, Loco. You send the Marauder across the map, or the 2 Marauders, excuse me, across the map without any sort of concussive shells, because it takes about 20% of a shield battery energy, and that 20% of shield battery energy allows you to go and hit a crazy push a minute later when the energy is at 99% instead of 100%, and that one extra energy, Loco, that one extra energy makes the difference. No, it doesn't. But anyways, Widowmine drop across the map right now. It's got extra Widowmines than you would normally have. It's 3 Widowmines, not 2. But in part, you know, this probably as effective as a 2 Widowmine drop previously would have been, right? With the nerfs to alerts and the splash radius and all of that.
Yeah, it honestly depends on how well NaNaMi, just like in the previous patch, right? How well he is going to respond against the Widowmine drop. The thing about this particular Widowmine drop, though, is it's a little bit funky, right? Like, this entire early game here from the Terran is like he put all of his units in a big hat, and he just shook the head around, and then he just apparently randomized into a couple of Marauders and then a late Widowmine drop. That Widowmine drop, by the way, still just hanging on the far left side of the minimap. You can almost see it on the minimap. It's just a half or so. It's like a rectangle, I guess, but a half of a red square. Looks like units over here are going down. What OLiVEIRA is waiting for is until NaNaMi is distracted, right? As soon as the Terran is seeing, hey, there's a lot of focus right here on these Stalkers being microed, that's when he's going to commit with that Widowmine drop, and sometimes those drops can just straight up win you the game. Widowmine nerf or not, it's one of those things where if you're not paying attention as Protoss, it can be game over.
Yeah, one of the scary things for OLiVEIRA right now, with everything that he's gone for, he has no tanks. Right? He's got a bunker on the low ground. Stim is done. That's a big deal. But he's got no tanks. He's got no concussive. If this was a 4-gate blink coming out of NaNaMi, he would be running roughshod on over things. Luckily, I guess, for OLiVEIRA, those extra gateways only really... Actually, does he even have 4? Yeah, he does. So he's moved up to 8 gates now. But those extra gateways only come into the 4 right now. He doesn't really have access to them. So instead of running roughshod over the Terran and making that happen, OLiVEIRA gets away with it. Now he's on the map. Stim is done. Combat shields done in 10 seconds. Concussive shells done in 1. And he's going to be able to hit this 6-minute timing. Now, granted, Loco, charge is just about done as well. An 8-gate charge is a really good answer to these early aggressive bio plays.
Absolutely, yeah, but usually those bio plays also do rely on quite a bit of siege tank, like a siege tank play, and we don't really have any of that right here for OLiVEIRA, so a funky build order here from the Chinese Terran player, who still just has that Widowmine drop on the left side of the natural, just hanging out here, waiting until NaNaMi just takes a tiny little nap in the game, and suddenly it can be absolutely, it can be absolutely over, but... Anyways, for now, we do just have the 4th Nexus coming up, Robo Bay coming up too. Like, both of these players are ready to strike, but neither of them is doing it.
Yeah, it's like one of those, hey, you know, I'm gonna move. No, you move. No, you move. No, you. It's you know, we're gonna sit here as I accidentally beatbox, but we're gonna sit here and just double feint over each other all over the place. And I love that NaNaMi's called his bluff. He's like, yeah, you know, you've been posturing a little bit. Great, fine, do what you want to do. I'm comfortable enough on my tech with charge and +1 armor and all of these things. I'm gonna take a 4th base before your 3rd base is even down on location. So I like what NaNaMi's doing. He's being aggressive here. He will not be able to get anything from the recall or from the warp prism. He is forced to recall that one.
There's the drop. The drop finally goes in. Oh, does he get it? Okay. Couple of probes. Oh, nope. Nothing all too crazy. He thought he had him for a moment, right? Now the Terran army starts moving, though. We have that massive red blob on the minimap. This is a tremendous army, VO. Look at this. Does he have enough? Good force field to slow it down.
I was going to say, this position on the map right now, it's so force fieldable. You can just draw. Okay, Warp Prism almost goes down. He stays alive just barely. But this position is so hard for the Terran to push through, even though they got a ton of Widow Mines. And, you know, Charge Lot Stalker against Widow Mines, not very good. By the way, can we talk about this composition out of OLiVEIRA for a second?
Yeah.
6 Widow Mines, 17 Marauders. Against what NaNaMi has, until we get even disruptors out would be really nice. Even against low Colossus counts, this army is so very good against what NaNaMi has, but NaNaMi doesn't want to fight, right? Zealots on the other side force the army back time and time again. Don't allow OLiVEIRA to get aggressive. Now, you will lose 1,000 minerals worth of Zealots or whatever it is. You're going to try to catch the army in the middle of the map as well here. This is not a good fight. Force fields get spammed awkwardly, don't do anything. Colossus pops them anyways. And NaNaMi, not a great 30 seconds.
No, that was certainly not as effective. Maybe the Zealot run by in the main base can get something done. He needs to be very careful. He wants to fight right now. Apparently, he feels like he's got the superior army, but he needs to be very cautious because we've seen so many games. Oh my god, look at these Zealots go, though. We've seen so many games where the Marauders just sort of seem to overwhelm everything. This is right before Ghosts are out, though, and I think that's what NaNaMi is thinking of. Ghosts are, well, not facing against Archons or Templar, but they're still really good against clumped up Zealots as well. I just don't see how in a straight-up fight, NaNaMi is going to be able to win against that Bio Ball. Colossi are decent normally, but I don't think that they're the preferred choice against such a Marauder-heavy army.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, right? We talked about no ghosts. There's also very little, 2 Vikings on the map right now, very little anti-Colossus. Like, you'd love to have 3, you'd love to have 4, but even just sitting here at 2 is so much siege damage available to yourself. So for now, Widow Mines are getting shelled down, pressure on this 3rd base, Vikings starting to get added in more and more. The Stalkers are going to try to target them down. They're not knocking them down just yet, but the Colossus, the Guardian Shield's actually doing a really nice job. But both Colossus are dead now. Stalkers fighting against Marauders is never really the play you want, but maybe there's just enough gateway units right now, and it seems like there is 18 SCVs fall. The Marauders, they're going to have to run through this. NaNaMi has to back up, but he's got a 40 worker lead right now, local. His economy is going like gangbusters here. And yeah, the Colossus went down. A lot of the gateway units went down. The momentum that NaNaMi's been able to build into this game is so nice. Back up, refill, do it again.
Yeah, that fight actually went better than I thought it would. He was going up against a Terran player who's already finished up +2 there during that fight. +2 infantry weapons, that is. So usually that's the moment where Terran's like, okay, perfect. This is when we want to fight. But the Viking count right there just not quite good enough. And even though he did kill all those Colossi eventually, the Colossi got so much work done. And now OLiVEIRA, his heart is going to sink when he realizes, okay, wait, there's another base? When you're playing 3-base Terran and you realize, wait a second, this is a 5-base Protoss, you know that you need to get something done here. You need to get it done quickly. Love this Zealot run by into the main base again, just drops them off, and they're going to be able to slice up whatever they can. If NaNaMi can hold this counterattack right now from OLiVEIRA, I think he's got the game in the bag.
Yeah, 86 workers to 36 is a significant deficit. And yeah, he's not even going to try with the Vikings going down. You know, he has no answer to the Colossus. And hey, NaNaMi, 1-1.
Honestly, he did so very smoothly too, right? Not really running into a whole lot of issues here. Maybe this was a strange opener from OLiVEIRA with the 2 Marauders going around the map and then the Widow Mine drop that didn't really commit. But honestly, he handled it all very well. He clearly knew where his focus needed to be, and he didn't really run into any issues there. Impressively played. Considering game number 1 was a very cheesy 1-base all-in from OLiVEIRA, this is one of those moments where NaNaMi is going to feel pretty good about himself, right? I mean, everybody can lose to a 1-base all-in every once in a while. I mean, those are mistakes that can be made, and if you're not super careful, sure, you can lose a game like that, but Game number 2, solid macro game. Didn't really make a whole lot of errors, and I think he's gonna be feeling good here going into the final match of this series.
Yeah, I think so. That's actually, I mean, I think we mentioned this last season. Like OLiVEIRA, or excuse me, NaNaMi, he's not there yet, right? He's not the best player in China. He's not the best player, in Asia. That still probably is OLiVEIRA, but he's got promise. And one of the things that I love watching specifically these Chinese Protoss players, I don't know why it is specifically the Chinese Protoss players, but for whatever reason it is, they go and they are so good at being economically aggressive. You know, we saw NaNaMi go, he took a 4th base at 7 minutes, a 5th base at 9. And if you let them get away with it, they're going to win the game, right? You just have so much money. Now, maybe that's why OLiVEIRA decided to get aggressive in game 1, run across the map because he knew NaNaMi was going to try to take the entire map. But Loco, we're moving into Golden Aura for game 3. You want to talk a map where you can be greedy as hell? This got to be the best option.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of expansions that are nice and tucked away on Golden Aura, so I think NaNaMi will be more than happy to play the same style again. He did play the same build pretty much exactly 1-2-1 in game number 1 and game number 2. So I wonder if maybe OLiVEIRA is looking at it and he's like, yo, maybe I can go for this particular strategy and this timing attack and I can shut it down. But honestly, I'm liking NaNaMi's chances here.
Yeah. Give me Colossus, make me win game, I guess. But anyways, in the bottom right, looking really good in the macro game, actually. Just tons and tons of probes. I think it's like 90 at the end of game 2. 86, something like that. In the blue, it's NaNaMi.
And his opponent in the top left-hand corner of the map. He is OLiVEIRA. I'm very impressed, though, Bio, by these Protoss players from the Asian region that are really, working on getting their name out there, right? We already saw Lemon, we talked about him earlier, qualify for the remainder of this tournament, and now NaNaMi is looking incredibly solid as well against one of the world's greatest Terran players. I think both of those players are names that we haven't really seen as much of, right? We always talk about the Koreans and the Europeans and the North Americans too, but there's a bunch of really good players in the Asian region as well. I think a lot of people would have assumed that OLiVEIRA would get a pretty smooth 3-0 win in series, but I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if NaNaMi ends up winning it.
Yeah, you know, you talked about Lemon, Aishi, NaNaMi here looking pretty solid. My favorite player out of the Asian region is Firefly as well. Yep. Like, he showed such cool strats, actually taking maps off OLiVEIRA in the upper bracket semis last year. Ended up playing in the finals and lost there too. But Firefly hasn't even moved on to the playoffs yet. So you know what, Loco? They told me that Protoss is just underpowered. The Protoss has not won a premier tournament in years, so it doesn't count, and it's horrible and it's lagging like hell. Well, no one told that to the Chinese Protoss.
Yeah. There's no denying, though, that like StarCraft 2 in general is very top heavy, right? Like, it's always interesting to see players compete and then suddenly they have to they have to face the final boss. I think that's a way of putting it, right? You go up against somebody like Serral, suddenly the game looks like it's played very differently. And the same can be said for other top tier players out there, for example, like Clem and Maru and Hero and Max, right? We can keep naming them, but that's where I feel like your skill really gets properly tested. But OLiVEIRA, I would certainly consider him in the upper echelons of StarCraft 2 talent, and there's no denying that, NaNaMi is looking good against him. Now, he is playing quite predictably here, right? Once more, going for the Twilight Council opener. I wouldn't have minded seeing something a little different. OLiVEIRA, once again, putting all of his Terran units in one big hat. He shook it up, and apparently what's rolling out this time around is a bunch of Reapers. We're going to have 3 in total here at the very least, and then also a Hellion coming up.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is going to be pretty aggressive. Probably 3 Reapers, 5 Reapers, 2 to 3 Hellions to get across the map. This is something where NaNaMi, he needs a wall, right? You need to make sure that you have gateways in that wall. You need to make sure you know what's up. As the Adept gets a really good scout off, sees that, yes, there are more Reapers on the map being produced. There are more Hellions getting made here. So wall's going to have to go down. Actually, really importantly here, the Adept doesn't take any, it takes damage but doesn't die. So you have that more anti-light damage, right? So we're gonna see a robo down to the wall. We're gonna see a gateway down to the wall. It has to be a full wall here, and I think that does. Yeah, Hellions can't get in. So 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions. They're going to try to target this gateway down. They may eventually knock it down, and there's going to be the cancel. So now KD8 charges are scary. You can try to bump your way in, but already 1 Hellion is dead. Already 1 Reaper will fall down, but there's no shield battery, so they're going to try to knock on top of the Stalker. They're going to get it. But the problem is your goal, trading a Stalker for all of this when you don't get any probes, or you maybe get like 1. That's not really what OLiVEIRA. He's going to get a second. Very nice there, but when you commit this heavily to this early game aggression as OLiVEIRA, you want more than 2 probes in a Stalker.
At least he made a command center on the back of it this time around, right? Unlike game number 1, obviously a very different situation, but I'm not loving this start here for the Terran. It's one of those moments where you kind of want to just get the momentum rolling, right? You want to start running away with the win over the next couple minutes, but NaNaMi held that pretty smoothly. At this point, his 3rd Nexus is maybe a 1/3 or so of the way done. Blink is going to finish up. That's usually when Protoss players will start feeling a whole lot more comfortable. I think this is now NaNaMi's game to play, right? He can do whatever he likes here moving forward. There's obviously quite a few varieties that he can follow this up with. We'll have to see if he decides to go into Colossi once again. I don't think it would be a bad choice. OLiVEIRA, by the way, also investing in Cloaked Banshee here. If that also gets nothing done, I mean, how many observers do we have? We do have 2. He sees it. I mean, I really like this for him. Yeah, look at him. Move the observer immediately. Stalker should be here. They have Blink done.
Yeah, this doesn't get
perfect.
It's going to get 1 probe just because there's no shield battery, and you can't really stop about a ton of Stalkers. But 1 probe for a Banshee when you've committed this heavily to all this early game tech is just not great. Now, OLiVEIRA, this is all in. Yeah, we can call it. Yeah, he's got 2 bases. Yeah, he's got more barracks on the way and eBays and things like that. He has committed so much to this early game pressure, Banshees and Marine and everything, and he hasn't gotten anything. Doesn't mean that this is not scary. 2 tanks, Marines, Banshee against Stalkers, right? Charge is not on the way. Is a bit of a scary situation, especially with this 3rd base as it is. I mean, getting down the ramp, good luck. But if he doesn't get anything done with this, he's pretty much dead. We're gonna see the Banshee go down very quickly. Stalkers get on top of the tank. Probes are gonna get pulled on top of this. NaNaMi knows he crushes this. He wins the game, but a lot of Stalkers are going down. That is still plentiful damage. 5 probes die. Marines are still here. I think this is still good enough, Loco. This is still enough to justify everything that's happened.
I'm a little surprised we didn't see any force fields there, because he did specifically warp in a couple sentries, and then we didn't really use the sentries. They ended up tickling the... well, I guess they deal a little... Yeah, I guess not so much, actually, compared to what they used to do in the previous patch. Against shields, there's not a whole lot of shields in Terran units, but... Anyways, they could have certainly helped out a little bit more. Maybe he was hoping for a Guardian shield or something like it, but looks like NaNaMi is just happy to continue macroing here. I think in total, yeah, he's lost 10 probes right now. I think that's very respectable, considering that Terran does not actually have a 3rd command center here. So this is effectively now turning into a 2-base all-in from OLiVEIRA. Against this next wave of Terran, NaNaMi will have charge done as well, and you already brought it up. It is such a good upgrade to have against these Terran attacks.
Oh man, it's weird you see this, because on the one hand, a lot of charge lots against a lot of bio, the bio kind of shreds, especially once they have upgrades. Marines annihilate charge lots, but before this like 150 supply mark, give or take, right? Before the Terran really starts to boom their supply, a bunch of charge lots on even supply, maybe even down a little bit in army supply compared to the Terran, they do really, really nicely, especially with this +1 armor being done. So NaNaMi here, we're going to see him get his 4th base pretty quickly, because while OLiVEIRA does want to go for a follow-up, I think that's absolutely true, right? This is 5 racks. See, maybe it's 4 racks. Yeah, no, this is 5 racks. There's no 3rd command center. The timing is now that OLiVEIRA can move out. There was about a minute where NaNaMi knew that he could just macro up like a god. There's nothing he's got to worry about, because tanks move across the map, Banshees move across the map. There's Stim's not done. You know there's no way Stim's done, because so much gas has been committed, and now OLiVEIRA's moving out. And guess what? Zealot's in his main base. He's gonna have to make a decision. Do you all in? Do you pull the boys here? Like, what do you do? You're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, in the meantime, he decided to commit. The SCVs are coming across the map to here, BO. He's gonna force field this and just slow it down to the best of his abilities. There is an Immortal in the mix too here for NaNaMi. If he can defend this Terran attack, he should win the series and move on to the next stage of the event. In the meantime, the rest of the Terran SCVs are being absolutely demolished. He could even give up on this 3rd right now. I wouldn't mind that whatsoever, but I wonder if he's maybe, growing a little attached to it.
I think you just let even if you lose the third base, you just let it last as long as possible. OLiVEIRA is literally not mining right now. 0 mineral income at the moment. Maybe he's going to drop some mules in a second. But this army, there's no rally that's going to happen. There's no, he's actually on a base trade time. He's going to have to lift his buildings at some point because the Zealots in the main base are just not being handled. So Zealots coming in from the backside right now. A couple are going to get stuck behind the sentries just a little bit, but I mean, you got to do so much here. The tanks are dead. NaNaMi, he moves on to the playoffs. Our third Protoss now. Look at that.
That is a really amazing result right here. If you're a fan of Protoss, if you're a fan of high-level StarCraft, it really doesn't get much better than that. I mean, I think pretty much everyone would have favored OLiVEIRA going into this series, but the only game he won was a one-base all-in. Everything else was handled really well here by NaNaMi. I'm very impressed with his playstyle here, and yeah, he's going to be moving on. So obviously that doesn't mean that OLiVEIRA is out yet, but I don't think this is the result any of us really expected.
No, the fact that so first of all, OLiVEIRA is not in the playoffs within. Okay, maybe you give him, like, maybe he'll gonna have something weird, right? And you say, okay, well, he's not gonna be within the playoffs within 4 rounds, within 3 rounds, or 3 or 4 rounds is crazy. And also, our entire playoffs is Protoss right now in this matchup. I saw people on Reddit saying the patch, right? You know, man, Terran's just so buffed, and Protoss is gonna be even worse. Like, this is so bad. They're buffing Zerg a little bit. They're buffing Terran in the extreme. Clearly. You know, Protoss is going to die. Well, 3 out of 3 thus far in the playoffs. Yeah. What does that say?
Well, I mean, it's always a little hard to judge, right? And most of these games, I guess they weren't necessarily... Yeah, we had Oceanborn here in game number 2, so they weren't even really on new maps either. I think overall, NaNaMi just played better than OLiVEIRA. I think that's honestly, simply put, the reason why we have the result that we have here. So, honestly, hats off to him. I don't think... yeah, anything here super balance related came into the mix. And honestly, NaNaMi just outplayed him.
Yeah. Pretty cool to see. I mean, we already had the Lemon storyline, right? Now we're seeing NaNaMi start to come up a little bit. That's pretty exciting. But what's also exciting is my favorite player. I don't know if they can. There we go. It's going to be very small.
Oh, Firefly.
Camera.
There you go.
There we go.
It's coming up next, right?
Exactly. Coffee Firefly. It's very, very exciting.
A fun one.
So we'll be back in about 4 minutes. See y'all then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We've had one PVT, yes, but why not more? More is better. There's some Lord of the Rings quote that I should be quoting, and I'm failing miserably. And I, the Hobbit, am doing so. But regardless, it's going to happen again with me, as always, is Loco. Loco, more PVT. What you thinking?
Yeah, Firefly versus Coffee should be a very interesting match for sure. I mean, you already brought up Firefly a couple of times, right? Apparently, I didn't realize you were such a big Firefly fan, Bio, but yeah, he gets to play next.
No, dude, Firefly, he had this incredible run to qualify for Katowice and to do this really, really solid Chinese regional run. And it's like, great, you know? I got really excited because now he wasn't playing like, wow, I'm going to do these weird builds and I'm going to win. I mean, they were stylistic, but it was more, if anyone, he reminded me of an early Serral where he's just reading the game better than anyone else and responding to whatever it is that's going to happen better than anyone else. And that is really exciting to me when you can see a player that just looks like they're, you know, back in Heart of the Swarm, we would have called it Star Sense, right? This ability to just read the game and respond and do what you got to do. So that's very exciting to me when you see a player doing that. Also, you know, he almost beat OLiVEIRA. We almost had a different Asian champion. That's always very fun. Not doing as well this season, though. Not quite.
Not quite, man. You're absolutely right. Game number 3, or sorry, game number 1 in this best of 3 series, rather. Not game number 3. Yeah, you haven't missed an entire match. We find ourselves once more on Oceanborn. Spotting right here in the top left-hand corner, it's Firefly. Biomove's favorite.
I'm not biased whatsoever. It's fine. But in the bottom right, in the blue, trying to get a little bit, actually try to follow his teammate now. I got to get my storyline straight. For Mystery Gaming, it's Coffee.
What's pretty cool about the Asian region, too, in my mind, is that a lot of the players we're casting here today are all actually still in their early 20s. For quite a while, I feel like we were casting quite frequently the same players over and over and over again, but in a way, we have like a new wave of pro gamers here, which is, I think, pretty cool.
It really is. Like, StarCraft's been around for, what is it, 14 years now?
Yes, we're old.
The math.
I know we're getting old, Bio.
Ah, man. No, Loco, I think I told you at one point, it's pretty fun. I remember, like, being in high school, sitting in the back of the chemistry lab with my laptop open, notionally doing work, but really watching you stream back when you know, back, like, 10 years ago or something, back when I was first starting to get into StarCraft. And now, I'm still sitting in the back of chemistry lab. Actually, no, I guess it's the robotics lab now. In the back of the lab watching you stream, except now you have cats.
Sick.
And that makes it, makes it much better.
I had to move one of the cats earlier. I feel like I committed a grave sin because I figured for the broadcast, having a cat in the background is a little bit dangerous. So I did the worst thing any cat owner can do. I picked up my sleepy cat and I moved it to another chair outside of the room. Still feeling a little bit guilty for it, but it could have been great content. It could have also just been a little bit of purring in the microphone, or it could have broken my entire system. So I figured just to make sure that option 3 would not occur, I'll move it.
But Loco, are you not familiar with the kitty rule?
What is the kitty rule this time around? There's many kitty rules.
Well, in my household, well, I don't have a cat right now. My apartment is a no pet policy. Very sad. But the kitty rule is, you know, if a cat's on your lap, everyone has to go wait, you know, serve, right? Do whatever you need because you cannot move the cat.
We put the entire broadcast on hold? Is that what we do?
Exactly.
It's like, I'm sorry, guys. There's a cat in my lap.
It's illegal. You know, can't go to work today. It's a cat in my lap. Much like Coffee.
Yeah. What is this? He can't get to work either, apparently, man. He's going to get to work in about 5 minutes. But until that point, we're just going to be making command centers, apparently, and SCVs. He's just building up the exact opposite of what OLiVEIRA was doing here, as he's going mass eco.
Well, the crazy thing about this is an aggressive build. This is something, well, like, I guess it's not quite because this is factory. So Bjorn has a build where he goes triple command center, triple barracks, runs across the map with a ton of bio, but delayed tech. And Coffee's not quite doing that. We have a second barracks on the way, sure, but there's no Hellions out of this. It's kind of like a TY211. Kinda. Yeah.
There's a third gateway added into the mix right now for Firefly. We'll have to see how committed he wants to be. This is Okay, a robo facility right there on the back of it to complete the wall off. It's going to be helpful, I guess, in the earlier stages of this game, but if Firefly can smell exactly what's cooking on the other side of the map, I think he should be able to punish this, but that's always the question, right? If we're going to see a similar build, or at least a similarly played build as we had in the previous games, Coffee should be able to get away with this, but this is certainly very greedy.
It really is, and punishing this is weird from if you're a Firefly player. On the one hand, you can try to get aggressive and go for 4-gate blink, or what are we at? 3-gate blink is really what we see Firefly go on here, and that's valid, certainly,
Yep.
but Coffee's going to have tanks. You know, he's going to have this, I would assume bunkers eventually. He's going to have this solid defensive force. But if this was the 3CC3 gateway, right, you do need that. You do need that heavy gateway pressure because you're heavy gateway production, really. So there are two different ways that you can find your way into it. It really is incumbent on Firefly to figure it out, because against this build, I think the answer is you just get greedy. You know, you tech yourself up really quickly, go and get your third base, maybe probably not, don't get a super quick fourth base, but yeah, get a decently timed third base and just greed the hell out of it, because Coffee's going for a 7, no, I guess this is 6 minute. This is like a 6:30 stim timing based on what's going to happen. So you got time to spare. But instead, Firefly, Warp Prism's on the way. He's got a ton of Stalkers. He's just going to try to run pell-mell here into things, into 2 tanks, into a decent amount of bio. He's going to lose the Observer as well. At least he knows what's up. I don't know. I don't know that this is the right response, Loco.
As long as he makes a Nexus here on the back of it, it should be all right, but he really does need to fire that one up pretty soon. There's now already 3 siege tanks available for the base defense here. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the angles here are going to be covered. There's the 3rd Nexus coming up, but I'm with you. I wouldn't have minded seeing that one a little bit earlier. I don't think we can stim... Oh, really? Okay. Sorry, I don't think we can blink, rather, straight up onto that high ground from here. Not loving this position, although he is saving most of those Stalkers. I wouldn't mind seeing a little hit squad of Stalkers going around the site, you know, from the bottom, and maybe try and pick off some of those SCVs. Like, we see players like, for example, MaxPax do all of the time, where sometimes the main bulk of the Protoss blink Stalkers can't really get that much work in, but if you load 4 of those Stalkers into a prism, you can go around the site and find an angle where the siege tanks don't quite cover it all. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, he's just losing a bunch of units here.
What's wild to me as well is that Firefly's got, or excuse me, that Coffee's gotten away with this without a bunker. Like, this feels like something. Oh, okay, Observer. Yeah, is going to get out in time. I think we need a nerf Observer speed, Loco, because it's so frustrating as a Terran player when the Observer just barely gets out of your scan range. I think that is... This is...
Maybe we need to make the model size even bigger, okay? Increase the model size again. I need it to be the size of a Stalker. That way, I guess the movement speed isn't as relevant, because it will just be within that scan range. Ooh, careful. For a longer amount of time.
I like the micro. It's really fancy. Blink and pick up. It's fun. But again, the fact that Coffee got away with no bunker, that he had just the tanks and was well positioned, and Firefly kind of nerfed himself a little bit, right? With this 3rd base wasn't done before 6 minutes. It is so committed, and it's weird to me as well seeing this heavy commitment out of Firefly off of 3 gateways, right? If you're going to commit on 2 bases, generally you build 4 gateways, and you have this higher production. But he just kind of middle pathed it, I guess, because you're trying to figure out exactly what your opponent's doing. And in fairness, Loco, this is a crap ton of Stalkers. This is 23 Stalkers against a Terran player.
So what he's looking for right now is to hope and catch the Terran player as he's moving, right? So we have 8 gateways at this point in time. We do also have charts done already. He hasn't really lost that many Stalkers, by the way. Only 2 in total. So even though a lot of them have been bruised, most of them are fine. Coffee here checking if maybe there's already a 4th Nexus coming up. At this point, he should realize that something is a little bit fishy. Okay, well, now there's enough bio done. Stimpack is finished. Combat shields +1. Hello, Zealots sleeping on the job. But ultimately, these Marines are going to be forced to pick up once again. Here comes the Terran army, though. And the question is there enough for Firefly to actually still put on pressure here after losing a lot more? 13 Stalkers actually have died now.
Am I crazy for saying that I think Firefly's just kind of dead here? I mean, like, Coffee's not moving on to the other side of the map as this will go down, but it's 12 dead workers and a couple dead Zealots too. Coffee's tech is so far advanced from what Firefly is doing. Firefly made his name last season on these crazy mass charge lot ideas, but he was getting upgrades. Like, he was getting a forge, he was getting armor, he was timing things well, he was reading the game well.
Yeah.
That's
No,
not
no,
happening.
absolutely. Like he's kind of just playing 3-base versus 3-base now, and in a way, it's going to be do or die with this upcoming attack here. He's not really warping in a whole lot more. He's got a load of gas in the bank too, but no real way of spending it. How in the world are you going to break this many siege tanks?
Okay, there's no SimCity, so maybe you say friendly fire, and maybe you say the zealots are gonna get on top of the tanks eventually, and maybe, just maybe, I'm huffing some massive Protoscopium because there's no way any of that is true. And Coffee, yeah, Firefly, that didn't look all that great. Coffee takes game 1.
No, that really did look a little bit, almost a little bit clumsy, right? So like you try to go and play the mass stalker, mass zealot army, but we don't have upgrades. We don't have a big eco on the back of it. And then at the same time, we're parking our army on the other side of the map and we lose about half of it as we try to retreat when Terran finally comes across. I mean, that went wrong in a couple different ways right there for Firefly. I mean, margin for error obviously is still very tiny, but yeah, there were like 3 things there that went horribly wrong for him. And Coffee only really needed 1, maybe 2 of those to go badly. And well, ultimately, it was a bit of a disaster.
You know, there's a world. I think what we saw Firefly do, if this was 3CC 3 Rex, right, that unbuild that he does quite often, I think if we see him do that, I think actually this looks fairly reasonable. You got a ton of gateway units, you're aggressive, you're picking things off, it's solid. But we saw Coffee do something that was just slightly different. And all of a sudden, it's like, Firefly thought he had the read, he thought he was really understanding what was happening, and he just kind of double baited himself into doing precisely the wrong thing.
Sometimes you make those mistakes and the game is just over. Now, we are going to be going into Golden Aura here in game number 2. Coffee making it look relatively straightforward here in game 1, right? Just quick triple CC. I mean, I guess that's the biggest gamble that he took, but ever since the triple CC was well underway, it was smooth sailing for him for the rest of the game. And I don't think he even really intended on winning the game just yet. That's kind of the thing, right? He just kind of moved out. He wanted to secure the 3rd base. He's like, wait a second. Let me just grab about a dozen stalkers on your way out and see how you play from there. So I don't even think he really intended on winning the game yet, but forced his opponent to go all in. Ultimately, Coffee, well, got the 1-0.
Yeah, how nice is it, as a StarCraft player, when I don't intend to win the game, I just kind of accidentally got myself a 1-0 in a match that allows me to qualify into the playoffs if I win. Yeah, just casual, you know. It's everyone. Look, Loco. Here's the thing: everyone loves a little bit of coffee in the morning.
That's true. I'm a big coffee connoisseur myself, man. Alrighty, game number 2. Top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. It's the man who made it look relatively straightforward in game number 1. He is Coffee.
Bottom right in the blue, playing for offside game and looking to maybe read the game a little bit better. We're gonna have to see what happens. Anyways, he's the Protoss player. It's Firefly.
It's a cool nickname, by the way. Firefly? Easily one of the coolest, well, insects, I guess? Yeah, easily one of the coolest creatures on planet Earth.
They're beetles, technically, which are insects, but, you know, man.
They're basically Zerg units.
Pretty much. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, Virginia, right? So, like, not so much anymore. Fireflies are really becoming less common, but I grew up, like, 15 years ago, back when I was watching Loco stream.
It becomes long. It's more and more time.
20 years ago, back when I was watching Loco stream.
I was like 12 years old. I couldn't even speak English. Bio was already watching me.
I'm just that good. But, you know, you go and you capture all the Fireflies and put them in a jar, and that's your nightlight. It was great, you know, back in summer in rural Virginia. I didn't have internet at the time, but somehow I was still watching Loco stream.
Yeah,
I don't know how it works,
the days,
but...
man. Those were the days. Did you guys have coffee, though?
See, I'm not a coffee guy. I drink tea, sure, but I've never been a big coffee fan. My mom, though, straight up addicted to Folgers. Like... Not even good coffee, but
I think most of the world is addicted to caffeine at this point.
You know, Loco, like as a grad student, I'm pretty sure my life would be so much happier if I liked coffee. But you know, it's not.
Do you like coffee the Terran player though?
You know, it remains to be seen. That was a little cheesy in game 1.
Yeah. There's going to be a few snippets here, a couple of Twitch clips where you literally just say, I don't like coffee, while you're casting a coffee game, and it's going to be taken way out of context.
Yeah, someone's going to
post
post
covering
it to Reddit.
You're
like,
based here, man. No worries.
Oh, man. You're like, this Bayo guy, he's so biased, actively trashing players. What is this?
First he says he loves Firefly, and they lived in Virginia or something. I don't really know what's going on, and he hates coffee. Jeez, Bio.
How dare, like, we got to fire him from the broadcast, right? Just, oh, man, there is no place in modern StarCraft to say you don't like players. Oh, horrible.
I know. Gonna be a Twilight Council opener here once more. We're 5 for 5 games so far of PvT today, where every single game so far has been a Twilight Council. Nobody liking the Oracles today? No Phoenixes?
No, it's one of those things where you talk to some Protoss players, and they're going to say, look, I need some way to be consistently aggressive against the Terran. If I let the Terran just do what they want to do, their army in just like a straight up heads-on fight is generally going to be better. So I want to be able to force them to multitask, and I want them to be forced to be under duress so they can't grow as quickly as they would like, which is something that you get a little bit more out of a Twilight opener. Yeah, Oracles can get some economic damage, but you know, ever since they made an SCV 55 or 50 HP instead of 45, so it's 3 damage ticks from an Oracle instead of 2. The economic damage, the power of that is just not nearly as strong. You can't wipe out a mineral line as much, so you can go an Oracle. It gives you map control, you have some economic damage potential, but I think a lot of Protoss players just don't see it as consistent as opening Twilight.
No, I'm with you for sure. It does definitely feel very delicate, right? Also, when you're trying to do that transition, if you're going mass Phoenixes into, say, for example, Colossi, it is so easy to just slip up and lose the game. So, not surprised right here to see the Blink Stalker opener, but maybe a little surprised to see basically the exact same build. A couple of small variations, I guess, up to this point, but mostly the same build here from Protoss against Terran. Whereas the Terrans have been mixing it up with 17 different builds this time around. It's a good old triple Rex here on 2cc here for coffee. He'll be adding on a starport here, I'm sure, very soon. That should give him a good bit of vision. Oh, really? We're gonna siege up right over there in the middle of the Terran's base. No vision available and no scan available just yet, but that is always brave. I
mean, hey, look at this. We got the observer right here, and we got the little doodad on the map that kind of looks like a siege observer. And the goal was, as Coffee scans and kills it, the thought was that Coffee is just going to see the observer doodad and be confused and not actually think the observer's there. But I didn't even get the chance to make my horrible point before Coffee ruined it. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, this is a dicey blink. Ah, that's not good. Ow, ow. No.
Didn't even get the tank there in the end either. That's honestly... Yeah, that was way too ambitious. He obviously lost vision, so maybe he hoped that bio ball had moved into the main base, but it was hanging out on the ramp to deal with any sort of army, and now, well, Coffee is thinking, yo, I have got a lot of army. I don't have a third command center yet. Perfect moment for me to just go and test the waters. I was already planning on doing so anyways. I guess this time around, though, I'll move immediately. Stimpack and combat shields are finished. There's no +1 infantry weapons done here or whatever just yet, but this is going to be a really tough army for Firefly to hold.
Yeah, Firefly now, he's adding in 5 additional gateways. That's useful. He's oh, God, that doesn't feel good. But on top of this, right, you're trying to defend against this. I love this from Coffee, by the way. Just understanding what kind of positions he's like, let me just pull the boys. This is all I need to do. There's no charge. It's on the way now. This is going to have to be a full Blink Stalker hold. Firefly is down so much supply. And this is Golden Aura. He decided to go an aggressive build on Golden Aura, and Coffee, he punishes him so hard for it. And now, I don't know what Firefly is supposed to do. Keel over, die. Look, Fireflies in the United States are starting to become more endangered. You see less and less of them. And unfortunately here in ESL Masters Asia, apparently the same thing is true. This Firefly is very, very endangered.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all. This is Coffee just punishing a grave error from earlier, though. Firefly blinking in, losing a bunch of Stalkers for free. I mean, at least he's killing a load of SCVs, I guess, right? Because, well, they're here on the other side of the map, but they're soaking up so much damage. There we go, GG. That would have otherwise gone to the rest of that bio army. Coffee, well, making it look easy in this series. Wins 2-0 right here over one of your favorites.
You know what? I saw people saying that I was caster cursing Coffee or caster cursing Firefly with my copium in game 1 that I didn't even believe. But apparently, the fact that I like Firefly is a curse. Okay, we didn't. Chuck that. And
That does mean we have a Terran moving on, by the way. That's kind of nice. Because so far we've had 3 Protoss players in the playoffs for the Asian regions of the playoffs of the Asian regionals. Yes, that's it. I always get the tournament name switched up in my head. But yeah, we have 3 Protoss players and then 1 Terran.
You know, it's funny, Loco. You were talking about how you thought that this was going to be relatively, it was going to be a long day because, we got 12 best of 3s. These first 2 series, I guess,
yeah,
the first series was not short because we did go to 3 games and there were some macro games, but this has been a pretty quick start to our day.
No, absolutely, yeah. Still some cool results here, though, for sure. I mean, I'm still really happy for NaNaMi that he ended up winning over OLiVEIRA in such a convincing fashion, right? I'm still on the OLiVEIRA train. I still think OLiVEIRA will be moving on to the playoffs of this tournament as well. But yeah, NaNaMi winning here, pretty cool. I also obviously think it's really nice for Coffee, who ended up just now winning over Firefly. I feel like in a lot of people's minds that would be a closer match, but probably maybe slightly in favor, in favor of Firefly. But then it's Coffee who ended up winning. Yeah, nice to see these results.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well as final thought before we go break and get ourselves ready for a PvP after this. That'll be fun. Coffee has long been this player that his TVP far outstrips his other matchups. He's just very good at these aggressive versus Protoss options. So we shouldn't really be surprised to see him kind of roll over pretty quickly. But again, I like Firefly. I hold him in high regard. I think it's kind of cool. Regardless, we got a PvP after this. We take a look at Cyan. We take a look at Nice, 2 players that have long done very well in the region. So 4 minutes. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We had some PvT, and maybe some upsets, maybe some surprises, maybe some tremendous cast of curses. It's not my fault, I promise. But now we got some PvP on the way. And, you know, Loco and I in the break, we were talking about state mottos and interesting things like that. But there's one more motto I want to give you, Loco. That is the motto of the school I go to. Vokes Clamans in Deserto, a voice crying alone in the wilderness. Because, well, you know, here's the good thing. We're not voices crying alone in the wilderness. We got everyone in Twitch chat and YouTube. We got Loco with me. We get to talk about some StarCraft. We get to not be, you know, what I get to, we get to not
I'm
be
always
that
curious
Loco.
how you're going to do these segues. I always feel like you can say whatever and somehow relate it back towards StarCraft, BO. That was, do you think about those things in advance where you just start it and then you're like, you know what? I find the segue. I find the bridge.
Well,
you do it right.
Here's the thing. I'm not Elon Musk, so I'm not developing a segue ahead of time. We just go. We cross that bridge when we get to it. Sometimes they work out really well. Sometimes I just really am excited to see what people are going to say in Twitch chat in 2 minutes because it's that bad.
We are in the future or the past, depending on what part you're looking at us from. But yeah, it's going to be a Protoss versus Protoss here. A matchup that we have seen historically quite a bit in the regionals. And obviously this season is no different either. We already have 3 Protosses that moved on to the playoffs of the Asian region. Now a Terran has joined them too, but one more Protoss at the very least is going to be joining them here in just a moment. It's either going to be Cyan or Nice. Do you have any favorites here?
Okay, so are we talking about do I have anyone I personally like? Because I'm not going to say
well,
that
I mean,
one.
since you're such a big Firefly fan, and that worked out great. I mean,
who would I think is going to win? And I think, you know, Cyan's a little favorite here. He's, you know, he's taken down OLiVEIRA before he's won regionals. He's very solid. But is there anyone I'm personally a fan of? No comment, because I don't want to ruin their chances at advancing.
Fair enough. Alrighty, game number 1. We find ourselves on beautiful Golden Aura once again. Spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner. In the blue, I guess it's close to his, you know, his actual username. We have Cyan.
And in the upper left, being a rather convivial person, sitting there and being always polite, he is Nice. I think that's the worst intro I've ever done, Loco.
It was great. I loved every moment of it. It's one of those names, though, where at some point, right, as a StarCraft caster, you don't realize how frequently you use certain words until you're casting a player that's, you know, whose username, like, you don't think you use the word nice very frequently at all. It's like when Time used to be, or OLiVEIRA rather used to be called Time. I don't think anybody really thought about the fact that they used the word time very frequently during a StarCraft cast. But then when you cast one of those players, you realize, nope, apparently about a dozen times every single now I'm doing it too where I'm tripping over my own words. About a dozen times in every StarCraft cast do you use the word time. It used to be OLiVEIRA's nickname. We'll have to see how frequently we use the word Cyan and Nice.
Do we need to establish? I mean, you've heard of a swear bear, right? Like or swear jar, right? Every time you say something, you drop it in. Do we need to establish a swear bear for Nice?
No, I think it's fine. This is funky, by the way. Both players going for a proxy pylon on the right side of the map. Cyan mostly just using his just to confuse the opponent a little bit, but I think Nice may be up to no good, as he's indeed proxying a robo facility.
God, you know, Loco, I introduced him. I was talking about how he's, you know, Mr.
Yeah,
Congeniality.
not very
he's
nice
always
at all.
polite. This is not polite, okay? This is downright mean.
Yeah. Probe is going to try and scout. But this is mostly just a pretend scout, right? He just wants to be here and tell his opponent, oh, we even have a pylon going down there to see what's popping out of those gateways. So he mostly just wants to see what's happening here on the other side of the map, but it's not really going to change Nice's strategy all too much. Cyan, by the way, flipped a coin and it did land on a Stargate, so at least he's got that going for him, but is this going to be good enough?
If you can last long enough, well, actually, this is 3-gate robo. I don't think this, with how forward it is, he might decide to get, he's going to get an immortal out of it. Because, of course, there are 2 ways you can take a 3-gate robo. You can just do it for the Warp Prism and get very aggressive with Stalkers, or you can get the immortal first and have a little bit more power. And if Nice was going for the actually, is this 2-gate? Yeah, no, this is to get Robo. Never mind. I was going to say that I kind of like if this was just pedal to the metal, brigade building a bunch of stalkers. I really like it for nice. But if Cyan can identify what's happening here and just start building a Void Ray, you get the Oracle to put pressure on the other side of the map, make your opponent go all in, and you get Void Rays out, it's a really solid hold. And by kind of making this a little bit slower, right? And part of it is Warp Gate's not done yet, which is understandable. But by kind of pit stopping for the Immortal here, it buys a little bit more time for the Void Rays to pop out and have that really powerful anti-ground tech. But for now, Oracle is actually, you know what? There are only 2 Stalkers here. There's not a lot of anti-air. But I guess there's enough for the time being. He's going to be forced back. And at this point, just send the Oracle across. You know, force damage on the other side. Force Nice to be all in. Because realistically, certainly as we have Warpins here, Loco, the Oracle doesn't do a lot on Cyan's side of the map.
No, I don't love him activating the Pulsar Beam. I feel like he should have just flown that one straight across the map. Gateway is now going to be in a little bit of trouble since that Prism on the low ground is providing the vision that those red units need to go ahead and shut it down. A Void Ray, though, is coming. We have a load of shield batteries already done, too. And that is going to make this defense so much easier, especially now with Cyan also having that Oracle on the other side of the map. He should be able to get quite a bit of work done. Don't go down the ramp, though. We really don't need to chase.
Yeah, you know, good news for now is that because this Oracle was revealed, Cyan's, oh, this could be a free Immortal. It's not going to be for the moment, but because Nice saw the Oracle and saw what was happening there, he was able to get a shield battery on the other side. He's able to just like warp in a single Stalker back home. So the Oracle is not getting a lot here now. Well, we're going to see the overcharge go down, or the prismatic alignment go down. So the Void Ray kills that Stalker. Is going to knock the pylon down fairly quickly. Problem is, there are 2 Immortals here as the Void. Well, the Void
He didn't actually make that second Void Ray for a very long time. Just lost the first one as well to just what seems to be 1 or 2 Stalkers there. A little bit sloppy right here by Cyan for certain. I'm not sure exactly what the reason is as to why he didn't start up an additional Void Ray, but I think just making as many of those as possible is going to be amazing. There is going to be a Force Field available here for Cyan, but obviously the Prism here is going to be used to, well, just elevator units into the main base, just like so. And suddenly there's a massive army in red, overwhelming the amount of stuff. Getting the Prism would be a way out of this situation, but it also stays alive. Void Ray is going to be activated, but we don't have we don't have a battery overcharge available here. Prismatic alignment also did not really happen, though. Okay, well, I think that's basically game over.
You know, Loco, I think it's fitting that our red player took game 1 because Nice was all over Cyan, like red paint, all over a mini.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what that reference is all about here whatsoever.
We saw, you know, you splash a bunch of red stuff all over a bunch of, all over a main base.
Yeah, no, Fear Dragon, he knows all the details here, all the ins and outs, but I guess Fear Dragon would have already made Dark Templar in that game.
True. You know, it's funny, we talked about this. If you get Void Rays and you don't lose them, I do like that as a hold. You know, you're only building 3 Stalkers at a time. If you're able to shell away at some of them, there's only so much gas, especially if you're building Immortals. Like, that's a really good hold. But Cyan shows his Oracle instead of running it across the map. So there's no timer now on the economy of Nice. He loses the first Void Ray, trying to go and knock the pylon down. And, you know, I thought with Prismatic Alignment, he'd be able to go and kill the Stalker, kill everything. But I guess there was a warp in and it wasn't maybe handled properly. We didn't really see. But if you do that, right, if you don't lose the first Void Ray, you run the Oracle across the map ASAP, I think that's a hold for Nice.
Yeah, he also chased the army down the ramp for a little bit and then had, I think, at least 1 Stalker force fielded out of his own main base and essentially lost that for free. So, yeah, it's one of those games where I think there were just a couple mistakes all together, all in one row, and then ultimately you just don't end up with enough army to really defend. The production on the second Void Ray was also very late. I assumed he was building that the entire time, so I'm not entirely sure why he, didn't build that one sooner, but ultimately he just didn't have the units there to defend, and, well, seemed like a pretty easy window in the end.
Maybe it was a gas thing, like you want sentries to force field things out, and that delays the second Void. I don't know. Again, I also wasn't paying attention to the gas counts in production as much, because, again, you assume it's just constant Void Ray production. I agree with you. At the end of the day, though, we're another day older. At the end of the day, we're getting ready to move into game 2. At the end of the day, I'm stalling because I got to go find Neil's camera. At the end of the day, we're moving on to Oceanborn.
There we go. Alrighty, good old Oceanborn once again. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Nice. Currently leading this best-of-3 series 1-0.
And the upper left, trying to match his other two teammates, you know, because Coffee for Mystery Gaming 1, NaNaMi for Mystery Gaming 1, now trying to make that happen. Go 3 for 3, down 1. Cyan.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you technically have all of the tools to defend, but then you actually have to execute on it as well, right? And that's one of the beautiful things of StarCraft. Even having the right build order, even when you're playing everything quote-unquote correctly, you still have to execute your actual micro there too, and, well, you can still certainly squeeze out a victory even when you do end up playing a build that is objectively worse than your opponent. So, nicely done right there. Oh, God. Properly done right there by Nice. I didn't want to use the same word twice there in one sentence, so I corrected myself immediately. But we'll see if there's going to be some cheese here once again.
Loco, here's what's going to happen. Every time you say the word nice, when you're not specifically talking about the player's name, I'm expecting a dono on my stream the next time I go live. That's the swear bear, right? Like, that's the equivalent. I'm tracking it.
How much am I on right now?
I like 5.
I think like 5, yeah. It used to be the worst, especially with time, though. Like,
oh, man.
I don't really think a pro gamer name change is a great plan overall, so I don't think changing your nickname... I mean, if you're going to change your nickname, I do think winning the World Championships on the back of it is pretty clever, because, you know, that helps people learn your new username, but... Time definitely was one of those names, one of those words that you just used dozens of occasions. There you go. You used it on dozens of occasions during a cast, and him changing that one. You don't accidentally use the word OLiVEIRA very frequently.
You know, we could just be getting into a really in-depth conversation about great MMA fighters. I'm told that OLiVEIRA is a great... As someone who doesn't follow MMA in the slightest, I'm told that he's like one of the best. So,
you know, there's a couple of StarCraft casters out there that will give you all the details, but I'm not one of them.
Man, it's just like I'm sitting there, like I'm casting with Wardy or Zombigrub when talking about Pokemon, and I'm like, I've heard some of those words. Yes, thank you.
Yes, I know the first 150, but anything past that point, I have no idea what you guys are on about.
Dude, I wasn't allowed a console or, you know, any sort of Game Boy growing up, so I just did not have any of that. What is interesting, though, as we talk about this game, is it is a Phoenix opener from Cyan, as he's playing very defensively in this game. Now, do you think this signals a desire to go into Phoenix play, or is this just keeping yourself very safe against any sort of other aggressive option from Nice?
Yeah, the nice thing about Phoenixes in general is that you just sort of, you usually can defend against everything, assuming you micro will, right? And that is the big if. You need to be controlling your army very, very deliberately, right? You have to be controlling everything perfectly. And it can be super easy to accidentally lose one of those units. Now, it's just going to be a single Phoenix here, though, for the time being. He's going to go for a Nexus on the low ground, too. It's going to be Nice once again, who's ready to bring the heat. We do have a liftoff right there on one of those Stalkers, and it is going to go down.
I do like that. Yeah, generally Phoenix is the loneliest. One Phoenix is the loneliest number. It doesn't really do all that much, but as a force multiplier, it's fantastic. Now, that being said, this is still a big commitment coming out of Cyan, or coming out of Nice right now. He's got a 4th gateway on the way. I want to say he's got, 3 gateways. So this is just a 4-gate all in. Cyan's got to give up the low ground. That's fine, though. You know what's happening. He's got a Robo on the way. He's got these gateways on the high ground. Now, you have to be careful if you're Cyan, because these gateways will go down. There's really not going to save them as soon as you get some sort of high ground vision. But that is the downside.
Yeah, he's actually just expanding behind it, though, which is pretty good for him.
I like that. Yeah, that just, you knock your opponent's base down, you have some pressure on the map, and you just take advantage of it. You make your base and you defend it.
Exactly. White Rob would be proud here. We have that Observer, though, or a Probe Rudder inside of the... Oh, wait, this is a Phoenix right now. But he already confirmed it earlier with a Probe, too. I guess that Sentry with its newly buffed weapons ended up getting rid of that Scouting Worker from Cyan pretty easily. But now you can do, like, a bit of a contain over here on the other side of the map. When the Immortal is out, I would imagine that life is going to be a bit easier here to once more secure the low ground. But by the time that he does so, the Nexus for Nice will be pretty much up and running.
And this SimCity from Cyan is, I don't know if I'm going to call it good or just ugly as hell, because it is just, on the one hand, you got to fight your way through multiple angles.
It's modern art.
Yeah, there we go. It's, well, he's going to try to go down the ramp right now, lifts everything. Guardian Shield gets popped. Sentry not able to fight with this Immortal. I mean, we saw the shields get shredded here because, of course, of the singular new sentry that Nice has as part of his army. But he breaks down the ramp, so he should be able to expand. This adept in the main base doesn't really, it's going to get like, oh no, he's not going to get a single one. Excellent micro there coming out of Cyan.
A little bit of pickup control with the Prism, not something we very commonly see, but you can obviously use it to save those probes as well. Probes with Blink, man, that's a pretty good way of doing it.
I think every Protoss unit should be able to research Blink.
Well, with a Prism, they basically can.
Oh, true.
Other than flying units, I guess.
Just imagine the terror that is Blink disruptors, like actually giving them Blink versus, you know, the Warp Prism pickup, because you can put maximum 4 units in a Warp Prism with a disruptor, it's 2, but imagine blinking disruptors. You blink up to the high ground, you get damage done to a mineral line, and they said Cliff Failing is bad.
Yeah, I wonder what the most overpowered unit with Blink would be. We do have a bunch of adepts going into the natural expansion. They're going to get recalled. There is in the meantime also that warp in the main base. Stalkers, though, and the Immortal. Okay, they are going to get picked up once again.
Well,
what about Blink High Templar?
Ooh, I know, Loco. I think it depends on the player as well, because I think if you give Colossus Blink, you're actively nerfing Hero. He's just gonna, all right, great, guys, I can win the game. Oh, wait, yeah, I just, oh, yeah.
I'm just thinking of the amount of times you could feedback all the units, you know, if you do have your Blink High Templar. You get rid of all spellcasters from the opponent. It's not bad.
Look, as a Zerg player, that doesn't make me very happy. And like, it's hard enough as it is, mainly because I'm bad. But in general, you know, it's like, oh, that's pain. I do like the fact, though, as we talk about, I guess not really Blink, but it is pretty fun to see more sentries, sentries becoming more and more core to mid-game Protoss armies as this game goes later. You know, generally you get a couple, but as we develop the patch, now it's like 3. Yeah, Guardian Shield's great, but let's strip the energy from Immortals. Let's strip the shields from Immortals. That's pretty cool. What's also cool, though, is Cyan is hitting a razor-thin timing right now. His Blink is done, or a pinpoint time, better way to say that. His Blink is done now. He's got a couple Immortals here. He's up 10 army supply. Adepts are going to shade into a mineral line. And I guess they're not going to shade after all. But he's going to commit into this fight. And yeah, there are sentries, and they're terrifying, powerful units against all these shields. I don't know how much it matters. He's got Blink. His opponent, well, he actually, yeah, no, Nice has Blink as well. But the problem is these Immortals, this army supply differential that Cyan has, makes it nigh impossible to hold on to that third base. So Nice will lose the third, but, well, Cyan, he doesn't have his third base on time, so this is just equalizing things. Into the high ground here, tries to blink on top. Warp Prism's dead. And that means now the Immortals are firing from the low ground. The sentries are, there's no way they're getting out, but now blinking onto the low ground, and it was okay, I guess, but little over-aggressive from Cyan.
Yeah, absolutely. Those Immortals, they weren't firing there for a big chunk of the battle, and ultimately that does now allow Nice to at least somewhat stabilize. He is able to push this back, even though this had potential from Cyan to just straight up win the game. Not having those Immortals participate in a big chunk of that battle because the Prism went down is, yeah, very unfortunate. So now he's going to be forced to make his own third Nexus there. I think if that Prism would have stayed alive, he could have done a ton more damage, but ultimately, well, Nice manages to stabilize, and he will be able to recapture that base. And now he's going to add on a lot more gateway production too, so he's going to go all the way up to 8. Suddenly, this game is looking a whole lot better here.
It is, and I think Cyan's still in a pretty solid spot. Third base a little bit faster, having more armies, well, having a more technical army. And also, of course, making sure to use the Immortal skin where you can't really tell the difference between Immortals and Stalkers. That being said, Charge is done here for Nice, and a bunch of charge lots against Blink Stalker Immortal does very, very well. One might even say it's pretty nice for Nice. See, that doesn't count, Loco, because I did it intentionally. But anyways,
I've already changed my commentary twice just because I didn't want to use the word nice there. So we do have some harassment here inside of the main base. Some might call it good, some might call it decent, some might use another word, but nobody would ever call that nice.
I think we need to take a page from the Korean fans and talk about how it's sparkling, or the old Korean ads. Oh, this is cool though. Look at what Cyan's doing right now. Against a match charge lot style, this is actually, I think this is the way to play at times. You just get a bunch of adepts, and the zealots, they go poof, they evaporate, they're gone.
Yeah. So Glaive adepts are very powerful, but at the same time, it can also really go poorly, right? It's one of those units where, like, if you warp them in right now already and you fight before their upgrade is done, as we do have an aggressive blink forward right here from Nice, does catch a couple of those stalkers. This is a scary moment because it takes a while until all of those upgrades kick in and until those units are really helpful. Until that point, Nice is going to have a very scary force, and I think he may just be ready to attack. How many Adepts do we currently have? Only 2. Okay, so he's not committing to them too early here.
No, and you say Nice might be getting ready to attack. Now, he's posturing, certainly.
Yeah.
First of all, this Oceanborn and running up the ramp is pain. Second of all, Cyan has 4 Immortals. So, yeah, Immortals can't blink. You got a Warp Prism that kind of does it. But, man, punching up high ground into 4 Immortals and all these Blink Stalkers and the Concave and everything else, that feels really hard. That doesn't feel like something that Nice is going to be able to do. So he backs up and gets himself more stuff. I'm a little surprised as we see both players just kind of sitting at home that we're not seeing a forge. You know, we're not maybe getting ready into a 4th base, nothing like that. So it's just kind of more of the same as we progress into this game. I guess it works because Cyan is now the one that wants to be aggressive on the map as Cyan, or as Nice tries to play defensively. And now we have Adepts, right? We're at 10 Adepts right now. We're up in 6 more. So does the math work out here? Adepts are going to get set, or Zelds are going to get sectioned out. I mean, they just pop. Look at that.
Yeah. No, that was absolutely amazing right there for Cyan. He's actually just looking to potentially win the game here if he can. I don't think you want to commit there with all of these Adepts, because you are going to need them here at the front to deal with all of those Zealots from the opponent. Now suddenly the Immortals are very exposed. Battery Overcharge does get used, and I really don't like this corner that Cyan has got himself wedged into. A lot of those blue units in the back are not only firing behind those force fields. Nice getting the best engagement he could have really dreamed of, but the question is it enough? Those Immortals on the left side of your screen are having a grand old time just plowing away at all of these Protoss units from Cyan. You know what? Is Nice still able to stabilize against this?
I'm looking at this. I'm like, wait a minute. This is a horrendous fight from Cyan.
Yes.
It's not good whatsoever. The shield battery overcharge lasted the entire time. Wow. A lot of the army was fighting probes, and somehow it's actually still good for Cyan. I look at the supply. He's up.
Yeah.
He killed so many I mean, he killed 19 probes, okay. But more importantly, I guess Nice cut probes pretty significantly. So all of a sudden it's a 30 worker deficit. And yeah, Nice has a couple more units. Yes, all the Immortals are dead, but I mean, how do you move out on the map right now? Adepts are going to be in every single mineral line for the duration.
I think
Immortals are getting made back at home, but you kind of have to, because it's a 32 worker lead, and that's not something you come back from easily at all.
No, I think Nice has to go. He should not really keep those, let those Adepts from the opponent, let him, you know, force him home, because he's just sort of chasing down units right now. But all the while this is going on, Cyan is remaking army of his own. He just decides to tap out. I wondered if maybe he still had a chance to go across the map and, well, win with the unit composition that he still had left over after that big fight. But I think that was about the worst engagement Cyan could have taken. But luckily for him, he was just so far ahead that it didn't really matter.
Yeah, you're looking at this. I'm like, man, this looks like this is a throw, right? This is like Cyan. He's fighting
everything in one big ball over there, and the battery just having a grand old time overcharging. And
yeah, Immortals at the front line, so they're going down pretty quickly. You're like, this has got to be bad. And then, you know, it doesn't matter. He lost the fight, but won the war.
Yep.
So.
I would not want to be a Protoss unit in Cyan's army in this particular war, but he ultimately did end up getting it done there. Maybe I'd be an Immortal. Yeah, just for the name of it, you know, the name Immortal is pretty cool.
Yeah, you know, they're pretty cool. By the way, I'd like to point out that Cyan on his account, he's rocking the OLiVEIRA Katowice profile picture. So, you know, clearly that's why he won game 2.
Is that it?
I think he had the profile picture in game 1 as well. So, you know, that logic falls apart, but clearly that's how.
Nyal also has a customized profile picture. Usually, whenever we run these tournaments, everybody's sitting there with the default Kaczynski portrait, right? So you just have a lobby full of people that just have all the default StarCraft portraits. But apparently, yeah, Cyan went out of his way. You also have you know what? I'm going to change my in-game portrait. Just because everybody's got a customized one, I will change it too. I'm going to change mine to Alex007. There we go.
There we go. That's trying to make sure you get hired next season, I see.
Well, that was the first one that I saw on my screen. But yes, sure, let's go with that.
No, back when the final pro, because I rock the Pro League logo across all regions, because you know, there was a move on Reddit like back in 2016 when we had the last Pro League finals, and they had this portrait you could go buy. It's like, look, let's not let the memory of Pro League die. Everyone just rock the final Pro League portrait, and I have been doing that ever since. At this point, you might call me old-fashioned. You might just call me old, but I'd like to remind you all that 20 years ago, I was watching Loco stream StarCraft in the back of the chemistry lab, and
Yes.
Loco was in StarCraft at this point, and I would just,
I didn't even speak English. That is true. I remember. I had one loyal viewer.
One loyal viewer.
I didn't know how to run the internet. I didn't speak English, but BO was already watching.
I was watching on dial-up somehow. I don't even know.
Yeah, a bunch of fireflies floating around your head.
I was
were the days.
There we go. I was downloading image by image, just what was happening. 1 FPS.
It loaded in top left to bottom right, one
Exactly.
pixel at a time.
It's impressive the things, the way that the things we'll do to try to go and get ourselves to support the people that we think are pretty cool. Anyways, talking about players to support that we think are pretty cool, in the upper right, in the red for Mystery Gaming, it's Cyan.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left. It's nice.
So
We
Loco,
have a new map, a map we haven't seen yet today.
I'm a big fan of Alcyone as well, but maybe I'm just biased because we had that Terran Clem game in Atlanta, and I'm just like, this is the best game. This is the best map that's ever been played in the last 5 years.
It's a good map.
It was pretty good. But Loco, I got a question for you as we're getting ourselves ready, set here to. There we go. Now we found Neil. I did the thing where I hopped onto your camera instead again.
We were both playing Observer Chicken here, where we're both looking at nicest main.
I'm like, why are things not moving? What is happening here?
Y'all hard at work in the background, and he doesn't even get the camera time he deserves.
But anyways, what is your favorite team logo, and why is it Little Fairy?
My favorite team logo. It took me too long. I realized this about 2 weeks ago. The Twisted Minds team logo? I was casting a game, and I literally said, yo, you know what's kind of cool? This logo looks like it's a brain. And then I realized my own stupidity after casting so many classic games that, yes, Twisted Minds has a brain for not my brightest moment. Don't know if it's necessarily my favorite, though. We've had some cool logos over the years.
What we're learning here, Loco, is that our brains as casters are just as smooth as the Twisted Mind logo has wrinkles.
Yes. No, it's basically a bowling ball at this point.
I take the washcloth and I just polish it every morning. Gotta get that spit shine going.
Yeah, we gotta have as little surface area on our brain as possible. Get rid of all those wrinkles.
That's how the intelligent thoughts just roll right on off. It's like, I had a good thought. I got like my one good thought of the day, and totally gone. But hey, you know what? We're not going to be subjected to a macro defensive game, at least not for the time being, because once again, we got a robo. We got a 2-gate robo. We're eventually going to be a 3-gate robo, but this time it's not nice. It's Cyan going for that version. So game 1, we had 1 player opening Stargate, 1 player opening robo, and this time Loco choose on the other foot.
Yep. It's going to be Cyan opening up with the Robo. Nice opening up with the Stargate. Okay, does kill one of the opponent's Stalkers, actually, which is really nicely done right here. I did it again. It's really properly done right here by Nice. Yeah, no, I've done this. I think you missed a couple as well.
This is mercy.
Thank you. I will get the bill after the cast today.
Exactly.
This is how many times you've used the word nice.
Look, Loco, I already owe. I made the mistake of betting against cats in an America's broadcast last weekend because it was Disc
Rookie
in future,
mistake.
and Disc was in a very winning position. I'm like, yeah, I think Disc wins this. Sure, cats. I'll bet a nice meal against you, whatever. And then Disc doesn't move out for like 5 minutes, and Future just like chips him to death from a losing position, like from a down position. And it's like, well, that's not my fault, cats. That's Disc not moving out on Ghost River. Like, what are you gonna do? But yeah, now I owe him a nice meal, a succulent French meal, and not in a nice restaurant down in whenever I see him next. So I gotta make it back. So I gotta pay for it
It's
somehow.
fine dining. You're gonna have to bring like a button shirt at the very least. Make sure that everybody's nice and dressed up. We do have the Oracle flying in here. Nice, not really achieving too much, but he does see the Robo facility on the other side of the map and immediately fires up a Void Ray for the base defense.
Yeah. By the way, Loco, that's 8.
Sorry, what?
A nice meal.
Ah, dang it. Every time.
Every time.
Luckily for me, I never used the word Cyan.
Well, I see the rule is it's only for nice. You're allowed to say other words, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I thought okay. So coffee was totally all right as well.
Yeah, that'd be too restrictive.
I see. We do have Cyan going across the map. Ooh, nice stasis ward. No, there's
Nice.
another one. No. Oh, okay. Well, if you need more time to get defensive units out, it doesn't get much better than this.
You know what? There is a world where we say it's actually kind of good that they both got stasis. Because now you
Yeah,
can't
that's
jump
true.
on top of the Immortals and not the Stalkers.
What about these Stalkers, though? These Stalkers are so dead.
Well, what's also dead
Oracle's in
is-
the meantime also getting a lot of damage done on the other side. Yeah, excellent stuff right here for nice.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking game one about how you send the Oracles on the other side ASAP to make that damage happen. And it seems like Nice is paying attention. They went back and listened to what we were saying, because at this point, this army from Cyan is powerful. It's got 2 Immortals, it's got Sentries, it's got Force Fields, it's got that anti-shield power that the Sentries generate. But there's a shield battery overcharge. There are a bunch of Stalkers here. The Void Ray, yes, Prismatic Alignment is over, but I don't know that Cyan has enough power here, even with the Warp Prism for Pseudo Blinks and with these Immortals. I don't think he's got enough power to punch through this, and his economy is just totally shattered.
Absolutely. Those Oracles on the other side of the map have forced Cyan to go fully all in here, and he needs to get it done with this army that he's got right now. Problem is, the longer that this takes, the bigger the army from Nice is going to be, because his eco is significantly bigger. Oracles aren't even done yet. There's 2 shield batteries. Battery overcharged. It's going to be available again here momentarily, but I don't even think Nice really needs it. He's now going to start chasing this army outside of the natural. GG is called. It's going to be Nice who's moving on to the playoffs of the Asian Regionals.
Yeah, and importantly, the first time that a Mystery Gaming player is not moving on to the playoffs today. It's been NaNaMi. It's been Coffee. But now Cyan, he's got to go to tomorrow. He's got to go and run into someone. Maybe it's going to be OLiVEIRA and Cyan, right? A rematch of, what was that, 2 years ago from the finals that Cyan actually ended up winning on I think it was a reverse sweep too. So it was a pretty awesome series. But yeah, OLiVEIRA and Cyan both in round 5, I think is pretty surprising.
Yeah, Firefly as well. I think that's another name we expected to do really nicely here in this tournament overall. No, I'm just doing it on purpose. I'm sorry.
I was like, you're safe.
Anyways, honestly, great result right there, though, for him, right? Like, it's nice to move on once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Loco, the series is over. You're safe now. We can talk about things being nice all we want. It was only 10 times. And it's just so we're clear, it's $100
hold up right now.
Look, you're a famous YouTuber. You get views.
I didn't realize that was... Okay, hold up right now. Now I got to get one of those... what was it that you called it? A succulent meal with cats? I don't know exactly the wording you used just about 5 minutes ago, but...
Yeah, that's why I waited afterwards. I'm like, I'm going to see how many he's got to drop the hammer on him afterwards. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Now, we talked about PvP, and this was actually our only PvP of the day up until we get...
Yeah.
It's our only PvP of the day. So that happened, surprisingly enough, in an ESL Masters. Somehow there's not a PvT, but we move on to what is perhaps the cheesiest game of the day. Haas and Silky, cheesy Zerg, cheesy Protoss player. Loco, we'll be back in 4 minutes for our penultimate. Okay. No, not penultimate. For our almost penultimate. Anyway, we're moving on. It's another map. PvZ. I'm going to stop talking. See y'all in 4 minutes.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
You know, Loco, one of the benefits of having a 4-minute break as we find ourselves back here to our 4th match here in Asia is that you can make really dumb statements. And even with the delay, Twitch chat can give you answers. So we talked about how it's not the penultimate match, but it's the penultimate match, something like that as we get back into game or getting back off a break. And that was enough time for Twitch chat to tell me that apparently the term is anti-penultimate. So, friends, welcome back here. We're back.
Well, Twitch chat never lies. We got that going for us. There's never any words that are made up, never any silly discussions being had in the chat. We've already determined this many times. Although we did have a bit of a paradox at the time because Kaelzar was in the chat when I said that Twitch chat never lies, and he said Twitch chat always lies. So I'm not exactly sure how that works out. I think we broke the matrix at that point, but we do have another series coming up. We don't even really get a whole lot of time to talk and intro this one, but I think it's going to be a really fun one because we get the two, at least in my mind, the two cheesiest players in this region going up against each other.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a fun time. We got Haas, we got Silky here. And by the way, you talk about just put a pin on Twitch chat never lying. Well, it makes me feel really not bad about the fact that I charged $100 for every use of nice because clearly, according to Twitch chat, you're a millionaire. Like, what's $1,000 to?
I thought I was supposed to be a billionaire now. What happened, chat? Twitch chat told me I was a billionaire.
Inflation.
Now inflation hit. It hit hard apparently. See how it is.
Okay, I'm fixing.
We find ourselves in our next best of 3. It's gonna be Site Delta, game number 1. Spotting right here, top left-hand corner. It's one of the world's greatest Protoss players. At least the fans find him one of the greatest Protoss players. We have none other than Hats.
And at the bottom right in the blue, putting the truth to the fact that a starving camel is still better than a horse, or whatever the idiom actually is. He's the Zerg player. It's Silky.
I have never heard that saying before.
So that's what SSLT, the team that Silky is playing for, is there's this Chinese idiom that says something to the fact that like a starving camel is still better than a horse. I guess because they can travel.
That's a very sad saying.
I don't know. I truly, Scarlett explained this to me once because she speaks some Chinese and is relatively tuned in the Chinese community. She explained this to me a couple years ago, and I didn't really understand it. And now I'm like 2 years removed from it being explained, so I really don't understand it. But there is something there.
I mean, I live in the beautiful country of Europe, right? And at least nobility over here historically have always had horses. You'd imagine that a horse is, even a starving horse is better than a camel. Am I crazy then? Or I don't know I have no idea what the saying means, but that seems pretty ridiculous.
I think it comes down to where you are, right? You're trying to travel the Gobi Desert. Camels are probably better than horses. If you are trying to gallop across the plains, horses probably be better. Although it's funny, you kind of look back and like we have these ideas of people riding horses for miles and miles and miles, and you actually realize that horses are not great as endurance animals. They're really fast in a sprint. So what you would do is you would ride the horse for a little bit, then you would get off and walk with the horse, and you would get on the horse again, walk and back and forth. And you would this whole cycling thing, or you jog next to your horse because it's useful in combat scenarios or carrying more weight than you can carry. But humans are much more of an endurance species than horses are.
Well, humans in general, maybe, but not this human right here. I'll be honest with you, I've heard that many times. Apparently, supposedly, humans are capable of running for many hours, but maybe a half hour. Maybe an hour if I'm really being chased, but any more than that seems a little crazy. We do have a couple Zerglings trying to get across the map. They're trying to get a scout of the Robo facility, and Silky does pick up on exactly what Haas is going for. Although this is a little bit funky, right? 9 times out of 10 in this matchup, we see a Stargate first. I would say the other 1 out of 10 times is a Twilight Council follow-up. Now it's a Robo facility into a Forge. What do you make of this?
+1 charge lot timing is my guess. I mean, +1's on the way. But for it to be a +1 charge lot timing, yes, charge is a faster upgrade, but you kind of need a Twilight. So he's getting a Warp Prism here. That's going to start the aggression. This is a +1 gateway timing. Look, Loco, don't ask me what's happening, okay? This is Haas. We're just gonna sit here. We're going to enjoy what's happening, and we're gonna discover along with the rest of the viewers.
This is certainly a little bit funky. Now, Silky can, okay, do a follow-up scout over here. That'll be useful. The question for Zerk at this point becomes, right, when do you stop making drones? So Silky apparently has decided it's 36. That feels a little early in my book, but he's obviously not entirely sure what he's playing against. I'm hoping, yeah, he does fire up some additional drones here, because you probably want to sit closer to maybe like 45 or so here, minimum. Anyways, he does see roughly what's going on, as we just have what looks like, this is the good old MC opener, right? Like, this is what we used to see back in the early days of StarCraft 2. Just, I guess, an Immortal Sentry 8-gate all-in? Is that what this is? Look, 7 gateways in total. Okay.
Look, Loco, I'm sorry. I wasn't streaming or watching StarCraft 30 years ago, so I'm not as familiar with the Loco.
Are you calling MC old? Is that what you're doing right now?
Well, I'm calling MC old, and I'm also calling the guy who's familiar with MC's openers also decrepit. This
just reminds me of it, though, because obviously, I mean, that used to be played off of Mass Sentry, and it is a little bit different here for sure. But this is a very old-school looking 2-base all in here from Haas. He does need to get a move on pretty soon, though, because currently there's 2 sentries and an Immortal at home. Second Immortal was just about to pop. This is him actually just faking the move out. But faking the move out, he's forcing out a lot of units. Silky really needs to stop making workers, by the way. Like, he is all the way up to 55. I think he could have stopped like 10 workers ago.
Yeah, I don't. This is one of those things where you have numbers in your head as a Zerg player, but so it's like Ladept timing. You're like, look, 41 drones, great. We're 3 gas, 2 minerals, 2 base mineral saturation. That's what we do. This build is weird enough that you're kind of thinking on the fly about what exactly you got to deal with. By the way, these zealots don't have charge. It's +1 slow zealots. There's a spine on the way. This, of course, build is not as good as it used to be because Ravagers exist, and that means force fields aren't going to make everything happen. And by the way, that's just a dead spot. It's not even going to go down. The force field's nice, but the Queen's on the front line here. They're tanking just enough. Now the Zealots are going to try to get on top of things. The Biles, well, the force field, Biles will knock some of them down. Ling's on the other side. They kill a gateway. This is working out pretty well for Haas right now. He's finding his way forward. Yes, the supply is pretty good for Silky, but a lot of that is A, in workers, and B, and units that are not here yet. That being said, Ling's on the backside trying to get on top of this, and the Immortals for the time being, they're going to get surrounded. And yes, Biles hit the warp prism. Unfortunately, it's still there. There's another Bile that's going to go down. It's still alive somehow. And, well, at this point, Silky, the supply is not looking nearly as good as it was, but it looks like it's going to be enough for now. Haas, back up to it again. You killed 20 workers. Is that enough to go for round 2?
This is truly one of the all-ins of all time. I feel like Silky was caught way off guard, and after the dust settles, he's still fine. It's a very strange push right there from Haas. He had 1 corrosive bile that connected with like 2 sentries and a zealot, and all of that went down. There's so many moving parts here for Haas that could have gone terribly wrong, right? If he would have lost that prism, for example, if there would have been 3 biles available when Silky biled, well, with 2 of his Ravagers, I think he only had 2 at the moment, actually, at that particular time. But if the Zerglings would have stuck around for a little bit longer, because they, like, killed most of the wall off, and then he decided, I think, to maybe all-army hotkey them way back home. A very messy engagement. I think as long as Silky just keeps making army, he should be okay. Keep in mind that when this build was being played more frequently, bases would last until, like, minute 25. At this point, Haas... We're 7 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. Haas he's got to get a move on because his expansion is going to start running low.
I mean, no, and also he lost the gateway. His production is not as strong as, I think, actually, yeah, he's rebuilding it right now. But anyways, his production is not as strong as it once was. But you know what? I think we figured it out here, Loco. Here's what's happening. The Sentry was buffed so much. The extra damage it does against shielded units is what's making this push viable because clearly, oh God, those Biles. Well, never.
He's eaten so many balls to the face, though. There's no blink micro going on here. Haas is losing way more troops than he really should be able to. He's still making this look like it's a game where he can potentially fight his way out of it, but he's being overwhelmed here by the Zerg. GG is cold. Ultimately, it's Silky who wins, but Silky did not necessarily play the cleanest game of his life. What a strange all-in. So a 2 Immortal, 7 Gateway all-in with a bunch of sentries, and then half the army got force-fielded out of their... What a weird game.
Yeah, I mean, look, Loco, you've been watching Haas play for about 35 years now, and...
Yes, give or take. In my 31-year-old life, it's been about that much.
And, like, we watching Haas for a while, you and I both know that you just sit there and you don't try to think about it. You don't try to analyze what's happening. You enjoy it. It's an experience. It's like going to a Michelin star restaurant. And you're like, I don't know what I'm eating. It's a little bit of foam that
the one you're gonna go to with cats.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna go experience bacon that tastes like broccoli and broccoli that tastes like bacon, and it's gonna be some crazy molecular gastronomy thing.
Yeah.
And Haas is the molecular gastronomist of the StarCraft scene.
So this kind of felt, so here's the problem that I have with this build. This kind of felt like the perfect setup for Haas. Because Haas went up with a 2-base Protoss all-in against a Zerg, who initially made army, then realized, oh wait, this is a delayed all-in, and he droned all the way up to 55. Now, usually against a 2-base Protoss all-in, if you're sitting at 55 workers, you're just going to get overwhelmed with the sheer amount of stuff, right? It doesn't even really matter what version of an all-in it's going to be. So this was a lot of unit production at 33 drones for the Zerg. Then he was like, wait a second, this push is going to be delayed. I'll drone up to about 50-something, and then I'll start making army again. And I think that's about the best-case scenario for Haas, and then the push still didn't really work.
Yeah.
Well, and he even got a little bit lucky as well with the Prism not getting boiled down because there weren't enough Ravagers in range at the time. Like, that was... this is one of those builds, right? If you do this exact build as Haas against Serral, now I know they had that famous finals back in 2018, but if you do that build right now against, current Serral, I think you're going to get absolutely demolished.
Yeah. I think that is just, we're just remaking for game number 2. You talk about the weird droning because it's kind of hard to figure out what's happening and all of that. On top of that, well, Silky was supply blocked at 90 for quite a bit. Yes. He had to build like 5 overlords. So everything going right for Haas. And, maybe if you eat less biles, it's maybe viable. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I choose to believe that is build that is clearly broken because I'm sure I would lose to it on ladder. But, Silky is... here's the thing, actually, Loco, as we take a look at this. The one downside of 2 cheesy players playing against each other means that we only get to see one cheesy player. Right? Because whoever decides to get aggressive earlier or do the weirder thing is the player that goes and we get to see the cheese. So Silky, with his 2-base lurkers tech that we've seen from him before and things like that, all those timings hit a little bit later, so we don't necessarily get to see his kind of madman brain into this series as much. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah.
A little sad. But we do get
definitely a little bit funky here, though, in the first game of the best of 3. Pretty normal game, all things considered, by the way, from Silky. Not really doing anything all too crazy, just playing good old Roach Ravager, which is obviously, well, the style that we've seen from Zerg for many, many years now. We'll see what ends up going down in the rest of this series. There's now a little bit of wiggle room for Silky to potentially get some work done. I was just looking, by the way, at the points prediction from Twitch chat. And even though I said Twitch chat is never wrong, only 5% of voters have apparently put their esports dollars on Silky. 95% in favor of Haas so far.
See, here's the thing. This is, why this is extra surprising? I mean, I know everyone loves Haas, but okay, so first of all, people have been complaining about how ZVP is Zerg favored for a while. I don't think that's true anymore. I think it's actually pretty even. Obviously, this is a matchup that balance doesn't matter. It's Haas and Silky doing weird stuff. But a lot of people have been talking about how, ZVP is Zerg favored, whatever it is. And in general, Haas has not been looking as impressive as he otherwise has in the past, because it's important to point out that our first couple series of the day, right, those were to move on to the playoffs. This is elimination, right? This is the 1 and 2 match. Player, whoever loses here, they don't move on tomorrow. They're gone. They don't have an opportunity. So, Haas hasn't had the best run pretty much since the China region became, or the Asia region became a thing, and it's no longer, you had Taiwan, Hong Kong, and you had everything else. So I think that's a little surprising, but you know what, Loco? You know what's not surprising? The fact that we are in game 2 and we're on the post-youth map, the map that gives you a free base with the gold for whomever it is. It makes me salty. But in the bottom left, in the blue, looking to make something happen here. Move up 2-0, move on to day 11. There we go. Move on to round 5. It's Silky.
That's a brave introduction to do. But you got the number there correct in the end, I think. I'm not going to even fact check you. His opponent, though, in the top right-hand corner of the map. we're looking at none other than Haas's main Nexus. By the way, there's a little bit of a dance going on over at the gold base. Even though there's a free base that you can take in the main base that has 3 golden mineral fields, apparently we have, okay, a hatch first. Haas had a probe out there. He was harassed by that drone for a little bit, but apparently he did not actually commit to the block all the way.
Yeah, okay, so it's always interesting watching these really greedy, especially this gold base, because I mean, Loco, do you want to talk about how exposed this gold base is?
Yes.
It is bad, right? There's a gap in the middle
It's
that you
down
can
on a
run
low
through.
ground. Yeah, this is so the one advantage, I guess, for Silky, other than the fact that his base is incredibly exposed, is that he's gonna be able to start his creep spread from that spot. So oftentimes we have that high ground looming over, right? The golden minerals here, and it can be quite tricky for players to defend that low ground area. So at least Silky is gonna be able to control that bit of space, assuming he spreads creep in that direction early on, but it is certainly a gamble. Like, even what we would normally consider to be the natural expansion, right? The one to the left of this screen right over here, it is very exposed. Like, this is far away. This feels like it's miles away from where your natural ramp usually is, and obviously that's because you have that free-to-take base inside of the main.
Yeah.
Not surprised to see, though, these two playing on this map, right? They like playing weird, and, well, this is a map where anything is possible. Where are we going?
I don't know. Oh, I know what's happening here. This is a link. This is actually so cool. We saw Future do this to Nina actually yesterday, obviously with mules instead. But you send enough drones that you mine out the auxiliary mineral wall and you flood something, Hellions, in this case Lings, through. Now here's the thing though, Haas is aware of this. Oh, has he mined? No, he hasn't mined through that. I think that's a full wall. But even still, like, you don't
No.
wall
He
this
did
off in
mine out
time.
one of the mineral fields.
Oh, is
I
that
think
actually
so, right? Is it?
No, I think
I'm
that's
not
full.
sure. It could be a full wall off, actually, yeah. So the drones are going to be used here eventually. Haas is re-rolling on top of the high ground.
You
I think
have
this
to
is funny
spend.
for Protoss, isn't it?
You have to spend so much money to wall off both sides.
Yeah. I don't think he really needs to wall off the left side anymore, though. He could just remake the wall off over here. That Stalker and an Adept, by the way, they're having a grand old time. He will deny warp gates at least, but that's a lot of dead Zerglings.
Yeah, I don't think you care. Silky is droning behind this, certainly, and it's the drones matter more because they're on a gold base, but even this is a 2-base Zerg. You know, this is a, yes, this is a gold base, but it's not, what was the map that we had last season that had a solid 8 mineral patches? So like a standard base setup of all gold. This is a 6 mineral patch, right? So if you do the math on it, when you have 6 mineral patches, but it's gold, it's like slightly more than a regular base, but not significant. It's just you saturate it a little bit faster because you need less workers for it. So Silky, his economy is not, even despite having this gold base fully saturated, it's not like his economy is really pulling that far ahead. I know Haas, he's kind of doing the same thing he did in game number 1, right? Tons of gateways, a warp prism, no Twilight, Immortals. And this time it feels like it should work a lot better. There's no Roach Warren, all right? Silky committed to the Link Flood and it didn't work.
Main problem I have with this all-in, though, is that there's still no warp gates, and he's not chronoing it either. That warp gate obviously got denied, right, with the Zergling push. So he's just gonna commit to just a full-on all-in once again. This time around without the +1 upgrade. There's no Twilight Council once again, so we're just gonna, I guess, ferry units out of the main. There we go, using that prism, and then we're gonna send it all across the map. Now he still does not have warp gate. Can we please see a chrono on that? Because are we actually just gonna delay the push? I think he's waiting for another Immortal. Yeah, he's gonna chrono that instead. So this push is gonna be pretty late.
It is, but remember, Silky, not only is he, you know, his third base is not just done. Not only did he flood Lings for this, he also pulled 5 drones off the gold line to try to mine through the wall and just didn't. So if you look at the income that Silky has had, his development in this game is also pretty dang late. So at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you know, the push is at 5:30. Ideally, maybe you're moving out a minute earlier. But has Silky delayed his position in this game by a minute?
So,
maybe.
There's no observer, right? So this fight is gonna have to take place on creep. Okay, now these warpins are huge, though. 8 additional zealots really makes his army from Haas 10 times better. He's mostly pulled out of gas, too. I think you evacuate the third. I think you have to get rid of the third. He decides to fight in this choke point. I was gonna say, fighting on top of those zealots when you can't even get the service area seems questionable, to say the least. Queen is gonna start setting up shop in that hole between the minerals. I don't know if I love it. The Immortals are having a grand old time. Here's an additional Zealot warp in. We do not have any Ravagers in the mix, so he keeps testing with the Zerglings. He's like, hey man, you should a tech move, right? With everything. But no, every time he commits, there's a bunch of links going down. I think Haas is indeed getting a lot more value here. Silky evacuating the low ground, though, seems like the right move.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because the choke is a little bit wider. Lings are now going to try to get on top. It's a bunch of Zealots. That's not going to work.
Oh.
You know, Loco, these queens are trying to be the little Dutch boy with their thumb in the wall, the thumb in the dike. Unfortunately, there were more cracks than he has thumbs. So, you know, you're trying really hard, but Haas is going to take game 2. What a weird game.
That was such a strange game, yeah. This is the type of stuff I think we both expected going into this series. Haas manages to even up the score here, so that does mean we're going to get a best of 3. That goes to game number 3 here as well, but that was a very funky match here for certain. It started with that push up towards the high ground, right? So he was very committed to that attack, but he didn't really have that many Zerglings there in the end either, because he did go for the hatchery with the golden minerals, but then he didn't really mind the golden minerals.
Yeah, I mean,
weird all across the board.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fun. It's funny. This is technically a best of 3, but this best of 3 is likely going to be faster than other. Well, sorry, they're all best of 3s, but this is a 3-game series, and this may go much faster than a bunch of 2-game series we get later on. I don't know. It's weird. It's wacky. It's Haas and Silky. We knew this was going to happen when we even just started talking about it. But Loco, I got a question for you now. Obviously, there were slight differences in game 1 and game 2 from Haas. He didn't build any sentries this time. He remembered that Zerg units don't have shields, so the benefit is not there. But we're moving on to Ocean Board for game 3. This is a map that it's a lot harder to go and probably get aggressive at, like 2-base aggressive on as a Protoss player. Do we see the same thing? Like, where does Haas go here? Is that even a fair question to ask you?
I feel like 2-base all-ins it's one of those strategies, right? That we all kind of assume after 14 years of competitive StarCraft that they're all figured out, right? Rarely do we see 2-base all-ins actually work well at the professional level. Yet when the game is really wild and crazy, like the games that we've seen here so far, they are still surprisingly powerful. I don't think Haas is just going to go straight up 2-base all-in, although it's technically a possibility for him, I guess. I think we'll probably see more of a macro-ish sort of opener, but here we go. Game number 3 in this best of 3 series. In the top left-hand corner, we have the man who went for a link flood in game number 2. It is Silky.
Bottom right, in the red. He's teamless at the moment, looking to, again, twist the important thing or figure something out. I don't know what he's going to do. No one knows what he's going to do. It's hot.
Pile on the low ground into a gas. And then eventually a gateway too, I would imagine. There it goes.
No. Here, look. Haas is going to do the next level thing. He's going to win a game of StarCraft as a Protoss player without building a gateway.
He could have gone gas into Nexus. I don't really know exactly how that would work out, but for a second I thought that's what he would go for. That would be absolutely ridiculous. He's going to pull one additional probe into the gas too. Okay. Yeah, making sense of Haas's builds can feel really strange. He is just going to be able to go for a pretty normal looking build here in the end.
You know, here's the thing I've learned, Loco, and I know we talk about this. As casters, we're supposed to talk about that. We understand the game. We study builds and field orders, and we can talk about what players are going to do. You know, you look at an opening, you're like, this is probably how this game is going to go. I think the greatest skill that I've learned over, the couple years that I've been casting StarCraft is there are a couple players that you just don't talk about that because you have no idea what's going to happen. It's like, it's Haas. Your understanding of how the game goes, out the window. Don't even worry about it. Instead, talk about how Silky Tofu is better tofu than firm tofu, and because then you tie in the other player and you talk about the team logo because that's a hungry camel, and you go free association and you get yourself totally lost in the sauce, and you rely on your co-caster named Loco to drag you out of just insanity.
Well, to be fair, it is also a Zerg versus Protoss, and usually we consider this matchup to be well figured out until at least like minute 4, right? So we're all assuming, there we go, it's once again a Robo facility, that it's going to be a Stargate into an Oracle opener. And the question is, how much damage will those Oracles and Adepts be able to get done? Usually the first 4 minutes of the game are well figured out, but again, Haas throwing a bit of a curveball. Silky, though, not going for a link flood or anything along those lines. It is, by the way, kind of strange for Protoss to go Stalker first. So Stalker first is incredibly dangerous, especially against a Link Flood. Now, what is the build that Silky went for in game number 2? A Link Flood. And then Haas is like, yeah, you know what I'm going to do in the next game that we play? I'm going to do a build that's pretty terrible against an early game Zerg all-in. He's going to be able to get away with it this time around. But what has this Stalker achieved that an Adept wouldn't have, right? We don't get any scouting out of this. I mean, maybe the Adept can now go across the map since there was a Stalker into an Adept, but there's just like a bunch of interesting decisions being made here that really feel incredibly risky to me, especially when you take into account the rest of the series that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think it doesn't surprise me actually to see Haas open up a Stalker because, well, first of all, Oceanborn doesn't really feel like a good map to open up any sort of Link Flood. You know, it's a longer map. You got to go up ramps, and so maybe there part of that is true. But also, as Haas, you really don't want to get scouted. You don't want your opponent to see what's happening, so you open up Stalker to try to shoo the Overlord away. But unfortunately, Haas's wall wasn't done, so Link's getting the main base anyways.
Yeah.
And I love, by the way, and I know this is not with the opener, but I love that I look at the wall and I feel transported back about 5 years, right? This looks like a Forge Fast Expand opener.
Yeah, it does. No, it's not 5 years ago, man. It is about 10 years ago. I think at this point, it's been a while. It is a crazy wall for sure, though, in modern day StarCraft. So this looks a lot like the build that we saw in game number 1. This time around, though, Silky has droned up quite a bit greedier before ultimately making army, which I would imagine is going to work out really nicely for him. We do have these Adepts now also getting caught by the Lynx. They do snatch one drone, I guess, but I don't think that's quite enough. As long as Silky starts making army at a reasonable time, I think 3 more drones is okay. I think if he starts making army right now, he should be able to crush if it's a similar attack, at least, as we saw in game number 1. And so far, all the signs are pointing to Haas basically just doing another strange 2-base all-in off of like 6-7 gateways.
Well, for now, Silky is channeling his hero Darker Laser Summon. That is 7 Overlords on the way. And yes, one of them is because you send an Overlord in and you run into issues because it gets sniped down. But the rest of them, I mean, Silky was pretty heavily supply blocked even without that. So obviously you want to build room, you want to build Roaches and Ravagers and things like that. But remember, Loco, the build in game 1 almost worked. If the vials hadn't hit everything...
He's got so much chrono boost saved up at this point that I'm starting to be a little bit concerned right here for Haas. He goes for a photon cannon now too to try and I guess deal with the potential Zergling run by, and that will be attempted once again. But Silky has been making army from what I would imagine the perfect number of workers, basically the same amount of workers that Haas can have on 2 bases at most. He's gonna start flooding the map with units, and Haas really needs to get a move on here soon, because otherwise he's just gonna get overwhelmed by the swarm. But I'm wondering if that is already not the case. Like, this is Silky learning from the build that he saw in game number 1, adjusting here in the 3rd game of the series when he scouted the same thing. I would imagine that this is much better. Haas throws down the Dark Shrine.
It's funny, you're talking about this, I'm like, yeah, but maybe Haas is only faking here because he got a Twilight on the way, like there are transitions that we didn't have in game number 1. No, it's just a Dark Shrine, Win in a game of StarCraft if you're Haas. But okay, here's the thing, right? Go Shadow Stride.
He needs to go lair at some point, right? Like, he needs to go lair, and he needs to go lair pretty soon. If he doesn't go lair, he can just actually lose against whatever this is.
Actually, I think that's pretty smart. Like, this looks for all intents and purposes like this is a Twilight list of Robo All-In that we saw from Haas in game number 1. You see the +1, you see everything. So your mental math says, look, I just need to build units. I don't need to build spores. I just need to build units. And if Haas, he's about 30 seconds away from this Dark Shrine being completed, we're starting to hit the point where these DTs are going to warp in, and Silky, even if he responsibly goes and builds spores out of that, he's not going to be ready for this. He may be able to keep like 2 bases alive.
He has no idea.
But he's got no idea.
It's such a weird transition to make right now. Silky is not on lair attack. He does not have any Spore Crawler set up at all. I think right now alarm bells should start going off, though, because why are we dancing on the perimeter of the creep? Silky is feeling like he has got this one in the bag as long as the game just goes on. Now he will see that the Invisible Men have indeed arrived. He is going to commit in the fight. Interestingly enough, though, the DTs are just over here in the front of the army. That may just be the best place for them to be, as he is force-fielding to the best of his abilities. Spores are now coming up, as Silky realizes that a lot of the army units are falling much quicker than they should have. But I wonder if we should have split off a couple of those Dark Templar. One in the main, one in the natural.
I mean, I'm looking at this as like there are 4 DTs fighting for a solid 20 seconds uncountered. And we're just sitting here.
Prism is in the Spore Crawler range. Oh no, it goes down. That is the worst case scenario, but he does manage to snipe that Spore in the end. Newell is gonna come up. Lair also does fire. Does start up here at this point. There's a Spore Crawler coming down the ramp. They can't burrow on the ramp, but it looks like he does start a refresh. What are we looking at, Bio?
I'm just sitting, like, my mental math says 4DTs fighting against the Zerg army for like a solid minute uncountered is something as the third base. This is still not horrible for Haas because the third base is dead, where spores are going down, but there's still a spore down the ramp. So it's really only going to be the dead third base. But my math says like 4DTs fighting this army for a minute uncountered should be good for the Protoss player.
I wonder if Haas should have gone into charge as well, because he lost 25 zealots here. Now he goes charge. Yeah, he's thinking the same thing. He could have afforded charge for a long while there, because obviously if he's going to commit to making the Dark Templar before he wants to fight, he could have also gotten charge during that time. It's not that expensive of an upgrade these days. Not quite like it used to be, well, you know, all those years ago. Ultimately, though, this was the best case scenario again here for Haas. Other than, I guess, losing the Prism, he managed to successfully catch his opponent off guard. But do we really call this an advantage? Like, despite the fact that he shot down that army, I really feel like he should have sent at least one DT into the natural, one into the main base, because despite the best case scenario, I still favor Silky.
Oh, 100%. It's funny, I say it's not bad for, okay, I think I said it's not bad for us. That's not what I meant to say. I'm like, Haas is still in this game somehow. If not for the DTs killing the third base, if not for those DTs coming in, he would be dead. And now the game is kind of playable, but still, there are a lot of roaches, a lot of ravagers, this army from Silky is massive, and the economy is somewhat okay. Haas has his third base on the way. It's at, 2/3 of the way done. It's actually a little bit advanced. Well, it's gonna be done right around the same time that Silky's third base is. So Silky, by committing to this, is kind of, I'm not gonna say he's all in, but he is committed pretty significantly. Plus, charge is now done, +1. Certainly that's an advantage Haas has. He's gonna have +2 fairly quickly as we take a look. Is he chronoing? He's not chronoing +2. He might have been doing that a little bit earlier. But Silky's just got to back up. He doesn't want to run up the ramp there. That is a very scary thing. So Haas, we're going to get to see Haas play a macro game.
Imagine if Haas did not lose that Prism. Like, imagine, I know it's a while ago at this point, but imagine if he did not siege up the Prism on top of a Spore Crawler. I think this game may have just been over. Now we're forced to play a macro game. Not necessarily what Haas loves to do, I would imagine, but this is... Oh, okay. We're really hoping for a lucky set of biles here this time around. Silky is just making non-stop army. I don't think this is a bad call, because now Haas is coming across the map. After 25 zealots have died, we are going to have charge here done eventually. +2 is also finished, by the way, which is not to be underestimated. Those units are going to hit very hard. Silky is going to go Baneling speed. I don't think I like that transition very much, but I guess it is Mass Zealot, so you may as well go ahead and give it a try.
Yeah, the problem is, Baneling speed is fast. You do get it faster after the recent Baneling nerfs. So they did give them back that. So this is not the slowest upgrade to get. Zealots are going to try to get on top, and this is a kind of an ugly fight from Haas. The Zealots engage, yes, but the units that kill the roaches are not engaging. So the third base is dead. That's actually a massive deal. Force fields don't do a ton because Biles knock it down. And Haas, at this point, you kill the third base. Is there some way you can get out of here? I feel like a recall's the answer, but the army just jumps on top. And Haas cannot afford to lose these Immortals. He has so much tech in this army that, maybe he can take a fight, but running away like this is almost all the tech of this army is going to go down. And if that is true, that's a problem. Man, this Archon has no shields remaining. That's a ballsy move from Haas there.
Yeah, but he did get that entire Zerg army off his back. I would have liked to see that Prism go in just a bit earlier, because I think he could have saved a few Immortals there in the end. Ultimately, though, this is a playable spot for both players, but I feel like this is one of those games where, like, both players feel that they're losing, Like, this is one of those games where everybody feels like they're in a bad spot, and I have to make decisions based off of that feeling alone. Ultimately, if Silky can stabilize here, and I don't think he needs to feel too rushed, if he can stabilize here, he should be able to have a significantly bigger army here. The longer the game goes on, Miss Rally Disruptor. Okay, he should be able to save it.
And I do like the transition into Disruptors here is fantastic for Haas. Yeah, he's down double the army supply, but the tech here in this army is so good. And Disruptors against the Roach Ravager, talk to MCAN. He's going to tell you that they are incredible. The Roaches get knocked down there as well. This +2 advantage is pretty solid. Now, when Silky lost that third base, I'm like, oh man, Silky, he's a 2-base Zerg. This is actually pretty good for Haas. I didn't really see it a 4th base done. So
Yeah.
He's actually, the economy's solid. He'd like to have a couple more workers, but realistically, his main base is almost mined out. We're 13 minutes into this game. 46 workers is pretty close to full saturation for the number of mineral patches that Silky actually has access to.
Oh, Disruptor drop. That is the one thing that we didn't see yet in this game. There's one Disruptor, by the way, that hasn't fired. Silky knows this, so he decides to run the units. He's got Baneling speed done at this point in time. I saw quite a few Banelings on the production tab too. If somehow those 12 Banes can connect with the Zealots, we do have a really wonderful set of force fields. Okay, Haas shuts it down. Nexus is not going to happen for the time being, but we're getting to a point where Haas's tech is just so much better than Silky that he's actually winning the macro game in a very what a weird game.
Dude, this is just classic ass. I love this. Now, I did think Haas was making a bit of a mistake on going. Oh God, these are.
Oh my God, that's so good for Protoss. That's so much splash damage. Look at that one Zealot dude pretending he's Gandalf, trying to stop the entire Zerg army, and that allowed so much damage from those Archons.
Imagine there's a force field on the ramp there as well. It didn't happen, man. All of a sudden,
I think you go right now as Haas. Does he have a prison? Yeah, he
This
does
is-
have a prison with his unit composition too.
This is 23 dead roaches, 3 dead ravagers for 3 dead zealots. This is the most cost-effective Archons I've ever seen. And all of a sudden, Haas was down pretty significantly in supply. He's up 30 supply right now. He's got disruptors in this army. He has this +2 with these Archons and these Immortals. His army hard counters everything that Silky's trying to make happen here. I don't know how you. The Banelings are. Who cares? It's Archon.
Yeah, you're not gonna win against Archons with Ling Bane, that's for certain, as we had some massive Disruptor hits there as well. And in classic Haas fashion, I think he is once more getting it done. One of the strangest games of high-level StarCraft that I've seen lately. This started off with a strange 2-base all-in. GG is called. Haas somehow, some way pulls a rabbit out of a hat and actually gets it done. It's one of those games where I feel like if you run this 100 times, right, and you do this against high-ranking players, you probably only win maybe 10 out of 100 games. But Haas always seems to wiggle these games into such a strange direction. He gets the game to a spot that the opponent has never seen before, and he's comfortable playing in that chaos, right? Like they're wrestling in the mud, and somehow Haas, he likes being there. He doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. He gets it done, but there are so many moments where this game could have gone horribly wrong for him, but he's more than happy to just take those coin flips, and apparently if enough of them land in his favor, he obtains the victory. But what a series, man. That is ridiculous.
You know, Loco, there's a quote. This is, never argue with an engineer, right? Because arguing with an engineer is like wrestling with a pig in the mud. Like, and after a certain point, you start to realize that the pig likes it. And never play a weird game versus us. It's like, at a certain point, you start to realize that he just likes it.
I can't believe we had that one Zealot on the high ground, slowing down what must have been 20, 30 Roach Ravager, just standing there, forcing them. Like, he's like the skinniest Protoss unit, and somehow he managed to body block an entire Zerg army. What a ridiculous fight.
I don't think I've ever seen Archons be that. Archons are good. There's a reason you get them against Zerg, and Banelings don't do a lot of damage. But I don't think I've ever seen Archons be that cost effective. I mean, again, it was 22 dead Roaches and 3 Ravagers dead, and like 8 Banelings dying for like 2 Zealots. It was.
I think if I'm being critical, the decision there to go into Banelings off of like 40-something drones when you're already running Roach Ravager is not ideal. Like, we see Banelings work really well against Protoss when Zerg has like 80+ workers, But you kind of need that army because they rarely are cost efficient. And I think as soon as Haas saw, I'm going up against Banelings, I'm going to make 1 million Archons. As many Archons as I can produce, that's all I'm going to make. And, well, some Disruptors and Zealots, I guess, to round out the rest of my composition. But it worked out for him right there. What a crazy set of games.
Yeah,
It was the weirdest series.
Final thought before we got to go to a break, so we can get an XY and SCV. Some more TVP action coming up after this. But how has Haas not been signed by Twisted Minds yet? Like, he is emblematic of the team.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He definitely has some weird strats that he likes to go for. Wow.
Yeah. But anyways, we do have to go to a break because when we're back, we got more StarCraft. It's probably not going to be quite as crazy, but it's going to be XY. I don't know that it can. XY and SCV TVP after the break.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
You know, the best part about coming back from break and as we sit here in the regionals, every single time as we get into a new lobby, I get to see Loco's new profile picture. Now, last series, it was Alex 007. Now it's Cyril.
I had Kaczynski too at the beginning of the day, the default portrait. Now I've got Cyril from the BlizzCon Championships in 2018. One of the coolest. He kind of looks like a Roman emperor.
Oh, yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting. He's got this like, well, I guess it's actually just his hair, but it kind of looks like, what do you call it? Like a laurel around his head. Anyways, yeah. New profile picture every game.
You know, Loco, I do have a really important question for you as we talk about how Cyril is the Roman emperor of StarCraft. I asked Katz this the other day when I was casting with him, but you know, there was that meme about, you know, men are always thinking about the Roman Empire. Loco, what is your Roman Empire?
When it comes to thinking about stuff, I don't think about the Roman Empire that much. I am a ancient Egypt nerd, though. I do think about ancient Egypt a lot more than I do think about the Roman Empire. Yeah.
So, well, I guess
I don't know if that's better or worse, but you can make of that whatever you like.
I don't know. I have no opinions there. Although, you know, did you have the? I was definitely one of those Egyptology kids, like ancient Egyptian myth kids. So. Unfortunately, while we have no Horus, we have no Ra, nothing like that getting into game. One of our players does have the Eye of Horus as part of their team logo. So Loco is going to be very happy. We're going to be happy because we're getting into game 1 SCV XY. At the bottom right here for Invictus Gaming, that old school esports team, you know, right around the same time when Loco started streaming to show how old it is. In the red, it's XY.
Give or take, you know.
Back
in the early 80s. Those were the days. His opponent in the top left, a very confusing username, but he's playing with the blue Protoss pieces. It's SCV. You know, BO, I was casting a game in this same tournament on this exact same map featuring XY. I think about maybe a week and a half or so ago. And in that particular game, I have dreamed of that game. I don't know if they're nightmares or dreams. It's honestly hard to say. But in that particular game, XY was going up against a Zerg player. He refused to make Liberators, but he did fill literally his entire side of the map up with command centers. I don't think I've ever seen a Terran player make over 30 command centers in a game of StarCraft 2 before that particular match. Like, XY just kept adding on. And I think he would have made more CCs if he had the space for them. But he just ran out of just surface area, you know, like there was no area for him to put down a 5x5 structure anymore. So I'm getting flashbacks here, seeing XY play on Oceanborn once again, but I'd be very surprised if he makes even remotely as many here against Protoss.
Well, you know, Loco, it does make a lot of sense because what do you need to build command centers?
SCVs?
Exactly. So XY was just mentally getting you prepped for this series. That's what it is.
You know, it took me like a decade of playing StarCraft 2 to realize that SCV is an abbreviation for Space Construction Vehicle. That absolutely blew my mind. I had no idea.
So here's my complaint. You talk about SCVs. So clearly the Terran Dominion, or whatever, yeah, the Terrans, right? Clearly they have the tech.
The humans.
The humies. Clearly they have the tech to build robotic mining things, right? Great.
Yes.
Like mules, they're more efficient, they do better. And somehow, despite that, we're putting people in suits to go die. Because, like, I would argue that, you know, more SCVs die in a game of StarCraft than most other units in a lot of games. And we're saying, like, we're going to sacrifice people when robots can be made cheaper, better, more efficiently, called down from space. You know, it's all these beautiful things. But no, because we want people to die in their little robot suits instead. That has never made sense to me, Loco.
They do shout, woohoo, overtime, all right? Like, maybe they're just very excited to be working. I've always thought that voice line was ironic, and they're like, oh no, overtime, right? Woohoo, I guess I'm so excited about it. But maybe, this is an argument to be made, I guess. Maybe they are actually genuinely excited about overtime, and they just want to work. They just want to harvest the minerals.
You know, Loco, they got like 15 kids back at home, and they're supporting their grandparents and their great-grandparents on both sides. And it's not woohoo, overtime, because they're excited about working 20 hours a day.
Could be.
But it's woohoo, overtime, I can like afford my family.
Maybe. It's a tough life though, being an SCV. That is for certain. Going up against Protoss, there's A load of ways in which you can accidentally die here.
Yeah.
We'll see what SCV decides to go for. It's going to be a robo facility to get things started here, together with a Twilight Council as well. So the good old Blink opener once more. How many gateways are we going to build? It looks like we have 3 for now.
Yeah, it's not committal. It's one of those, you can get aggressive if you want, you can get defensive if you want. We're really going to have a good idea about what's happening when the robo's done. Is there a warp prism going to get made? Is it just going to be for, obviously, you want observers? They have been buffed a little bit, so that does, we build them a little bit faster. That does help out, but for now, this drop coming from XY is pretty cool. It's a Cyclone, it's 4 Marines, it's hitting at a time when Blink is going to be done, so the Stalkers are going to be on the other side of the map, and at the start here, we talk about many ways that Protoss can kill Terrans. This is one of the ways that Terran can kill a Protoss. You sneak a drop in, you get some damage done. For them, XY is moving across the map with Marines and tanks as well into this. This is wild here.
Blink at this point is done, though, and he needs to be very cautious, because so frequently do we see these Terran armies get cleaned up whilst they're marching towards the other side of the map. If you can get the Prism, that'd be huge. We'll be able to stay alive for the time being. There is an Immortal out, though, and Immortals are really good against siege tanks. Honestly, these tanks are barely supported. I wonder if XY should be driving home rather than sieging up.
This is a 2 base all in. This is kind of, or 1.5 base timing. This is something that we see Hero Marine do quite a bit, right? With tanks and Liberators. And I said that, but he's building a 3rd base, so never mind. I don't know, Loco.
After that previous series, we gotta throw everything we know about StarCraft out of the window. That has a Silky match, not quite your conventional game of StarCraft, and this also is certainly off to a bit of a wild start. So we do have that, Medivac staying alive for the time being. XY still trying to slow push with the siege tanks, but especially if you're gonna make a 3rd CC, should you not try to save these units? He really feels like he can get something done here.
He's got a 3rd tank, right? So
yeah.
A lot of damage. Everything gets annihilated. The Colossus aren't out yet, obviously, but even still, Liberator got some damage done. Force the Stalkers over. If you can get the pylon, that means the shield battery, any sort of overcharge is gonna not be on the table. But at this point, even with 3 tanks, this is Immortals, Stalkers. Yes, they take damage, but they also annihilate tanks on the burst. And now all of a sudden, XY, he's not gonna lose the Medivac somehow, which on 5 HP is really impressive. But he just lost the push, and what are you gonna do here? Stim is not even started. It's certainly not done. Tanks are being made. Finally, we're getting double eBay. This is certainly not meta. I think that's the way to talk about it. This is not how Terrans play.
No, this is not usually the way that Terrans like to approach this matchup. But of course, if he can get his stimp back going and he's gonna finish up his combat shields eventually, we'll probably see 1-1 fire up here in just a moment with his engineering base. He should be able to transition towards at least something that looks relatively normal. Main issue right here for XY is going to be securing the 3rd base. So yeah, that's what he's going to attempt right now. But I think he's got enough moving parts here in his army, to get that 3rd base started pretty easily. In the meantime, on the other side of the map, we've got ourselves a Robo Bay, and we have just a whole lot of infrastructure and tech production here for SCV. Not really worried about a Terran moving out, because he very well knows that those upgrades that you're currently looking at on the right side of the production tab, those are still a while away. And, well, until those upgrades are finished, he's got free control of the map. He's going to go for a 4th Nexus 2. Main question is, right, when do you go back to that unit production? Because if you just keep making economy and keep making tech, at some point you're going to get overwhelmed by a Terran.
I think the answer is you don't. You just build as many Nexi in this game as XY built command centers against me and Mike. I think that is...
Yeah.
That is how you play. Although in general, actually, we talked about this in the first series that we had with NaNaMi. Chinese Protoss players are really good at being greedy in terms of how many Nexi they get. For whatever reason, it seems to be a hallmark of how a lot of Chinese Protoss players play. They just expand super aggressively as that happens. And buckle up here, Loco, because look at this wall that's getting set up. XY is signaling that he has no desire to play an aggressive game of StarCraft, right? This feels like a game where we're going to see a lot of command centers.
This does feel like a game where we're going to see a lot of command centers. I don't think it's going to be quite as many as last time around on Oceanborn, but I guess only time will tell here, as we do have a couple of Zealots unloaded. Now this is, of course, to try and create a bit of a distraction to maybe allow the main bit of the Protoss army to move forward as well, but there's already a completed wall at the 3rd base. I always like those wall-offs. I think they're pretty clever, because there's really not a whole lot that SCV can do. The problem is, right, you know as SCV here that you're not in the best of positions. You know that Terran is likely going to be attacking you at some point in the future, so he's just trying to slow down his army at whatever point he can, but ultimately, yeah, Terran is going to be starting up some sort of move out, although I say that, he fires up 2-2 immediately.
Do you remember there was a game, it was on, I want to say Death Aura was the map, TY versus Parting back in GSL a couple of years ago. And it was one of those things where TY got a little bit behind early, so he never moved out, got like 20 tanks and just built this Sim City. And it was like the first game that we started to see Blink DT Chargelot as a composition. But Parting hadn't been figured out yet, so Parting just eventually threw away too many units and lost. This is kind of what that feels like in terms of XY just turtling hard. Yeah, he's got an army on the north side, but we got this tank line, we have all these walls, more command centers, more production on the way. And it really becomes the question, because I don't think a lot of people would argue that, yeah, you know, late game Terran's been nerfed a little bit with the Liberator losing a range on extended range Liberators. But in general, I think a lot of people would say, you know, yeah, all things considered, if both players get maxed out, the late game Terran army is a little bit better. So now that XY or SCV, he's sitting here, he's got 5 Nexus, 5th Nexus just about done, doing a nice job of macroing up. How do you break the Terran? Because, you know, I don't think you want to fight 3-3 versus 3-3 with Ghosts and Vikings and a ton of tanks and everything else. Certainly not without, say, maybe getting into Sky Toss or something.
Yeah, there's a couple of different approaches, right, that we see Protoss players experiment with. A lot of players are a big fan of just going this mass gateway-based army and mass economy and loads of upgrades and all the rest of it. That is something that MaxSpecs, for example, has gotten quite a bit of success with, and that seems to be at least somewhat of a style that SCV here is mimicking a little. He's got some disruptors in the mix too, and that obviously are really good at creating a focus point for the Terran to micro with, right? And then suddenly those Zealot run-bys can be very dangerous. Alternatively, I guess he could go into Skytles here. Although XY may have just cornered on accident, like I was going to say, about a dozen Zealots, but they are going to get recalled out.
And it's interesting as we look at this as well, the Zealots are being rewarped in, so it's not one of those scenarios where it does feel like, as we take, I mean, this is 21 Zealots in this army. It does feel like that might be a little bit much, especially now as well, the upgrades. I mean, this is actually
XY, hello?
This is great for SCV. Okay, no, we're gonna be fine. That's a lot of Marines just eating Colossus shots, and all of a sudden XY is gonna have to back up. Now, luckily, Loco, he's got a ton of production, so the supply drops a little bit. It's not really something that SCV can really take advantage of, at least moving forward on the map. But what he can do, take a 6th Nexus. That he can do.
Yeah. He is trying to Zerg the Terran, right? It's been a style that Zerg players have been playing for many years. Just send in loads of units and try to overwhelm them. It can certainly work. The main goal then at this point becomes for SCV to try and prevent the Terran from taking any additional expansions from here. So he's got vision all over the map. He's going to take another base as well. Ultimately, though, there's going to have to be a way for the Protoss to deal with this massive army from the Terran player. But so far, he's doing a great job controlling all the bits of space.
Yeah, this is actually, again, we talked about how these Zealots, the Disruptor doesn't hit incredibly well, but gets a bunch of Marines. We were talking about how the Zealots at a certain point are not incredible. This is a great concave coming out of our Terran player. All the Colossus dead immediately. Vikings are going to try to land as well, but I mean, Shield Battery Overcharge is doing a ton here. Yeah, sure, the Colossus are dead, but this army is not going to be able to wedge through. And what I wanted to say was that, well, Zealots in the main army at this point are maybe not incredible. What they are really good at doing is shutting down reinforcements, and SCV is doing such a fantastic job of that. He's killed a bunch of Marines, Marauders there on the reinforcing lines, Disruptors getting Ghosts, getting Marauders. And remember, while this fight actually relatively cost equal on the trades, SCV has so much more money that he has access to with more bases.
Yeah.
And more bases and more bases here.
So he's actually relatively low on the work account for a long while in this game, though. Right now he's sitting at 86, which I like a whole lot better, but I think you are aiming for like 90 probes or so with this style. He was sitting closer to like the 70s here for quite a while, so he doesn't actually have that much money at this point in the game. Still, though, as time goes on, he should be able to outmine his opponent quite a bit, because it's difficult for Terran to expand from here. Looks like, yeah, SCV has also found a bit of an angle here, potentially to cut the Terran off from their natural high ground. I'm assuming we're gonna, yeah, bowl a couple of disruptors just like that in that direction as well. SCV does bowl a strike, but he may have to back off here against that concave.
Yeah, well, you know, SCV's hungry. He wants to knock bases down, and I know Turkey is a term in bowling, but I don't remember what it is. So we're going to get ourselves into trouble making references we don't understand. That being said, the planetary was not a position that SCV wanted to fight into, so he did a really nice job of forcing his opponent down into it and then backing up a little bit. Now he's fighting under the aegis of the planetary, and that is damage. That's a lot of splash damage you got to be careful about. So he still does have to back up. But again, look at this. SCV.
He decides to go for that expansion of all expansions, huh? So XY is going to have a hard time securing a 5th base, and that's exactly what SCV is trying to do, right? He's trying to contain this Terran player on just the eco that they have. When you have a much better economy yourself, you can trade against these Terran armies, even if it's slightly cost inefficient, it should be fine. XY wants to go into that Mass Liberator style, but he can't really get it going. Another Nexus starts up for SCV. I mean, he needs to be careful. He doesn't pull an XY here and get a little crazy with the amount of bases that he makes, but I think ultimately his army is just massive.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to be careful when you go up to, I know you mentioned 90 probes, 88 probes, or whatever it is. If you let the Terran max out, theoretically, their army is going to be much bigger than yours. But at this point, I mean, wait, why is that? How is that Nexus? Where's that? Yeah, okay, no, that was the move topside. We have so many Nexus that we're looking at that as Niall goes and takes a look at things, like, oh, what Nexus were we looking at? I don't know.
Those disruptors almost killed everything, but luckily for XY, he does shut it down there in the end. I think ultimately, though, his economy is just fizzling out, right? He needs to get something done, and he needs to get it done quickly, but SCV is overwhelming all of this economy. He still has a lot of money in the bank, too. XY has got a ton of gas saved up, but no easy way for Terrans to drop that gas income. Okay, he snuck out an expansion at the 6 o'clock position. We do have Dark Templar, by the way, on the horizon, too. I mean, at this point, SCV can do whatever he likes, right? He doesn't have a ton of money because he's been trading so much, but the main and the natural here for XY are, well, pretty much empty. So that means that he needs another base.
He is mining. SCV is mining 4,000 minerals a minute. And by the way, that's not mule income. That is just workers here. His medevacs are going to fall down. And you talk about trading as much as you want. SCV and XY have been trading even, right? It's within 1,000 minerals of each other at this point. So SCV at this point is just, he's got the wallet, right? It's big, it's beefy, and he's just slapping XY upside the head with it. XY, when your opponent has 10 bases and you have 4, it's not an easy game to win.
No, that is the expert analysis that we needed after that very complex game for sure. Yeah, the economy there for SCV was just off the charts, right? His worker count was not quite as high as it probably could have been a little earlier on in the game, but he knew that the Terran army was absolutely massive. But ultimately, he played that game out really well in a style that we see very commonly on the Asian server in particular. This isn't really a style we see so much on in the European region. We don't really see this style very frequently against Terran either in the Americas, but it seems to be very popular in the Asian regionals. And yeah, just it's a very Zergy approach. That's the best way I can describe it, right? Try and take as many bases as you can, build up a massive economy, and then like soft contain the Terran player on, say, 4 bases, right? Sometimes it's 3 bases, sometimes it's 4, maybe a 5th base too. But basically, let them sit on their expansions for about 10 minutes. At some point, their resources will run out. And yeah, mission accomplished right there for SCV. He played that out really well. The trades like you brought up were incredibly efficient, despite the fact that he never really had much of a bank. Ultimately, you know, he just kept mining more than his opponent, and he ended up with a massive army.
Yeah, you know, you trade evenly, you mine 4,000 minerals a minute, and it's a pretty good way to win a game. You say it's something we don't see everywhere elsewhere. I do think back, Straya got to like, I think 120 probes against Koss back in an EPT Cup.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while. Like everybody experiments with it, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like it's one of those builds that's sort of born here on the Asian server where it's just, yeah, commonly played. Haas used to play this as well back in the day quite a bit, if you recall. I know that Nice mixed it in. Like basically all the Protoss players here like to show it off here from time to time.
Yeah, it's kind of, and you know, thank you, Rainer, for probably reintroducing it into the meta a little bit more recently. So hey, just play Protoss like Zerg and you're gonna win a lot of games. But you know, Loco, one way to win a lot of games is to get into games, as I realized that I don't have Niall. So there we go. One way to win a lot of games is to get into a lot of games. And Alcyone is another game. In the bottom left, as I continue to come up with worse and worse intros to get ourselves into games of StarCraft. Up 1, SCV.
And his opponent in the top right-hand corner of Cyan, it's XY. XY.
You know, Loco, as a StarCraft fan, I gotta say I'm very happy that even though these games are, even though XY is playing these games, they're not sleepers. You know, we're not forcing the XYZ. Okay, that was horrible.
We don't have the third axis. That's what we need.
Oh yeah.
We need a third dimension.
Makes sense. StarCraft's isometric. It's primarily, 2D game for the most part. I mean, I guess you have flyers, but those are like two stacked planes on it. There's no.
We need naval units. That's what we need.
I think I need to be able to, a battle cruiser. I think we need battleships.
That is a great idea. Yeah, we need water going around the maps and boats to be introduced as well.
So here's the question then: on a map like Oceanborn, do the ships sit like on top of the map so you can't really see them and they just drop depth charges?
Could be, man. I remember there was an RTS game way back in the day that had like dolphins. You could literally have dolphins as one of your units. Like this was like a human faction. I don't remember the name of it.
They're like laser dolphins or something. Like they're cyber. Like,
yeah, they were amazing. Somebody in the
Command
chat will probably remind us in about 2 minutes.
Was it a Command and Conquer game?
I think it may have been. Yeah, I don't remember exactly which one. This was back in the 90s, though, a long time ago.
Before my time, we've established that the Loco started streaming StarCraft about 40 years ago at this point. So
that's true. Yes.
Yeah, I'm only 27, Loco. So you're reaching back here.
Yeah. No, I remember back in the 70s.
There we go.
Trying to send Dragoons across the map. It took a long time.
Especially because you're having to like physically build the Dragoon and then send it. Like you gotta put it in the fax machine piece by piece to send it on the other side of the map.
And it would load in, pixel by pixel from top left to bottom right. So it would just take a long while.
Well, anyways, it's gonna be a Stargate opener. Is this our first Stargate opener in a PVT today?
Yeah, it may actually be. Yeah, that's kind of funny now you bring it up. But yeah, I think you may be right. I think this is. We've seen Blink Stalker every game. I think so.
So here's the question.
Talked about it a little bit ago. Obviously, it's a strong build, right? With the Oracle into Phoenixes or even Mass Phoenixes into Colossi. Like, there's a couple of different transitions you can do. You can also go into a Twilight Council, and sometimes we see like a Charge Loss follow-up. So there is definitely quite a bit of variety. One of the nice advantages of going a Stargate compared to a Twilight Council opener is that, say your opponent wants to go for a Widowmine drop or any sort of medevac play like we saw from XY in the previous game, you can counter that relatively easily by just making a Phoenix or two, right? And shut down any medevacs that may be lurking in the shadows. With Stalkers, you can oftentimes just not reach them. That's going to actually be a Stargate right now into a Twilight Council.
Yeah, this is a build that I think back 2 years ago at this point, this was the new hotness. Going into a Katowice, every Protoss player I talked, it was 3 years ago actually, every Protoss player I talked to said, look, Oracle into Blink is really, really good. You get map control, you get pressure on a mineral line if that's what you want to find, you have vision, you have all of these things. And then you move into Blink behind it, and it's this really cool 1-2 punch. And then, Ryung came in with a 6-minute stim timing and killed it all over the place. So, there was that. But it was the new hotness, and it's interesting to see SCV, who's this player who, I forget exactly when he started playing, but, he's still, we would classify him as an up-and-comer, reaching back into his bag of tricks a little bit, going for this, and especially now that this is Oracle into 4 gates. This is extremely committed on 2 bases.
Absolutely. Now, it comes down, I guess, to the amount of units here that XY will be able to produce. Luckily for him, he did not sneak out that really quick 3rd command center that we've already seen. Don't lose the Oracle. Whew. That was close. That Oracle just flirting here with the mineral line for a moment. Because SCV actually does build a 3rd Nexus on the back of this too, so he will certainly commit. Main issue right now with these follow-up blinks is that you don't really have a ton of time to get damage done, right? Because you're already going up against double siege tank right now. Blink isn't even finished yet. 3rd CC is going to spawn in just a moment.
Yeah, and what did we just Yeah, and look, what did we just say about this Oracle into Blink thing? And it was great until a 6-minute stim timing from Ryung went and killed it all. Loco, stim is done at 5:20. This is the 6-minute stim timing, so there's a reason this build didn't really take off.
And XY is going to even pull a few SCVs with it as well. See if he can potentially win the game right here, right now with this upcoming attack. Blink Stalker control, though, has gotten a lot better over the years, right? Protoss players these days don't really lose a lot of Stalkers against these sort of pushes, and in general, they really are good at slowing down this attack. SCV apparently feels confident enough to go into charge as well here. While this is all going on, he's going into a forge, so apparently he's not too concerned about this push. He did, by the way, build the base on the left side, so if XY moves on down towards this base down below here, yeah, he's not gonna find a whole lot. So he actually just drives back home.
Yeah, that was a cute try with the Oracle, right? You know, you drop a stasis trap and it just gets killed immediately, but you do force SCV to pay attention. And that's one of the things that, especially when we talk about these early turn pushes, is you don't want the Terran to just be able to focus on microing it, and macroing back at home, but focusing on just microing at the front. Their army is really powerful at these timings. So you have a warp in, or you do something, or you have an Oracle in this case, just to distract them a little bit and make it a little bit harder to focus on two things at the same time. So now, XY went for this timing, and he actually, the big deal is he didn't have medevac, so the Stalkers were able to just attrition out a ton of the army. He pulls SCVs, that doesn't really work out, has to pull them back home. He's already lost a couple SCVs from the, just from the Oracle pressure. So at this point, XY is kind of in an awkward spot. He's now getting his starport, now going up to 5 racks, I think it is. So making the happen, but Stalkers are in his natural. They're killing more SCVs. The tank takes damage. They can blink into the main base if they want to. And this feels really battle. The Stalkers, they will soak a tank shot, but now we're going to see a stasis trap go down. It's going to block off the ramp here, and all of a sudden, SCV is killing all the SCVs in the main base. And what's XY supposed to do? He's dead. He's gone.
Wow, okay, that was a very quick 2-0. So what was going on there is that XY was taking his units for a little field trip around the map. They went to like the top left corner, and then they went into the watchtower area, and then they took a look over at the third base, and then ultimately they never arrived back home. That was a bit of a strange moment, because I think he had all of the tools to defend with it, but he just killed, I think it was a single zealot in the top left-hand corner, and ultimately lost the game. as the Stalkers went across the map. That was an unfortunate sequence of events right there for the Terran, but that does mean that SCV moves on.
Yeah, Loco, earlier we were talking about, we had the nice jar, right? Every time you say nice in a nice game, you got to go and donate $100 to my stream.
Right. Yeah. You said it was $100 after I said it about a dozen times, right?
Exactly. That was
that moment. Right. I'm just clarifying here.
That was the con. But that can't apply to SCV, right? If he's playing a Terran, you can't avoid saying the word SCV when you're talking about workers dying.
It does get a little bit confusing, though, because it feels wrong in my mind to say the SCV Stalkers from No, that doesn't make any sense after all these years of casting games. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little bit confusing, but very well done right there. Again, another young Chinese Protoss player, by the way. So SCV, according to his Liquipedia page, currently 21 years old. We've already seen quite a few of them move on. Obviously, he will still have to play around 5, but there is a shot that we're going to have another Protoss.
Yeah. So you're telling me there's a chance?
There is a chance, but not for XY anymore, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he's gone, despite building... So here's the problem, right? He built 30 command centers against Miomaika in that one game, and you only have a number of command centers you're allowed to build in tournament, and he just spent it all in that game.
You can make 100 command centers, and he's crossed the threshold at this point. So,
and then you automatically lose. Yeah, exactly.
That's unfortunate for him. He played some really fun games, though. He ended up winning against Miomaika in that crazy series. Honestly, one of my favorite series of the entire event. Then he lost to Firefly and NaNaMi, and now also against SCV. So sadly, that means that XY is going to be eliminated, but still some memorable games for sure.
Well, good news is if you like Miomaika and you're like 2-base Hydra all-ins is really the play there.
The other game they played too, by the way, was against Mass Battlecruiser. That was also a crazy game.
So, no Battlecruisers in this next series, but we do have Miomaika. It's going to be versus Maxhead for our last Asian regional to see who moves on to tomorrow and who joins XY in waiting for the next season. So for now, a 4-minute break. When we're back, XY Miomaika.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Friends Egyptians, StarCraft fans, if you're loco, I guess friends Romans, StarCraft fans. Otherwise, anyways, we're back. Last series of Asia. It's going to be Mio-Micah. It's going to be Maxed. Battle of the man who makes no sense versus, one of the old guard here. Maxed's been around for a while. Another IG player, and then Mio-Micah. Well, we know what he's going to do. He's going to involve Hydras because he is convinced here, loco, that Hydras are actually a good unit.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you ask any of the pro Zergs what their favorite unit is, nobody is going to say the Hydralisk. Everybody is going to say something like Queens or Zerglings or Banelings or maybe even Mutalisks, right? Very rarely will you see anybody say Hydra, because Hydra just feels like a flimsy unit. But you're absolutely right. Mio-Micah has been making the Hydralisk work with weird 2-base openers for, well, many years now. I was talking briefly in a previous series. He played against XY, and he did a mass Hydra strategy against battlecruisers, which in my mind shouldn't work, and ultimately it didn't, but it did look for a little bit like it did work, I actually unironically believe he should have gone for Infestors with Microbial Shroud in that series, but anyways, we'll see what he does here.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to figure out. Now we're ready to figure out what exactly our Zerg player's doing, because in the bottom right, he's playing for Team Gozu. He's in the blue, Mio-Micah.
And his opponent, all the way in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta. In the red, it's Maxed.
Man,
we were talking about a lot of the younger StarCraft pros out there. A lot of the Protoss players from this region are in their early 20s. Maxed may actually be the oldest professional gamer at this point in time. I'm not entirely sure. Just throwing it out there, but he apparently is 36.
Ooh.
So born on October 4th, 1987.
I think he may be older than Ryung then. I think Ryung's only 35.
I think so, yeah.
So
there's a couple of guys in the chat that are very upset at me calling him old. I'm sorry, guys.
No, it's funny when so 2 years ago, Steadfast and I were doing 3 years ago, Steadfast and I were doing the B stream for Katowice, and we got like every single one of Ryung's games when he went on that insane run to reach the round of 12. And part of it is Steadfast was so excited because he's like, old boy Ryung is making it. So that was when Ryung was like 32.
Yeah. He's 33 right now, apparently.
Oh, he's 33.
So he's not
okay.
that old.
So he was like 30. It was like, old boy Ryung is making it happen. It's like, well, how does that make you feel, loco?
I am definitely also in that category now, apparently. Once upon a time, that may have not been the case, but, well, this beautiful game is still around now, 14 years after it originally released, which doesn't really happen for a lot of games out there, right? Like, if you look at the other games that came out in 2010, I mean, there are some good ones for sure as well, but StarCraft 2 certainly has got a lot of staying power.
Yeah,
Do we have a cheeky little proxy potential? No way. That would be crazy.
No, I think
we're just idling it over there to scout the third here eventually.
Yeah, just for a rescout. But it's local. You talk about a long time ago. I was on your Wikipedia page earlier this morning to just make sure that I had your name spelled right for overlays and things.
So you could mispronounce my last name.
Exactly, 100%. Like I'm never gonna pronounce it. I'm one of those guys. So there's this whole thing, right? When you read a lot, but whatever, you mispronounce a lot of words because you've only ever read it. Oh, he's gonna block the third base. Oh, no, never mind. I got excited.
I know exactly what you mean, though. Yeah.
Regardless, it's fun because there's your main profile picture that's fairly up to date with, I think, from a like a ESL broadcast or something. But then it's got a picture of you from I don't know how long ago, but like you look so young.
I know exactly the photo you're talking about. Yeah, I'm about 12 in that picture. I feel like I'm probably closer to 21 or whatever, but I look about 12.
Yeah, there's a reason I grew a beard, right? It's I'm like I gotta look somewhat of an adult here. It's not to do with the fact that I have a giraffe neck and we gotta hide that in some way. In the Netherlands, do you all do like senior superlatives in a yearbook where it's like most likely to do X?
No, I've never seen that. I don't even think we have a yearbook.
Oh.
I know exactly what you're talking about because I've seen pictures of it on the internet, but at least I don't have one for my high school. So either they excluded me or we didn't do it.
Too busy playing StarCraft. But anyways,
I didn't show up that day.
For my school, I mean these superlatives like most likely to do X or whatever, and there was also like a most similar to X animal, and I was voted like most similar to a giraffe.
Wow.
Yeah, because the neck, right?
That is kind of mean, though. So some people had like most likely to become an astronaut or president of the United States, and you had most
giraffe.
That's kind of mean.
And this explains why I'm sitting here casting StarCraft today. The mental anguish and the bullying have led me to this career.
yeah. I feel
I'm
like we need to
find,
talk about this for a whole lot longer, man. We can't cover this in an early ZVP.
No, especially with how quick this lair is as well. This is feeling a little Nidus-y.
Well, it's me on my card. It could just be for a Hydralisk,
right.
but it really does feel Nidus-y. That is for sure. Mexet, in the meantime, trying to get some damage done. He saw the timing of his opponent's third. He knows that everything is a bit funky. He decides to go for charts straight up, and indeed, it's not a Nidus. It's a Hydra then. It does really feel like he's making queens, he's making links. You're like, yeah, no, this is a perfect game for a Hydra. You know, we're just doing a Hydra then.
Hear me out here. Hydronitis.
But why?
The same question could be asked about Hydras in general, my friend.
Yeah. I think Hydras can be quite good, right? So it's a funny unit because not a lot of people master them, as we do have the Oracle going back in. Okay, getting 3 kills so far, not bad. Snapping at that gas geyser for a little bit too, wasting some energy. Could we please move that away? Thank you.
You know what, Loco, you just don't understand. That geyser will die eventually, and it'll all be worthwhile.
Could be. So this is also a weird opener though from Mexet. So we keep highlighting Mio Micah here, but this is also a weird start right here from Mexet. Normal reason to go for a Stargate opener is so you can take a nice and early third Nexus. But this is Mexet going for a very late third. Normal timing is about 345, 350 or so. This is now 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Finally, the third Nexus starts up. Mio Micah trying to get a scout of the main base. I like this. Overlord. Overseer rather, getting the vision in, but look at that sentry, man, together with the Archon. It brings it down, and now it becomes a strange game right here for Mio Micah. Do you want to attack when you know that your opponent could be finishing up a powerful upgrade soon? Probably not. What are you going to do with charge, though, here? Are you really going to commit to a push with only 6 gateways?
I mean, remember, you talked about when you know your opponent's got a powerful upgrade soon. Maxen has not scouted the Forge. He has not scouted the Twilight. He doesn't know anything about that, right? Like, he has seen very little of the main base. But you're going to make assumptions, and I think he saw charge from the Zealots kind of killing the Lings. But, you know, oh, God, that's, well, never mind. Warp Prism goes down. Was that a second Archon in there? I think it was.
Yep, it was an Archon and a Warp Prism. Now it's 2 Archons and a Warp Prism that have fallen in this game, which is an absolutely massive loss. Any attack that Mexet had in mind so far in this match, it got to be thrown out of the window. And now suddenly Mio Micah is ready to go for a push. He fires up Roach speed as well, but the Hydras are going to get their speed upgrade already. They're going to have it already. And range is going to be finished here within about a half minute as well for these Hydras. Stasis Ward, okay, will be triggered. Honestly, I've got a feeling that these Hydras can just push through.
I mean,
okay, well, never mind. I didn't see those Zealots on the right yet.
This Zealot flank is pretty solid, but the problem is, I mean, well, the Hydras at the front line, Lings aren't really buying the time that they need for the time being, but nice micro out of Mio Micah to get the Zealots out of it. So one shield battery's dead, second one's overcharging, Oracle pops immediately. And, I mean, this is still looking pretty doable. It's, oh, yeah, getting on top of the Immortals as well. Overcharged, not a lot of time remaining. And you know what? We've been talking about the Hydras and how bad they are. He's going to push through. Although, granted, losing the 2 Archons, which was kind of the point of this, you want that flash damage against this Ling Hydra, is the point that he delayed the third base. Is kind of the reason that he made that happen. Without that, without just losing the Warp Prism randomly in the middle of the map, this is always going to look really good. So
there's a lot of stutter stepping going on the Zerglings here, which is what is kind of cracking me up a bit, because they probably should not be stutter stepped all too much. Those 2 Immortals, though, definitely living up to their names. They have been here for a while. They have 14 and 16 kills respectively right now, but one of them is ultimately, well, gonna get sniped. It's a mass Roach transition here, which I do kind of like because the Colossus is coming up. I think there may have been a little bit of vision of that Robo base, so Roaches are a whole lot better. Colossus is amazing against Hydraling. Definitely not, though, against armored units like the Roaches. And well, Mio Micah shows up at the perfect timing. Colossus is going to get sniped. Third Nexus is going to go down. And I think with that, with this very strange opener, it's Mio Micah who will win game number 1. But all of this can be traced back, though, to that Prism going down, right? Losing a Prism with 2 Archons inside of it is pretty much irrecoverable with high-level StarCraft.
Yeah, especially when that is your splash damage. That is just because I think this was a metagame out of Maxed, and I kind of like it. You go charge lot +1, get a couple Archons. almost expected to see him go get Storm, but I guess you don't have the gas for it when you delay your third base like that. But again, this is metagame to hold against the Hydra Link thing. That's the point.
Yep.
And then, yeah, you lose the thing that's supposed to make you hold. It's not all that great.
Unfortunate situation right there for Mexet, but I mean, honestly, that's the one mistake, right? Like, that's an easy mistake to quote unquote fix, right? It's easy to look at your games and be like, oh my God, I got outplayed in every area. That's not really what happened. That fight would have looked very different if Mexet did have a couple Archons at home, so he was ready to harass. And normally at that stage in the game, you don't expect any Hydras just sitting in a random section of the map, because Zork usually doesn't rush up towards Hydralisk. So Miomaika catching his opponent off guard, even though Mexet had a very good idea of what probably would be played next and how he would be countered in the game, but he still did not quite expect those Hydras sitting in the middle of nowhere. So it ended up working.
And yeah, so it worked out. Game 2, of course, is going to be played on the Singapore server, which means we have to go over to North America. So it's going to be a little bit longer as we get ourselves ready for that one. But that's what's going to be happening. So for now, well, Hydras are pretty good units, is what I'm being told, Loco. That seems pretty fun. Do you do it again?
I think it's one of those things, right? Where, like, on paper, the Hydra, it's really good if you want to morph it into lurkers, but as a standalone unit, it's not that great.
Yeah.
But it's one of those situations where, because so rarely do we see it getting played, that it gets better because nobody really plays against them all too often, right? So it's one of those weird situations where sometimes the Hydra looks amazing, mostly because it doesn't get played that much. So not everybody, the opponents don't have as much practice, I guess, countering it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. It's like we talked about the Haas series as well. It's like those Haas builds are not good. Okay, that's not fair. They are not optimal. But because it's Haas and because you see it so rarely, it actually tends to be really solid because, again, you just don't have the experience dealing with that. And it's the same thing as well with Miomaika. Miomaika is the one player that does this. He has taken some significant names. So let him know that we're ready to go. Yep. He's taken some significant names against top players because, like, who knows exactly the counter to two-base Hydra Link? It's just so weird that you don't see it all that often.
I think the timing here to go into Roaches, by the way, was also really good, right? So,
oh yeah,
Mexet was going to go into quick Colossi to try and counter the Hydra Link, because Hydra Link, well, they're light units, so they take a lot of damage from the Colossi. But then the Roaches show up, and the Roaches are not light, so they don't take that bonus damage. And ultimately, that timing worked out perfectly right there for Miomaika. Miomaika has been he's been playing Hydras for years. He knows all the ins and outs, and as long as he is the only one really playing that strategy frequently, I can imagine that he's going to find a lot of success. It's one of those weird things where I feel like if more pro gamers would play Hydras, I feel like the strategy would probably be less successful.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's also, one of those things where we did start to see some players try to go and take advantage of it, right? Or start to play with these things more. Miomaika went to Katowice. He successfully lobbied to try to convince that, well, maybe Hydras are not as bad as they say they are. And we started to see some more players make it happen, and it kind of did. I think we can actually draw. You know what, Loco? We got to figure it out. We can draw a direct line between Miomaika going to Katowice and exposing people to the Hydras, and all of a sudden, the Miomaika results have started to fall down just a little bit. Clearly, because he told Lambo about it.
I'm sure Lambo truly believes in the Hydra now. 100%. Certainly. Any moment.
Any moment.
Game number 2. We find ourselves on Oceanborn. Man right here, 1-0 behind. It is Mexet.
And in the upper left, the king of SCA, the king of the Hydra, it's Miomaika.
Pool first once more. He's always a fan of the pool first, although, actually, no, he's just hiding the drone to the right side of the creep. Ooh. We're going to make a hatchery at, 19?
Yeah, I don't hate it. I guess, yeah, it's going to be at 18, actually.
I see Dark do this quite a bit. I'm never a huge fan of it because it feels like there's a lot of ways in which it can go horribly wrong, but luckily here for Miomaika, it does work out. He decides to delay the gas because of it, so he's going what was basically like a 19 supply hatch, because I think he had the minerals to make an additional drone there, although I think it actually went down at 18. Anyways, He then followed it up with a spawning pool at a normal time, so ultimately it means that the hatchery is late, but so is the gas. It's not a huge difference, and it's not really that big of a deal. But if you get your natural block when you go for such a late base, then it can turn into a disaster very rapidly.
Yeah, the other thing you talk about, it's not that big of a deal. The one thing it does do is, one of the reasons that you go 16 half, right? 16, 18, 17 is optimal is because it may be not like the most economically optimal from a pure mining perspective, but it's because your queens sync up. So you get those double injects and it really simplifies your macro cycle. Doing this here, well, look, the spawning pool is done, the hatch is not done. So the first queen of the main base is going to be about 30-40% done when you can get one started into the natural, and that just, it messes with your macro cycles. You're going to miss some injects as you get everything synced up, and it is just a little bit awkward. And you know, you might be willing to say, look, these are professional players, they don't make mistakes like that. Well, I've seen many games where a player loses because they run out of larva, because they're, you know, their macro cycles get a little messed up because they're under duress. Now,
you could just do what I usually do whenever that happens, and then, you know, forget about one of the injects at like minute 3.5, and then ultimately they do sync back up again.
There we go.
It's a really great solution to a problem.
You know, it's like the whole setup where we saw it in the, what was it, the XY series? No, the coffee series, where when you have a bunch of zealots in your main base harassing your SCVs, you just pull the boys. That's a solution to getting harassed, right? You just you give them nothing to harass.
Exactly. You can't kill anything that isn't there. No, you're definitely right. It does make the game a little bit more complex, as we do have 10 Zerglings added into the mix here. That is quite a bit for this stage in the game. I wonder if he's planning on adding on even more here, but obviously the link speed is a bit delayed, so a link flood would be a bit funky at this point in the game. Looks like he's just making 10 early on here, as we're gonna be moving them off creep, even though he doesn't have link speed at this point yet. So Mexet is already moving home because he knows the conventional timing of link speed, and since the gas was late, that link speed is not quite finished yet. So the Adept probably could have scouted this, but ultimately, apparently, Mio-Micah feels like he should be marching back home. But already some interesting decisions going on.
I mean, it really is. Oh, okay. Actually, I thought the Overlord was going to stay alive, but just not quite there.
No, he needed to go to the center of that little doodad, I think. He was too much on the edge.
Well, you know, on the edge of glory, on the edge of doodads, on the edge of living, on the edge of, I don't know. That being said, +1, or at Forge, Twilight on the way at the same time. This feels very much like hero style, right? We can't call it hero
but
style
no
because
third
there's a robo,
Nexus, though.
but-
So again, like a delayed third Nexus, just like what we saw in the previous game. Normal timing, again, the Nexus should have already been started up, and then you go Twilight Council and Forge. So, the timing is certainly different, but obviously that does mean that he's going to get tech a little earlier.
Yeah, and again, against Mio-Micah, who, again, we're seeing this really quick layer, most likely goes into Hydras behind this Hydra Link timing.
Hello? So he put down a Spore Crawler, by the way, in the meantime at home. So I think Mexet is making the assumption that this is, or sorry, he put down a what do you call it, shield battery at home in the natural expansion. So I think he is ready to he's going Void Ray too. He's ready to deal with any sort of attack here, but Mio-Micah is not really going for anything along those lines.
Yeah, does he think, he's dropping a Roach Warren a lot quicker than we saw in the previous game, so you know what, that's probably just defensively because there's no third base, right? You drop the Roach Warren just to stay safe. But Void Ray against what we assume is a bunch of Hydras.
I think both players are trying to play defensively, which makes this game very awkward right now. Because both of them are expecting that the opponent is going to all in. So that's why we have the Roach Warren coming up, and Mexet is going for a shield battery at home because he's afraid that he's going to get all in. Ultimately, though, I think we're going to end up with just an Archon Zealot-based army. And Roach Ravager, or Roach Hydra, I guess, is really good against that.
That it is, but there's a world where Maxhead might be able to hit this timing before the units of Mio-Micah are out. He's got his Warp Prism done. Charge, he's not going to have charge, though, so I guess that's really not true. He's going to have some maybe harassment potential. He's going to go for an Archon drop, and this time try not to lose his Archon. But Lings make a really nice move in here. They're going to get damage done on the units on the ground. Warp Prism tries to save them, but not enough. And, you know, I kind of thought he was going to try to stick on that third base a little bit more. I think he could kill it. I think he could have gotten the cancel with just how much was on the ground. But anyway, he knows that there's a third base up. He knows there are Archons there. He knows that there's a Void Ray. And again, he's built a lot of these Roaches, but we should start to see Hydras getting pumped out a little bit more. And composition versus composition. You're right, Loco. Roach Hydra versus this Charge Lot Archon delayed economy setup for Maxhead. I like the potential for Mio-Micah just that much more.
Yeah, at the same time, Maika's economy is also nothing amazing, right? So both players have really slowed down their economies early on to try and stay safe. And I wonder if one of them could have been a lot greedier in the end, right? When you're obviously dealing with limited information and you're always trying to make the best of the limited information, it can be easy to judge the players from a distance. But yeah, Mexed is going to be able to continue building up his own economy here. It goes for the Robo Bay. So he really has no intention on being aggressive just yet, despite the fact that Charge and then also the +1 upgrade all finished up right around the same time. He is happy to sit back. And that means that the ball is back in Maika's court. He could probably drone straight up to like 4 base economy if he really feels like it. So there's the 4th hatchery coming up. I've just got a feeling Maika is very likely to do a move out in a little bit here. Yeah. He does have roaches with Hydras coming. There's once again a Prism, by the way, moving across, or at least, no, it's just hanging out on the high ground to maybe deal with any sort of Hydra push that could be coming up.
I do love this double Robo as well. That realistically, that likely signals Disruptors, not Colossus. Just again, double Robo Disruptors are cheaper, but getting this heavy amount of splash damage is so important against this army. Hydras are good. I mean, as much as you can say Hydras are good when there's no splash. When you add in Colossus or Disruptors, or I mean, Storm is the dream there. They melt so very quickly.
This is a scary army down here for Mexed. How much is there actually for the Zerg to defend right now? Okay, there's a load of roaches that were hiding in the main base. I was going to say, originally I only saw the Hydras there. That would have been a problem, but here's the roaches showing up. And with the ranged upgrade, those Hydras can shoot over the roaches relatively easily. Those charge slots don't achieve that much. Yeah, I was going to say, I think you need to get on out of here. And ultimately, the recall does save at least a majority of those expensive units. -1 Archon.
Yeah, but you know, the Zealots go down, the Archon Singular goes down, but at least you don't lose the Immortals. At least you don't lose more of your attack. The Warp Prism didn't run away all that quickly, so that was in danger. But now, Mike is sitting here. He's up double the army supply, tons of roaches, tons of Ravagers. He does have to be careful of this Stasis Trap. Doesn't want to run in, lose half the army to it. And Disruptor, for now, it gets a singular roach, maybe 2. Not really the best shots. Stasis Trap gets nothing here. It does serve as a bit of a force field, but for now, they're going to have to hide away. More roaches go down with these Disruptors. But the big deal is the Overcharge. That's going to run out pretty soon. That's a better shot, I think, but it's got to get on the Hydras. And now, Mike is just overrunning here. There's a lot of tech on the ground, but there's nothing to buffer for it. The Disruptor's going to get a shot, but the Void Ray's dead. Oracles are dead. Disruptors are dead. And what does Maxed have remaining here? It feels like he ecoed up too slow, I think is really what we talked about. At the end of the day, just probed up too slow. Third Nexus too slow.
Economy is just not quite there here. So Maika also delayed his own economy because he knew that his opponent's economy was slow, so he expected a 2-basal win. But Mexed going for what was effectively, I think, like 5.5 minutes or so on the 3rd Nexus. That's just a solid 2 minutes later than what we ordinarily see. So you expect that, like, if you're spending all those resources earlier on into the game into, well, in this particular case, Charge and +1, that you're actually going to make use of those upgrades. But then he just sort of made a 3rd base and didn't really do anything with the upgrades. And yeah, ultimately the Zerg, just the way that the Zerg economy works, right? He powered out a lot of workers from there, and he found himself in a better spot in the end. Bit of a strange set of decisions there.
Yeah, strange, but you know, it's always fun when there is a meta, obviously, that we get to take a look at, right? When players do things and they have very specific ways about how they play. But it's always so fun to see players that play counter to the meta because they introduce new ideas, and it may not be the best thing. It may be a good thing, but they're trying, and the game's getting innovated, and things get developed. At the end of the day, though, as we take a look at how age has gone, the innovator, or one of the innovators in this case, is going to be able to move on to tomorrow. One has to go home because, well, Max said he took his map in round 3. Round 4 gets knocked down. Mika gets to move on. I think the big surprise, though, that we talk about, like, as much as I am a Firefly fan, Coffee beating in there is not too surprising. Maybe the 2-0 is. But NaNaMi, not just beating OLiVEIRA, but looking significantly better than OLiVEIRA in that first series day has got to be the biggest surprise.
No, absolutely. So it was a 2-1 score in the end, but that was OLiVEIRA going for a 1-base all-in. Macro-wise, NaNaMi actually looked on point there, and well, he ended up beating OLiVEIRA in solid matches. So impressive result right there for sure for him. Just fun games overall, right? Now, we're, of course, not done yet. We've got a lot more StarCraft 2 coming your way.
That we do. We got
switching over to NA, I believe.
Yes, we are. So technically, this is right when NA is supposed to start. So we're going to run a 4-minute break. When we're back, we get to start the Americas region, which is all kinds of fun. Loco will still be here. I'll still be here. We'll see y'all in 4 minutes.
You love it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, or welcome, depending on what you're doing. If you're just tuning in for America, so very early Americas today, but we just finished Europe. We saw NaNaMi go and take down OLiVEIRA, move on to the playoffs, move on to round 5. But Loco, as we get ourselves into here, this is a new region, which means we got to talk about our sponsors once again. Blizzard, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and ESL Shop, all allowing us to enjoy, well, what should be some pretty cool games of StarCraft, Estrella and Eric. Powerful clowns all over the place. It's going to be great. But if you want to see where these players are going to go in about a month from now, offline, on LAN, and maybe enjoy some barbecue too, whatever you want to do. I mean, you can get barbecued cauliflower if, you know, you've got to worry. But anyways, DreamHack.com/Dallas/tickets, and you can get 15% off with promo code StarCraft. So, awesome offline StarCraft, cheaper StarCraft, more money for barbecue in Texas, or whatever it is you want to do. I don't know. It's there. It's available. But Loco, as we're here and we're talking about Americas, right? This is a region that we kind of know how this works. Trigger, Scarlet, they advanced. I think the big surprise, though, is to not see Estrella in those top 2.
Yeah, Estrella ended up losing to Trigger, if I'm not mistaken, which was a 1-2 in Trigger's favor. And I don't think that's all too surprising. Trigger has gotten really good over the years. Estrella, of course, though, still very likely to move on as well to the playoffs of this particular event. He's actually got a shot at doing that here in the first best-of-3 series that we're going to be having a look at in just a moment. But yeah, normally it's Estrella at the top of the list, right, together with Scarlet. Obviously, Neep was also back in that list, or back in the day on that same level. But I have full faith that Estrella will still be able to make it onto the next stage of the tournament, and I'm happy to be seeing Trigger sitting at the top of the seat.
Oh yeah, no, Trigger is man. When Basilisk signed him and he's like finally got a real team, I'm just so excited because he is just the fact that this kid came in like 3 years ago from not playing StarCraft, literally just playing StarCraft Arcade. It's like, yeah, I guess I'll try to ladder, you know, and within 12 months. Yeah,
didn't he start in like 2020 or whatever?
Yeah. And then, like, within 12 months of getting started, he beats Parting in an EPT Cup. And you're just like, okay, sure, fine.
You know, we were already talking about age a little bit earlier, right? But I have had conversations with players that are much better than me now that are like, Loco, you were talking about a mothership core? What's a mothership core? I've never heard of that unit before. And I'm like, guys, what do you mean? We've had so many mothership cores over the years. But yeah, I think Trigger may just be one of them as well. I guess just picking up StarCraft 2 a few years ago.
Yeah. And, you know, Loco, not just picking up StarCraft a couple years ago, being very good a couple years ago, because the kid's just a savant. But,
yep.
You know, we can talk about Trigger all we want. We got to talk also about this setup we have here. Our first series of the day, we talked about Estrella sitting down, losing to Trigger. Absolutely. But he's playing against Eric. He's playing against a rather cheesy Zerg player who, you know, we talked about what his claim to fame is. It's not deep runs in Americas. It's taken down Dark 2 weeks in a row in ZVZ and an EPT Cup like 6 months ago.
Yeah, and I guess his opener, you know, what we call the Eric opener, even though, you know, the 15 hatch isn't necessarily mind-bogglingly cool, but it's one of those weird adjustments to it where it's actually extract the trick hatchery, extract the trick overlord into eventually a spawning pool. The timings are ever so slightly different. And you know what? I think that's pretty cool. After all these years of competitive StarCraft 2, for a relatively unknown player to come along and change the way that the top tier Zerg players are opening for at least a while. Now, interestingly enough, a lot of the top tier players have steered away again from the 15 hatch opener at the moment, but it's been added to like their arsenal of builds, right? And Eric really is the player who popularized that once again. I do believe that this is going to be a tough match for him because Estrella is ridiculously good. Even though Eric likes playing these cheeky games, it's not like Estrella is foreign to that concept, right? Like Estrella, he's been playing weird build orders for a very long time, but he's more of like the, you know, if you have like a range from like macro to cheese, right? He's more on like the macro end of things, I guess. And even though he's happy to play some cheeky games from time to time, I would imagine that Eric is probably the one we're going to have to look for here if we're expecting some early game aggression.
Yeah, I guess the question, Loco, is we're getting we got a first taste. We got our, I got in trouble for saying this, but we got our amuse-bouche, right? We got our hors d'oeuvres of Hydras in China. Does Eric give us a main course of Hydras as well against Estrella here? Because like Estrella has lost to that style. And actually in Katowice, Mio Mike almost bumped him out of the tournament 2 years ago with this Hydra Link timing. It's not something I think of when I think of Eric, but, you know, maybe Golden Aura. Okay, not on Golden Aura. Map's too defensive, but maybe on another map in the pool. Maybe we get Ghost River and it's super quick, or I don't know, something like that.
I guess we will find out, as we do indeed have Golden Aura as game number 1. Not usually a map where you're too aggressive, because both of the third base options, and I guess the first 4 bases, are pretty tucked away. So usually that should favor a more macro-focused approach, but I guess we'll find out here, as game number 1 in this best of 3 series has loaded up.
Yep, and I am just slow, but we got Meow now, so now we get to get in the game.
He gets to do our beautiful camera zoom ins.
Exactly.
Top left hand corner. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series, the first best of 3 for the North American region of the day. We have none other than Eric, going for a very quick gas geyser and spawning pool.
You know, we talked about Eric builds and 15 gas cans. No, this is even faster. But in the bottom right, trying to defend against it on Golden Aura, he's the teamless Protoss player. It's Estrella.
Estrella, of course, one of the world's best Protoss players, although I haven't actually seen that many of his games as of late. There's a few players, of course, that just like to play in practically everything. Protoss players like MaxSpecs come to mind. Hero, of course, also loves playing in everything, but we don't quite have that as frequently from Estrella. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring here. Definitely a favorite in my mind, but this is Eric trying to throw a curveball. He's faking. Okay, he's faking a 16 hatch. But Estrella scouts immediately that this is the fishiest of fishiest openers ever. I love that cheeky drone to the low ground, because he's pretending that he just wanted to go for an expand, and he really hoped that that probe was going to turn around and block, well, an expansion that wasn't going to be coming up anyways. But now that Estrella sees what's just about to happen, he should be able to prepare.
Loco, explain something to me. Why is that? Is he worried about a cannon rush? Like, this drone just sitting on patrol behind the mineral line. Obviously, he's not taking the hatch right now, and now he's going to go for it. But, I mean...
No, he was faking it, right?
Yeah.
So, like, the timing of that drone going down to the low ground was to fake a normal 16 hatchery opener. And obviously, this was a 12-11 opener instead, or, like, maybe even quicker than that. I'm not exactly sure. But it was a super fast opener right here from Eric. So he was hoping he could throw a curveball right here at his opponent. And then I guess he just decided, okay, I'm going to make 6 links. Still go link speed because I've already committed into it. And I'll just make an expo behind it. But yeah, the drone could have gone back into the main base, I guess, and mine a little bit more.
Man, that wall was ugly from Estrella, though. Like, I
that's not going to win any stall points, that's for sure.
I don't really know why you put a gateway there, right? It's like, it's with 6 lings, it's not like there's any sort of, they're going to be able to burrow their way through that pylon that's a little exposed.
Yeah, I guess losing the Cyber Core is still possible, because he doesn't know if it's like 10 links. Like 10 links can definitely kill the Cyber Core, and that's kind of game ending. So I think he built the gateway there to like reduce surface area, maybe?
That, or it's more, you know, one of those things where, like, look, go kill the gateway, all right? Don't go kill the cyber. It's like kind of... I'm not saying
just save the Cyber Core.
Yeah, it's just it's a magnet. Like, go attack this thing I don't care about, so you don't attack the thing I actually care about.
So fantastic beginning here though for the American Protoss. Estrella is not going to be unhappy with this, because basically everything he had planned for this match is going to be slightly easier now, because his economy is booming. The only thing that is a bit trickier for Protoss is that link speed is already done. So yeah, exactly. Like, any move out is going to feel a bit sketchy. You don't really quite know what the follow-up from Zerg is going to be. So losing a Stalker here, for example. Nicely done. Losing a Stalker here would be an issue. So obviously it could be that Eric is going from an all-in opener into another all-in opener with like a Ling Bane bust. So I don't know how adventurous Estrella feels here. Taking a third Nexus is going to feel pretty sketchy too, but I mean, his economy is going to be so much better than the Zerg at this stage in the game.
Oh yeah, and that's one of the benefits as well, as going into the Stargate behind this, right? You get an Oracle out. You're able to run across the map and see what's happening, and get a really solid understanding of the fact that Eric doesn't have a third hatch on the way. He's got a Roach Warren about halfway done. He's droning up a little bit, but not at any I mean, I think he's probably going to drone up to maybe like 41 drones, right? Two or three extractors, full mineral saturation, main and natural, and go. At this point, I mean, we're 4 minutes in. You have to, if you have any designs on some sort of mid game, on some sort of macro play as Eric, you gotta go and drop that third base. But no, it's Roach's on the way. He got his last round of drones. It's not even going to be at 41. It's going to be even less than that 32. And he just wants to go, right? Catch his opponent before he's ready. And make no mistake about it, Estrella can still lose this game. He's got Oracles. They don't do a lot against Roaches. He's got like a Stalker or two. he doesn't have a lot that really deals with a ton of roaches now, running pell-mell into his natural, running pell-mell into his third base.
Yeah, it's an awkward game whenever Protoss has got an extra base compared to the Zerg at minute 5, right? Like, that is not quite the normal. He actually cancels because he realizes that all he needs to do is hold this attack that's currently coming across the map. So Eric is putting all of his eggs in one basket and he's ready to send it, but my question is, does he really have enough? I mean, he doesn't have any units here that shoot up, so as long as Estrella has some flying units, and he goes for a Void Ray right now, I think that's an excellent choice. I don't see how Eric is ever going to be able to break this. There's 2 shield batteries. I think Estrella could have even kept the Nexus alive if he really wanted to be honest.
I mean, so the one thing is, right, this Cyber Core is dead. He's gonna, well, maybe it's not dead after all. Overcharge is pretty strong. I was gonna say that, you know, like the Cyber Core is dead, right? So you're not gonna be able to build Stalkers, and that does make these roaches more powerful, but turns out that Estrella knows better than I do, and Cyber Core is actually not gonna die whatsoever. The Oracle's on top of things. Eventually the Cyber Core may fall down, but no, this is not, nothing's gonna happen here. It's still not dead. Loco, please help.
Yeah. No, this is one of those situations that you run into when you accidentally have your early game build fall flat on its face. Eric decided that he wanted to go for an all-in into another all-in. Now we're gonna follow up the all-in that went into an all-in with another all-in, I guess, as we're gonna go into double Evo chamber and a third hatch. This is Eric basically crossing his fingers and, well, maybe crossing his toes too. He's crossing everything just to try and just hope that Protoss is never gonna attack within the next 4 minutes. I find those odds pretty low, but I think yeah, Estrella is gonna be going for a push here eventually. But I guess the kill on the Cyber Core is gonna slow down the Protoss a bunch.
It will. Eric's growing his hair out so he can braid it, right? So you just have enough things crossed to make sure that he has some shot in this game. Yeah, Estrella has to not be Estrella at this point for that to not work out. Like, even if Estrella goes and lets Eric live for 4 minutes, that's because Estrella is on, like, mass carriers or something, and he's just building this army that there's no way that Eric beats down. So, you know, he's gonna try. He's building a ton of lings right now. He's double hatch, double expanding. Estrella is playing defensively. He's walling off that third base. The cannon going down, getting his third base on the way. But even leaving Eric alone isn't enough. Eric needs to simultaneously be able to drone up like a madman, get all of his tech done, and also somehow make a run by happen. But Loco, it's Golden Aura. There is not a path to make this happen. It's just so hard to get in on the core 3-4 bases of a Protoss player.
So he's gonna try and commit once more. I mean, we have those Oracles alone are gonna have a grand old time. Now we have a warp in too. Luckily, there's a few ways of getting out of this third base. The main saving grace here for Eric is the fact that he killed the Cyber Core and there wasn't a Twilight Council nor a Robo facility done. So that slowed down Estrella a bunch. But like you're saying, you know, Estrella doesn't really need to be aggressive. I guess the scariest thing here for Estrella would be something like a Muta transition, something along those lines. So he doesn't quite know about that sort of thing. That could maybe catch him off guard. So I don't think you want to sit back here for super long as the Protoss, but apparently Estrella is feeling comfortable. He's doing his macro testing right here in game number 1, okay? He's going to go into a Robo facility, second Robo, Robo Bay coming up. We're going Blink Rodder. We'll probably see Charge as well in a moment. We're basically going for a little bit of everything. And this, when you're playing a best of 3 series, is a super painful one as Eric. Because you've kind of been behind since, like, minute 2. But you were never in a spot to really GG out. So there's always a chance you come back. But it is an uphill battle.
Man,
both ways.
There is nothing worse than like playing a game of StarCraft and you're like, I may not be dead, whatever. I'm mainly because your opponent isn't going to go kill you, and then they run across the map in 5 minutes, and you're like, wow, I've been wasting my time for the last however long it's been because I was very dead in this game. And you know, I'm not saying Eric's wasting his time. Obviously, right? We're in the 2-1 match. If he wins this series, he moves on to the playoffs. Like, there is a lot to play for. You stay in a game until your opponent forces you to leave. On the flip side, he is in a rough spot. Now, Loco, hear me out, though. Hive getting started here. He's got 1-1 melee done, +2 attack on the way.
14 drones.
14 drones is a lot of drones. Are Ultras the solution? Is like a 2-2 Ultra timing. Does that beat... The answer is no, but does that beat this army?
I'm surprised with how passive Estrella is playing this, if I'm being really honest with you, because I feel like the longer you let Zerg play here, the more greedy they can be. Like, Eric has been really greedy. Look at the work account right now. He's going to be able to catch up. Like, he's still in a bad position, but whereas previously Estrella was ahead in every pillar of the game, right? So ahead in economy, ahead in eco, ahead, or that's the same thing. Ahead in upgrades. Like, he was ahead in everything. In army size. Now, he no longer has that big economical advantage anymore. So it makes the game a lot more difficult. I mean, obviously, this is still a massive advantage, but the more time Estrella gives Eric here, the better it's going to be for Zerk in the long run.
I mean, you say that, Loco.
Viper's coming up. I mean, he can abduct the units. It's doable.
Loco, you say this. Do me a favor. Pull up the income graph.
Okay, I'll pull up the income graph. See? Eric is ahead, dude.
Oh, yeah, for like 2 seconds. He's been down 1,000 minerals a minute for the last 5 minutes.
I mean, my point is that, like, 3 minutes ago, Estrella was ahead in every way imaginable. Right now, one of those ways is no longer an advantage for him. Now, obviously, this is still, like, basically unwinnable for Eric, but, yeah, you know what? He gets a chance.
Loco, please explain to me how 82 probes versus 69 workers is equal.
I mean, at the beginning of this whole discussion, it was like 72 versus 77, but okay, sure, I'll give you this one, Vio.
But anyway,
It is, by the way, an Ultra Cavern, which I don't know about Ultra Roach. I think at this point, Eric is just thinking, you know what? I gotta do something. Whatever I can do, whatever it takes. I would have imagined Brood Lords, but we're not doing that.
Brood Lords in this economy? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Now, even
Inflation
if they are
has hit pretty hard.
Even if they are good against Tenic League or a bunch of ground units, the Brood Lords have been their damage has been so nerfed that it feels bad.
So Estrella's gonna go across the map now. I feel like he could have done this move out minutes ago, but apparently now we're gonna go.
I mean, I like this thing run by. Its adrenal glands are done in 10 seconds, but they still have +2 attack. They're gonna knock down a lot of the static defense. And well, actually, no, I was gonna say it might make it hard for Estrella to move out, but he's like, no, these lings are not part of your army. I know what your tech is. I'm gonna go kill you in 2 places at once. So Zealots on the left side are gonna knock this 4th base down. The ling run by is shredding static defense, but nothing more than that. 14 drones are dead. Finally, probes are starting to die. But 5 ultras. Loco, I may be wrong. You know, I would love to be wrong. I'm pretty sure 4 or 5 ultras do not beat this army of Estrella.
Estrella is playing an exceptionally safe game. Are we gonna go back home, Estrella? Look, I think Estrella is with you. He felt like he needed to move on in this region in one of the top 2 seats, right? So since losing to Trigger, I think he's just playing this as safe as humanly possible. Why take any risks when you really don't have to? You can't blame the man, but I do think he could have attacked a little bit earlier. Ultimately, though, we're still talking, well, now 5 base Protoss. He's making a 5th Nexus against effectively, well, 4 base Zerg, where the 4th hatch is just restarted. There's a fleet beacon coming up. We have double immortal production to deal with the Ultras. +1 air weapons is fired up. We got Prism. We got all the upgrades coming up here for Estrella. He's basically playing with his food at this point.
Okay, so here's what's happening, right? Estrella is taking a page out of Nina versus Uko because Uko is not playing in the regional this season, unfortunately. He wasn't able. I think he had to reject his invitation. But he's taking a page out of Nina Uko because he had so many long ZVPs that generally someone could have ended a little bit earlier. Now, this move out from Eric is solid. He's going to get on top of this base. I think it dies. Storm against Ultras doesn't really do all that much, so this base is dead. Left side, Lings get in, don't really get a lot done. But hey, Estrella, he took damage. I don't know that it matters, but he took damage. You know, there is something there, Loco. There is something.
Guardian Shield starts up as the Zerg is retreating. Those roaches really quite scary. I mean, Eric really has been trying to pull multiple rabbits out of hats right now. You know, he's juggling hats right now. He's trying his best to come up with a solution to this massive Protoss problem. Here comes Estrella for his 2nd major move out. This time around, he's brought a bunch of Immortals in the mix too, and they're amazing against both Ultras as well as those Roaches. Blinding Cloud goes down as well, ultimately blocking the Roaches more so than any of the real Protoss units. Void Ray at home, still having a grand old time. Estrella now leading this game by pretty much 80 supply.
Loco,
I think he's gonna win. Yeah, it's a surprise maybe for everybody, but I think he's gonna do it.
Just consider that, you know, the economic advantage isn't as strong as it once was. Now he's only up 25 workers.
Wow. You're not even gonna give me that one. I see how it is. Guys, Estrella wins game number 1 after getting a massive lead at literally 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Loco, it's fine. You're just doing the caster thing, right? You're just finding some level of copium. I understand. I did that in the Firefly series. I'm like, maybe, and then he immediately dies. The unfortunate thing for you is you did that maybe, and then you had to justify it for 5 minutes.
I think it was fair. I think Estrella just played it as safely as possible. He could have done a big move out significantly earlier. I think he could have gone for even like a 2-base 8-gate or something along those lines, because he was so far ahead off of that early game. Maybe it's also one of those things where like when you're the Protoss, how frequently do you really play against like a 12-11 opener or something along those lines, right? Like a super quick link speed start. So it's kind of difficult to judge the exact position in that game. If you compare it to maybe like a more conventional advantage that you sometimes get where you kill like a dozen workers with the oracles, that you can capitalize on it because you've practiced that a million times. But yeah, maybe Estrella just wanted to play it as safely as possible. And I guess most importantly for him, he did win in the end. But.
Yeah. And I think it's funny as well as we talk about this. So Eric, we talked about Eric the Darkslayer, right? On top of the Eric build. And the game he played, now granted, he got himself a little bit behind early. That's not great. But the game he played is kind of straight out of Dark's playbook. Early aggression.
Yeah.
Then you move into quick ultras and you build like more ultras than you build lings and try to sledgehammer this Zerg ground or this Protoss ground army. Unfortunately, if you're going to do that, you need to have a really solid economy behind you, and that was just not available to Eric between the damage he took and just from the oracles and just how far behind his early game was. But you know what, Loco, it's a new day, it's a new game, it's a map that allows you to be a little bit more aggressive inside Delta, and game 2 is ready.
Spawning right here, top left-hand corner, it's Max Angel, it's Estrella.
And on the bottom right, in the blue, Phil didn't work out, but you can see ideas behind it at the very least. For the Cranky Ducklings, it's Eric.
He may have popularized the 15 hatch opener, but in game number 1, we had like, what was it, like a 24 hatch? And now we have a 16 hatch here. Apparently, he himself has already transitioned away from that style as well, which is kind of fun to see. Pretty late scout here for Estrella once more. Just like in the previous game, it could have been a bit of an issue. But I think he's going to be able to get away with it easy peasy.
Yeah, and try as Eric might in game number 1. He was not able to quack or Estrella's defenses. Not able to ruffle his feathers.
There's a lot of bird references for Eric.
Playing for the Ducklings.
Yeah.
I've run out of bad duck jokes already. Well, don't worry.
It's not a lot. That was 2.
That's about it. All I got.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, no, I don't even try to make duck jokes. It's too much, man.
Actually, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because Eric is the Dark Slayer, and if you mispronounce Dark, you kind of make it sound like duck. He plays duck.
You gotta try a little bit there, but yeah, fair.
The Cranky Darklings.
You know what? Thinking back of that first game, I thought that Eric was faking out a 16 hatch opener, but I'm not entirely sure if that was the case because the probe scout came in pretty late then too, right? I think it was a gateway probe scout then as well in that game. So faking the hatchery on the low ground really doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe he was just trying to throw a curveball there in general and hope that Estrella would just autopilot and be like, hey, I see a drone going down to the low ground. But with that probe scout timing, I guess you will always go into the main base as Protoss.
Yeah, I think what it might more likely to be is that you're not trying to say it's a 16 hatch, but maybe it's like a 15 pool or something, and the speeds get tight. Like just trying to sell the story by maybe slightly different speed timing than what would happen. So
interesting scout timing from Estrella, right? Because you'd imagine you go for an insta probe scout like what we see so frequently in this matchup, but apparently he's feeling more comfortable with this timing instead. As he goes Void Ray first here this time around.
This is something that Estrella likes to do occasionally, and the logic is like if you can go kill 2 overlords, it's worth it. You shut down 200 minerals, you shut down a lot of scouting, it's great. But Eric's already pulling the second overlord on the map back home. He's got one on the right side that I think Estrella may be aware of. Not really sure, but the other overlords that you would like to snipe, you'd like to get that second one. I think they're going to be back home, like under the aegis of the Queens, by the time that the Void Ray is out and across the map and making that happen. So you get that. Void Rays, of course, you know, they can go and just sit on top of a mineral line and kill infinite Void Rays eventually, or infinite drones, just if there's no defense. But obviously that's not going to happen. So, yeah, Estrella's going for it. It's something he likes to do occasionally, but I don't know that it's going to accomplish everything that he'd like to see.
This is also a late third hatchery here from Eric, so the fact that this is not like your conventional timing on the third may also trigger this here from Estrella. He's going to go for an Oracle on the back of this. He's looking for any Overlords. He knows he can get at least one easily at home, so that one I would imagine is going to get sniped here eventually, but he wants a little bit more than that, so ultimately so far he hasn't really gotten anything. But the third Nexus is at the conventional time, so this is about 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Very different than what we saw from Mexet earlier today, with a pretty similar looking opener here from Protoss. This base is much, much earlier than what we saw in that particular series. Oracle, though, on the right side of the map will get denied, and, well, we're just hunting Overlords.
Hey, this is actually starting to look really good. The
Yeah.
Queens on the left side, they ran off creeps, so they couldn't transfuse even if they had the energy. Now this one gets a little bit more. And we talked about the break point, right? Loco, it's 2 Overlords. Well, Void's gotten 2. Stalker's going to get a 3rd.
Yeah.
Eric is just living in a supply-blocked hellscape in this early game.
Yeah, this is not ideal whatsoever. It's going to be a Spire, by the way, this time around. And the question is, where is that Spire coming up? It's inside of the main base, so no vision for Estrella just yet. That is the one thing that I would have actually liked to see in the previous game. Like, when you're that far behind, either like Swarm Host or Spire or something like that to try and get back into the game can be really quite good for the Zerg, but we didn't quite see it then. Going straight Spire, though. We don't know yet what sort of Twilight Council upgrade we're going to have, but there's a very good chance it's going to be Blink.
I mean, even then, though, you go Blink against a committed, because this is Lingbane Muta, right? This is Eric effectively playing into a desire to go for a base trade in like 4 minutes from now.
It's quick Robo Bay here. Sorry to cut you off, but
Yeah.
we don't even have a Twilight Council. It's straight Robo Bay instead.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, even if this is Blink against a bunch of mutas is like a stopgap. It's not good, right? So, and yeah, going into a quick Robo Bay as well is just the perfect thing. Now,
sees it.
the Spire's gonna get scouted. We should see some Stargates get dropped pretty quickly here. Estrella now knows what's up, and he's okay. So Phoenix is on the way, but with how committed this is, and maybe Estrella doesn't know this just yet, but there is no other tech. It's +1 melee. This is going to be very heavy into the mutas. You need more than just a single Stargate. It can get out of control very quickly.
So there's the Mutas coming up. One Phoenix can, well, in theory, kill a lot of Mutalisks, but realistically, when you have to micro it, it's very tricky. There is also the Blink started up, and we are just going to go Blink Stalkers together with Phoenixes to try and counter the Mutas for the time being. Eric has got a massive timing window where he can potentially do a lot of damage, but Estrella is going to go for a few Photon Cannons too to try and buy time. So obviously Phoenixes can move and shoot at the same time, whereas the Mutas don't really have that luxury, but they're incredibly quick. 9 Mutas can actually wreak havoc here.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the one downside is Baneling speed's not done just yet, so you do have this issue where Banelings are getting morphed, but you can't... It's a little hard to use them to bust down static defense, but ooh, look at this, going to try to bust their way through. Great stasis trap, though, by so much time. So that the first attack's not really going to work out all that well. Probes pulled on the right side as the Banelings try to run in, but looks like they're dealt with for the most part. Estrella is handling this. He's not where he wants to be just yet. Tech's not there, obviously, but he's handling this really nicely at the start.
Yeah, he needs to not forget about those Banelings, though, because they are going to wake up out of a stasis right about right now. I think they're going to... Yeah, just... Okay. Well, 4 workers, I guess, is acceptable, but they are going to kill at least a little bit more than I think they were originally supposed to. The thing is, Estrella is buying time, right? And that's really what he's aiming for. Now he's got money as well for a Colossus. Blink is going to be finishing up momentarily. And usually it's that first wave of Mutas that's really scary. Now, Eric is going to go Mass Muta here, which is an interesting choice. Again, something that Dark likes to do, where you don't just go for like 8 Mutas, but you go for a lot more than that.
Yeah, and I worry here as we look at this that Estrella's got the wrong read, right? So he's going Phoenix. He's got Phoenix. He's got Blink Stalkers going into Colossus. Sure, fine. He's building this powerful ground army. That is a ground army that is not great against mass mutas. Yeah, 30 Blink Stalkers will fight a bunch of mutas and it'll be fine, but you don't have the maneuverability there. And this is not an army that, oh, he's going to get on top of the Phoenix as well. That's fantastic. And this Colossus, okay, overcharges there. It's not going to go down. But again, the problem is like, this army that Eric is going for is the Banelings are going to try to find their way in. No force fields, nothing there. No probe bullets. Going to be a bunch more dead. Oh, a shot. 10 workers go down. This idea, this thing that Eric is building into, he wants a base trade. This entire composition of Eric says, look, you can never move on the map. If you do, I'm going to kill everything. Otherwise, I'm going to slowly chip you down. Estrella can get himself to the point where he's going to be okay. He's getting himself a second star gets going down. Fleet Beacon's getting, so we're going to get Annie and Pulse Crystals. But Estrella did have the wrong read on this, and that does slow him down quite a bit.
Absolutely. He's going to try and make as big an army here as possible, but the 4th base getting the Knight there does slow it all down quite a bit. The Pulse Crystals upgrade gives him additional range on those Phoenixes. We once again have an attempted, okay, well, not an attempted one anymore. We do have a massive run by. That Photon Cannon is going to get sniped immediately, and this is going to be the end of a lot of probes. Phoenixes, I mean, they have to be in the right position, and so far, Estrella has been caught off guard when it comes to positioning his army quite a few times already. Nice play right here by Eric, but he needs to be careful because he's losing a lot of very expensive units, and while his economy is good, it's not like he can just insta-rebuild them. Oh, he's going Corruptors. Okay.
Yeah. This is, I mean, it's Phoenix Corruptor, right? This is, you talking about Dark style, and this is how Dark beat Classic at Atlanta. You sit there, you get damage done, you don't let the Protoss player move out, and eventually they have to, and then you have this army that has so much mobility, and the Corruptors, again, they fight against the Phoenix.
Here's range.
Annie Pulse Crystals is done, and these mutants are dead. The Corruptors aren't out just yet. You're going to lift the Queens, the rest of the Phoenix. They're going to kill all the rest of these mutants. So, yeah, a lot of damage has been done, but the counter tech against this Annie and Pulse Crystal idea, it wasn't there in time. A lot of mutants are dead, and now Estrella feels comfortable moving on the map with Colossus, with Stalkers, with everything. Colossus counter the Lings, Stalkers counter the Corruptors and everything else, and all of a sudden, Eric is going to really struggle in the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, there's no Prism here, so no easy way for Estrella to reinforce this. He also doesn't really have, like, a ton of units here, I guess, but he is certainly gonna, well, give it a try, and so far this attack is very successful. Excellent timing right here, hit by Estrella. He's gonna be able to make quick work of that base. He just needs to be careful he doesn't lose too many units here, because again, he can't reinforce this super easily. But I think ultimately, yeah, this is, even if he just trades, right, it's an amazing fight here for the Protoss.
And I love how impotent these Corruptors are looking at as well. It's like, we're gonna chase the Phoenix down. It's like, well, yeah, you just lost your base, Eric. Like, they're not doing anything on the ground. You need something here. And Mass Ling against this army on the ground is actually really good. But I think he's lacking Larva. He's got 7. He's got some money, but he just doesn't have the critical mass of the Lings that allows him to do what he wants. He doesn't have the Queens as well. So he also didn't opt into a base trade, which is how this army can lose, right? Runs across the map. You have Lings and Mutos across the map. These +2 Lings are fantastic. But instead, Estrella, he gets 2 bases, doesn't lose, pretty much loses just about nothing on his side of the map. And yeah, these Zealots and these Stalkers will die. Estrella has got more than enough. I have to be careful about, though. Again, 12 meters on the way, Hive getting started here. Eric, he does still have that base trade ability.
He does still have that base trade ability, but his original plan has not really gone as well as he would have really liked to. I think once the Arcal numbers, and maybe even potentially Storm, are here, Estrella is going to feel incredibly comfortable. The tricky part, I guess, for Protoss at this point is that it's difficult to decide if you want to go for a move out. So he has seen all the bases, and he knows that Zerg is spread very thinly all over the map. I don't think you really want to give the Zerg a lot of time to potentially get back into the swing of things, but it's also scary to move across the map right now. When you know that there are so many Lings, they're well upgraded, and you have those Mutas that are following you around. It's very easy to accidentally overstay here, right? And it's been pretty clear here in this series so far that Estrella wants to play safely more often than not. So he's going to go into the +1 air weapons, +3 ground weapons too. Looks like he wants to play this game for a little bit longer, but right now he does have a massive advantage.
And remember as well, like when we talk about this, yes, Corruptors, they don't take a lot of damage from Phoenix. They outtrade them, sure, fine. With Annie and Pulse Crystals, they outrange them too. If your micro is good, you can kill an infinite number of Corruptors with the Phoenix as well. Again, it just takes a little bit longer. So Estrella's just playing around the map, getting damage done. He did lose 11 probes. The Phoenix were caught out here, but now rocking a hard place. Nice trap, actually, from Eric. He's going to have to run back to the Aegis of the Corruptors, certainly, but I think he knocks the Phoenix down. He gets good splash damage on everything. And this Mutacorruptor ball is starting to get a little bit bigger. Adrenal glands are going to be done soon. The big problem, Loco, is not the army anymore. I mean, it kind of is, even still. But it's the fact that his economy, it's 46 workers when you try to play Mutiling Corruptor. You need that big economy to support this very expensive style. So even as the base trade's getting started, the Protoss players got first mover advantage. And as long as What Nexus survives, you can kill everything of the Zerg, recall back home, and win the fight as well.
So it might be worth reminding everybody that the win condition in StarCraft 2 is to kill all of your opponent's structures. The armies don't actually matter, so that's why we have, well, Estrella diving deep onto the creep here. Problem is, Zerg can obviously expand all over the map very, very easily, and you can usually expect the Zerg to be everywhere. Plus, they have more vision, so it's a difficult decision for Estrella to now commit to this fight. I would not be surprised that if he's going to do a recall here, maybe lose this base as well, but then recall towards the base at the 12 o'clock position, his latest expansion. In the meantime, though, he's dealing so much damage, right? Only 16, 15 workers though remain. Here's the recall. Can he fit everything inside of that recall circle? Not quite. So the Protoss army is actually split up, and that can also backfire, because I guess the problem here for Eric is that he just has so much supply caught up in those corruptors, right? They just don't do that much.
Yeah, and I think it's actually good that we saw straight. Well, actually, he's going to catch an army in the middle of the map here. They're going to have to run away, but I think it's actually, I was going to say, I think it's kind of good that he does that, because he leaves enough that he can they can continue to kill, say, the main base of the Zerg player, and continue to do all of this. Zealot should be dead for the Ling, but the Ling reinforcement path, but they're not going to. And he can defend it all.
Look at that one guy just pretending like he isn't there.
Yeah, he's
standing completely still.
He's sitting there, construction worker. You know, he's the supervisor, right? He's letting you know it's. Man, that survived. So, okay, let's take stock of where we are right now, Loco. Natural's gone. Map's open a little bit. 5 Phoenix, all that remain. He's not building anymore, just building more probes. Estrella, I'm not going to say he can lose this, but there are some angles you can find Eric. The problem, he's just not mining. He's got this one base on the bottom side that technically is mining a little bit, but also the Spire's dead, right? So there's no more really good base trade tech. The mutas that we have are the mutas you're going to get. You can build more Lings, and I mean, these are +2 Archons. You're not going to, they're going to shred these Lings. There's no amount of there's no amount of Lings that you can make that properly handles this.
Yeah, I think this is honestly a very intelligently played game right here from Estrella. It looks very messy, but I believe he's been in full control ever since like minute 7 or whatever. He's felt pretty good ever since he pushed back that first group of mutas. And obviously Eric he's had moments where he looks like he's been out-strategizing Estrella, but I'm pretty sure Estrella has been feeling really solid about how the game goes. GG is cold, and it's indeed going to be Estrella who, well, will join both Trigger as well as Scarlet now for the next stage of the event.
Yeah, it's one of those things that if the Zerg is hell-bent on forcing a base trade, there's not a lot you can do to at least not go a little bit base tradey, right? They're going to run across, and they're going to have that mobility, and they have good sniping potential. So it's going to happen playing this style. You just got to get yourself set up so you're going to win that base trade. And Estrella did a great job of that, getting the right upgrades, getting the right tech. He did misread what Eric was going for just a little bit. You know, he kind of thought it was going to be a less committed muta play at first, but he got the scout off, realized what was happening. And at the end of the day, Estrella, you're right, he moves on. This is what we expect. Maybe not in round 4. We would expect it in round 3, but even still, he moves on. Eric has the opportunity to fight tomorrow. But Loco, after the break, we're going to get a well, actually, no, we're going to get a Terran Derby here. Derby? Is that how they Anyway, it's going to be special in future.
It is indeed.
There we go. See y'all right after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
What a juxtaposition we got for our second match. We have the future versus the past. Or special, you know, he's been around a little bit longer maybe, and future is in fact the future. And the further I go into this interesting intro, the worse I like it. So we're going to move on. It's going to be future. It's going to be special. It's going to be a TVT. And, you know, taking a quick look here, Loco, as, you know, looking at the channel points predictions, a lot of people favor special over future, which I think is fair. Even when, even in eras where special is maybe not as good as he would otherwise be, his TVT is dominant.
Yeah. Would you say it's an 88% favor, though, for special versus future?
Is that what EliteX says?
Well, that is what Twitch chat says.
Oh, well. Actually, I'm curious. So there's this concept in stats, right, about the law of large numbers, where you take enough people and they're going to be like, you take a large enough body of people, they're going to get pretty accurate on, say, guessing the number of marbles in a jar. You average all their guesses. It's going to be pretty close to what it actually is. So I'm curious if we have a best of 3. Let me pull this up as the game gets ready.
If Twitch chat is identical to the EliteX score?
How close is it? No.
Let me have a look right now. So we're obviously on a small delay for what you guys will actually see. But as it is right now, the esports dollars are going 89% in favor of special.
Well, if you look at EliteX, we're now in a game number 1. Hold that thought for a second for Matt Sharino in the upper left.
You gotta leave us hanging here, BO? Okay, sure.
I will talk about it in a second. The upper left for Matt Sharino in the blue is future.
And his opponent, the question is he as favored on EliteX as he is by Twitch chat? It's special.
And do you know why I wanted to wait for a second? It's because I can press this button. There it is.
Ooh.
And it's not. Never mind. It's not running.
There it is. There it is, guys. There's the proof.
That's done. It was about. Actually, the number was pretty accurate. It was like 65-35 was a EliteX prediction in his special's favor. So the number was right. We just I forgot.
I think that's about fair. Yeah. I think that's about fair. I think that basically means we just needed a larger group of people, right? So tell your friends, tell your family, tell everybody to tune in so we can get the absolute accurate predictions, just because we apparently need even larger numbers. Is that what we need?
We need a lot more people voting for future to be accurate. Or, you know, one might argue that actually Twitch chat is maybe the more accurate predictor than EliteX is. And wouldn't that be fun?
Could definitely be. Alrighty, a good old Terran versus Terran. First one of the day over here. Of course, another match right here to determine who is going to be moving on to the playoffs of the American Regionals. Already a little bit of build order deviation, as we have Special opening up with a much quicker factory here than his opponent. Future going for that single gas with a command center on the low ground.
Yeah, it's interesting. When we talk about future, we talk about this aggressive Terran. This time, you know, in a TVZ, he's going to go for an 8-rack a lot, or maybe something even faster. We're going to see him in TVT with these tech-heavy timings. And that's still possible, absolutely. You can go into a tech-heavy timing off of a Reaper Expand, but Special's playing the more middle of the road, right? This Reaper, this Barracks, double gas, factory, command center type of build has become extremely standard over the last 3 years at this point, I think. And, you know, there were times when that didn't happen. I mean, Loco, I'm sure you were a big fan of the last meta we had in TVT, where we just build Cyclones, and that's what we do. But, you know,
huge fan. You have 10 Cyclones going up against 10 Cyclones, and one guy wins with 7 Cyclones alive. You're like, huh, how did that happen?
Yeah, they wasted one shot on a Reaper, and now it's all dead.
Yeah, no, there's definitely been metas in every matchup, right, that are always a little bit messy. And oftentimes, actually, like, even without patches, the game sort of transitions away from that as players also figure out other ways of doing it. But yeah, TVT definitely a little bit different right now. Still a matchup, though, where we see the most Raven usage, right? The Raven, not that common in TVP, not very common at all in TVZ, but in TVT, we see it a lot. Special maybe aiming for one here in just a moment, although this could definitely be a Banshee as well. Yep.
Look at that. Loco knows his TVT. Also, he knows Special, I swear, more than any other Terran, probably. Like, he loves his Banshees.
They're good units, right? Like, it's one of those things where, like, technically they have many counters, but realistically, for a pretty small investment, you can also accidentally win the game. And you always want to set up as many leads for an accidental win in a game of StarCraft as possible. Even when there's a Viking out or a Cyclone out. Like, it's kind of like a Widowmine drop or like an Oracle hanging in the corner, right? It can always come in and just deal a stupid amount of damage.
Especially if you get 2 of them, right? They're just one-shotting SCVs and it gets really fun. As this Reaper, talk about things that are really fun. This Reaper gets nothing done. No scout.
Well, I did get to jump up with a jetpack. That seems pretty fun.
I mean, I'd like to jump up with a jetpack. Seems pretty cool.
That seems pretty cool. Although he must be carrying its own fuel around as well, right? It's a little sketchy.
Yeah, and you know the problem is when we talk about that, if you talk about like building rockets, right? Oh, that Reaper's dead too.
Yeah, well, synchronized Reaper deaths.
Not quite synchronized. You know, one died 30 seconds before. Look at it.
Well, at least the shape, you know.
Ah, okay.
It's not an Olympic sport. We don't have to do it, you know. It looked pretty much identical, but different timings.
Yeah, well, for now the Banshee's not going to get a lot done. It doesn't have any sort of cloak, so it's just going to target down what it can. It's going to get a dying shot, gets 3 SCVs. And that's a little bit of damage, sure, but Future, because he just opened Reaper Expand, despite the fact that Special got 3 SCVs and, you know, did go for that committed, that attack, Future still got a better economy. His tech is a little bit slow. Well, actually, no, his Raven tech is a little bit faster. And that means that this move out from Special, the first part of it didn't really get enough done to justify. And that means that any sort of follow-up attacks are not really going to be all that good, which is fine. Because, again, Special's going for a third base, and that's okay. But now he's got to go withstand this attack from Future that's been building up for the last 5 minutes and 20 seconds or so. There were no pit stops for Banshees. There were nothing like that. He's building up for right now, and that means his army, if he can get on top of these tanks, is pretty solid.
Absolutely. So the Ravens do, of course, have their interference matrix researched. It's an ability that allows them to temporarily disable opposing units. And most notably at this stage in the game, it will always be those siege tanks that are going to be the main target. It can be very difficult to push into tanks, but those Ravens make it all manageable. Nice sniper there from Special, though, getting that one Cyclone. And obviously is also slowing down the advancement here of this army, right? And that is his ultimate goal. At this point, economically speaking, game is relatively even, but we do already have Future with an additional base.
Yeah, we got to point this out. Future is in dangerous territory right now. He's got this army. It's pretty strong for right now. But Special's on double starboard. He's building 4 Vikings at a time. He's going... One might argue that this build is kind of an all-in, but it's this counter mech build that he's been playing for a while now, that he first introduced the last season, I think, of DreamHack Latin America when he lost to Kaelzar. But it's this idea, you just build a bunch of Vikings, you have such dominant air control that you really, your opponent can't do much to it. And you run across the map, you get this incredible siege position, and you try to end the game. And especially in this setup, your Cyclone doesn't get a tank. Especially in this game right now where Future, he's building his own Vikings 2 at a time. That's just wasted money. That's wasted supply. This Viking count, I mean, if it's 6 Vikings versus 2, that's just wasted money on 2 Vikings. They don't do anything.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. When you have 10 Vikings going up against 4, it's not that the one player will win with like 6 of them remaining, right? They will win with like 9 of them up in the sky still. It's very lopsided. Now it's indeed Special who's going to try and see if he can potentially win. Obviously, when you have those additional Viking numbers, you can do really well against your opponent's Ravens too. And then, well, your siege tanks have a much easier time getting into position. So Marines and siege tanks usually the main bulk of the army, but the air units are incredibly critical here in this TVT. Special leapfrogging a couple of the tanks forward. Both players have now secured the 3rd base, but Future's one is in a lot of trouble.
That it is, and I mean, not only is it in trouble right now, Loco, as these tanks are just going to run in, SCVs are going to get pulled, Raven's coming in from the back side, but they get shut down as well, so this attempted break, Vikings are going to land on top of everything here. Isn't it? No, it's not enough. Not at all. Look at that. Special annihilates this.
Jeez.
And what I was going to say was it gets scary even after this, because once you have air superiority, you build 4 Liberators at a time, and good luck tanks. We didn't even need it. Special dumpsters this, and now, well, the 3rd base is dead too. Future's dead in this game. He has no future in this game.
No, this game is going to be in the past very soon. I was with you, though. I figured he was going to wait until the Liberators showed up, because that's what we very frequently see. But I think Special noticed an opportunity. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to go. Obviously, Vikings, very powerful as well on the ground. Not to be underestimated against SCVs, although I'm pretty sure the siege tanks and the Liberators alone would have cleared up that job. Yeah. Very quick game number 1 there in the end. It was looking really solid for Future earlier, but that's just the volatility, I guess, of TVT. And all the StarCraft mirror matchups, really, it's very easy to make a mistake and then, well, lose a minute later.
Yeah, and really shout out as well to Special. I think that attempted break from Future, because again, this wasn't necessarily Future or Special seeing an opportunity and going. It was Future trying to go make a break happen and Special crushing it and then winning the game.
Yeah.
Shout out to Special for... So what Future tried to do, he tried to get his Ravens around the backside, shut down all the tanks, and yes, obviously you're going to lose the Ravens to the Vikings, but you can, again, maybe sacrifice their lives, but you make the break happen. Special was on top, and he had his Ravens patrolling where they had to, and he shut down 2/3 of the Ravens from Future, and then all of a sudden the tanks are firing. It's like, this is just not going to work. And also the SCVC tried to pull like 5 of them. They died to the Cyclones before they got in range. So really nice defense.
It was a cool attempt, right? Sending the Ravens in from the back, trying to shut down as many of those tanks as possible, because he saw what was going to happen there about 30 seconds later. So he kind of pushed the issue before those Liberators could really arrive. So he needed to get something done. It was a cool attempt, but I think Special was well prepared for it.
Yeah. Again, this makes a lot of sense. Special has been doing this build for about 2 or 3 years now. He's kind of the progenitor of it. He's been iterating on it. And it's one of those things where, like, you look at Max Packs on a single gate expand in PvP, he knows more about how to handle every single part of that than anyone in the world. And I think it's fair to say that Special's kind of on the same path, maybe not to the same extent, because he doesn't do this every single TVT, but kind of on the same path, right? Where he does this more than anyone else, so he knows what to expect and knows all the different branching iterations of it compared to, again, pretty much anyone else.
Now, game number 2 in his best of 3. It's going to be on Post Youth, which is that funky map that we have been seeing, I think we can all say, a surprising amount of the time. Top right-hand corner, in the blue, it's Future.
And the bottom left in the red, and also north on the map. We'll take a look at that one in a second. He's up 1. It's Special.
I wanted to talk about the map layout some more, but maybe, well, the only part of the map that's important is this section right over here. You can see a bit of an arrow in the top right-hand corner of your screen. If it's not just barely blocked by the ESL StarCraft 2 logo. Either way, there is a little arrow that indicates where the Reapers can jump into the main base of Future. Problem is, this main base is absolutely massive. There's a couple of locations where those Reapers can easily get in. And the question is Future going to be able to hold against it, right? It's so easy to accidentally slip up. Now, luckily for him, he did go double gas. So he should be able to at least get some unit production going.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I look at this map and, like, your first blush, you're like, oh, it's a free natural. I'm going to go and get greedy. But then you realize that there are, like, 5 Reaper Cliffs. It's like, no, I can't. I against other matchups, I can.
He's scouting, but he's scouting on the wrong side. Obviously, you can't really cover the entire map here. Okay, it's going to be a Reaper. Factory on the back of it too. Getting a Hellion out is very critical, but there will be a moment here where Special is just simply going to have the bigger numbers.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can get your factory up, you're going to be okay, right? Hellions are pretty good. And, okay, so SCV right moves in, gets the scouts. Sees, importantly, where the factory is going to be, because that's what you want to do, right? When you have this Reaper advantage, when you have the 2 Reapers versus 1, you want to try to get on top of the factory quick as possible. Now, this is a really good scout out of Future. He will lose some damage. Oh, look at that! Hey, that was pretty cool.
Okay, here's the Reapers coming in, though. At this point, it's 2v1. Second one will be spawning in a moment, but the factory finishes, and that is the most important part. Sometimes that factory is positioned in such a way that it's really difficult to actually get it to complete. Hellion is on the horizon. We have a Reaper for a Reaper that works out here for Future. Really wants to get another one as well. SCV's on the hunt. They're smelling blood. But this is already pretty good right here. For the Terran player in blue, there's the Hellion, and there's the kill on that second Reaper.
It's always a little bit awkward when you got to deal with this. And Special is still committing, by the way. Reaper barely stays alive. And, well, okay, well, Hellion actually goes down, which is actually a bigger deal, right? There's another Hellion on the way, but you said this is good for the blue Terran. It is, kind of, right? Because he's not dead. But he took a little bit more. Now, these Reapers are very low, and they're going to get gunned down pretty quickly. So it looks like at the end of the day, Future is going to lose another Reaper, but will be able to survive this for the most part. At this point, you can try to camp the barracks, and this should be done. But losing that Hellion gave this a little bit longer lease on life than it probably should have.
Yeah, those Hellions are so critical. Usually as soon as the Hellions are out, that's when life looks a little bit easier. And when Future first pushed back those units, or pushed back rather those units when the Hellion popped out, it looked pretty good for him, but ultimately he's still stable, right? And now you have that weird moment where what do you do with those barracks on the other side of the map here is special. Do you keep producing? Do you fly one of them back home? Do you use one for scouting? Well, suddenly Future is now sending everything that he's got across the map as well, forcing additional unit production on those barracks. Nice grenade there in the end. Does get surrounded by some of those SCVs in red, but he's got to continue the aggression.
Yeah, he is, and he gets a couple SCVs. That's a big deal. Also, honestly, as important as killing these SCVs are, is that mule has lost so much mining time, so much lifetime of it, and now the Hellion dives in once again, looks for some more stuff. Yeah, the Cyclone's not as powerful as it once was, not the last patch, so it's not this end-all be-all, end of all early game defense, but when we're looking at units on low HP as they are, there is that. By the way, what is this drop from Future? It's got 2 Marines and a medevac.
2 Marines and a medevac sounds like the beginning of a bad joke. Where do we go? We're just gonna send them in. I mean, killing the SCV that's building the barrack or the command center would be cute. All right, we're gonna pick them up. I mean, this isn't as scary as it once used to be, right? With those Cyclones, I guess, as the SCVs from Future are now popping into the command center itself. Try and keep them alive for a little bit. Cute way of, well, keeping them around for just a bit longer, but ultimately, this will be pushed back.
You know, Loco, I gotta say, I'm really happy. You know, the first series we had of the day wasn't very NA. It's kind of cheesy, sure, but not wild, not wacky.
Look at the Marines, dude. They're not scared. There's men with jetpacks, a couple of raiders over here, but we're just gonna drop out of our plane and we're just gonna start shooting at them.
There we go. Yeah, hot dropping on top of everything. These, in a world where no one is scared. I don't know. There's some sort of like hot dropper. Anyway, point being, I am so happy that after one series of it being technically an America's game, but not really channeling the powerful clowns, that we have this game right now, because this is getting us into, this is properly getting us into America's.
Great micro deal here by Future in particular. I'm really liking what he's doing. I mean, Special also had some really good moments, of course, but really liking the way that Future has been controlling this game so far here in general. Ultimately, on Post Youth, you can get that expansion going pretty easily. The third base, well, that one will likely be taken all the way over here, which feels very far away, right? It's difficult to control all of that space. But yeah, ultimately, Future's economy is quite a bit better here than Special's. And well, that means that you end up with way more stuff. The only problem is that in TVT, when you are ahead, it is very difficult to actually close it out. You can't just send everything across, because you still have to deal with siege tanks and oftentimes a bunch of Ravens too. And losing a medevac, okay, I was going to say, could be a disaster.
You know, and you talk about it's really hard to kill your opponent, especially on a map. I mean, Post Youth is massive. It is getting across the map is nice catch with the Cyclones as well. I was going to talk about, you know, the Reapers dying, but that's 8 dead Marines.
Well,
that's a medevac
that's 10 supply down the drain.
Yeah.
That's huge.
That equalizes the game pretty much. Future's got a little bit better economy, but that certainly equalizes supply. Now, if I'm Future here, so this is the double starport build from Special once again, right? Given that's the case, and Special's going to go for this siege, it's actually sieging up in the middle of the map here, maybe trying to catch the army. As Future, do you want to mine out the mineral wall just to give yourself another attack path? Because as Future right now, if Special is able to siege up outside the natural, that feels almost impossible to break. Now, for now, Future's on the other side of the map. He's got
he's making
path.
a CC on location, by the way. Yeah, I was going to say that one is going to get killed easy peasy because this is a different lane. Special is protecting the middle lane on this map, but the top lane, it's basically a MOBA now. The top lane on this map was entirely unprotected, and that is a council on a base. So nicely done right there by Future. I think he now realizes by seeing the amount of flying units that he's once again playing against a similar thing. He is once more building Vikings, though.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, I like in general Vikings are good in the matchup, but I think in this setup, he needs to identify that this is 2 starport to 1. So either you build your second starport, which it feels reactive and you're just going to be too far behind, or you just stop building Vikings and play other things. For now, auto turrets get dropped. You're going to get some Vikings, and well, the Liberator's going to die here as well. So that's pretty solid. But the tanks, I mean, there's not a lot that defend. The siege up right now is vulnerable because of the Vikings, because of the tanks. Although, hey, they get a pretty solid shot off. But I think if you're Future here, you just try to play.
Don't lose
Ravens. Ravens looking for the shutdown. They're just dead. Auto turret's going to get dropped for almost no value. 1 tank falls, but it really seems, as we look at this game, Loco, in the mid game, even as specials down in supply, it really does feel like Future doesn't have a good idea about how to handle this double starport all in that we're seeing Future, or that we're seeing special just do time and time again.
Yeah, this double starport stuff is incredibly powerful, right? Just having that air superiority really does make the game so much better to play. Future needs to be very cautious. Now there's Liberators in the mix, and this is exactly why Liberators are so scary. You can force your opponent to unsiege. Okay, it looks like the Viking numbers, though, are going to be enough for the time being, but more of them are coming up. This is the moment where Future pulls the trigger. He wants to see if he can overwhelm this, but that does mean that he's going to be feeding a load of SCVs to all of those siege tanks. Ultimately, Future pushes this away, and GG is cold. Special. He felt not, yeah, he didn't feel like he still had a chance to stay in that game for much longer, but it's a very delicate moment, right? Because those fights, we've seen them happen many times before, can really flip-flop very easily in the other player's favor.
Yeah, and it's one of those, it's like, yeah, you lost a lot of SCVs, but you had a third base, your opponent didn't. You were up 15 SCVs or so. I forget what the number was before it.
I'm surprised Special like made the command center on location so confidently. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna build a third CC right here, ages away from my base. Command centers can fly, guys. Can we just, when you're under even just a little bit of pressure, just take the flight of shame, okay? I think you can manage it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where Special's like, look, I'm pretty far behind right now. I gotta cut some corners. And you know, pardon me here, Loco, if I'm using the wrong terminology. I'm paraphrasing a moment that I don't play, but I'm told that top lane is an island, and so clearly,
I mean, I just used a reference because I've heard other people talk about it. Okay, I've played a little bit but not enough.
I don't know. I was watching a broadcast, like a Chinese broadcast this morning, just to have someone to listen to as I was getting ready, and I heard the phrase. So, anyways, top lane's an island, therefore Future's not going to attack through. It's on an island, like you don't have to worry about it.
Maybe we should steer away from other video game references. We just want to talk about StarCraft and StarCraft only.
Oh, I thought the whole entire point of the ESL broadcast was to talk about Pokemon / RuneScape all the time instead.
I mean, I'm not really too well versed in Pokemon, but I can talk about RuneScape if you like.
I last played RuneScape when I was back when I was first starting to see you stream, like 35 years ago.
back when the Beatles still used to tour, and yeah, those were the days.
This will punching down like this will eventually stop being funny, but not for a moment. Especially like I'm like 4 years younger than you. That's not a big gap.
Yeah, no, the 80s those were the good old days.
Oh yeah. Hashtag 90s kids. Anyways, bottom left, a man who may actually might have been born in 2000. Anyway, whenever he was born, he's got a future to him. It's Future.
Born in 2002, apparently, according to Wikipedia. There you go. His opponent, though, in the opposite corner. Definitely a little bit older. With the red SCVs, it's Special. A man with many nicknames. Major, obviously, was one that he ran with. But,
Windy,
he's got a long list.
Princess, Brittany, and those are just the ones that come to... He had a Pokemon one? It was a...
I'm looking it up right now, but he has he's finally settled, right? He used to switch his nickname after every tournament, but
even mid-tournament, honestly.
Major, Windy, Terran, Princess, Brittany, Kitty, Memory, Cute Angel, and there's about, you know, a dozen more.
You know, I feel like this is just perfect for the Michael Fassbender meme, right? It's like, you know, show me the blank, right? No, I mean the real blank. Show me the special. Yeah. No, I mean the real special. Oh, I mean the real special.
Special definitely has been playing under this ID for, I want to say, at least like 5-6 years now.
Yeah, I've never really asked him, but I wonder what it was that kind of made him decide to settle down on a name.
I think there's probably a lot of people shouting at him like, come on, man.
I don't know, because
just pick a name and stick with it.
It feels like it was also right around the same time we started, because remember, he used to be famous for not showing up to events. As, ooh, you sure gets the first shot on here, so he's gonna. Oh, okay, KDA charge zones him out.
Is he gonna get the kill? No.
I don't think.
He's still gonna chase him.
He's gonna chase in, but now SCVs are gonna get pulled, and the Reaper. There's gonna be another one popping out. So he tries, doesn't really work out. But I want to say he stuck with Special right around the same time that he stopped canceling going to events, right? Because for a time he would sign up for things and just not show up pretty consistently. And it feels like he became special right around the same time. Like he started taking the StarCraft 2 career maybe a little bit more seriously. I don't know. That's idle speculation.
Ooh. Yeah, could be for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you're changing your nickname all the time, it's really quite difficult to create a brand for yourself as a pro gamer. So I think ultimately sticking with something is, you know, the better choice, especially if you're not a fan. As we do have a Hellion waiting on the high ground. Reaper grenade does go down, but he ends up walking into his own grenades. Okay, Special losing both of them here for essentially free is really good for Future, because this shuts down any future scouting. Well, it shuts down any Special scouting. It doesn't. Future scouting for Special is what I'm trying to say.
Is this where
I'm doing it again, man. This is just like the nice cast all over again.
Here at Local, I'm gonna be nice because there are two confusing names. It's $50 a reference, okay? That's how, we're not gonna. Actually, what am I talking about? Chat tells me you're a billionaire. Like, no, it's $200 a reference. I'm counting. It's good right now.
Oh man, we broke before the end of the day.
Nah, dude, you're a billionaire. You could say there's $200 a reference is nothing.
I'm a billionaire now.
Yeah,
I thought I was a multi-billionaire.
Well, that's better than being a single billionaire. So like, you're not making your point. You're not making your case here.
Yeah, is it though? We do have a cheeky little medevac drop going across the map. Future just bringing whatever he's got. We do have that single benchy again. We already talked about it, but Special, a big fan of making a benchy and trying to catch the opponent off guard. And if all the attacking units here from Future are indeed on the other side of the map, life is good. Okay, getting a Widowmine kill here for a Reaper. Not a bad trade, but he did lose both of the Reapers right there in the end.
Yeah, but he does have. I mean, this is kind of a dirty siege up, right? With the doodad, the map terrain that as it is, it's pretty hard to get on top of it. But that's the benefit of the Banshee.
I like that.
That's pretty.
Yeah,
good.
he's actually gonna get the kill at this rate if he doesn't pick it up with the medevac. Okay, we'll save it in the end, but that means that Special is gonna be able to push back this army from Future.
Yeah, and you know, I like the idea from Future. You know, the map terrain is a pretty solid pushing position, and if you think about it, at the end of the day, the Banshee exists. It doesn't get any damage done on the other side, so you're kind of implicitly denying damage to this tank. It's you gotta be careful, right? An auto turret will snipe that very quickly. Crimson Court, right? We talked about maps and ideas and things like that. Crimson Court is another one of these maps that has these like 2 or 3 discrete pushing lanes. You know, you got through the middle, but you got these weird islands that eventually you can mine through that make it kind of easy and kind of hard to go expand with at the same time. So if you mine out the walls, the Banshee's now going to show up on the other side and get some nice counter damage done.
Yeah.
If you mine through those mineral walls, that third base linear position is pretty hard to go counter. Unless you're dropping or something, you got to knock rocks down. So it's going to be interesting to see how players look to expand into this map. You know, we talked about the last map and top lanes and island or whatever it is. It's even more so true on this map.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Here's Future, though, ready to go across the map once more. We do have that single starport, by the way, here from Special this time around, and it's Future going for the double starport shenanigans, which is a nice 180 from what we've had so far in this particular series. I do like this potential here, though, for Future, because he does have a scary army. There is an extra Raven for Special, so that is nice. He's got one additional one here compared to his opponent. A good start right there to the engagement, too, for Special. Just killing one of those siege tanks in blue. Easy peasy.
Yeah, that was a massive shot. Now, you just pulled a couple SCVs with this. This might just be for repair, might just be a mistake. I don't know. But it's interesting to see him go for that. This might actually... Well, we're going to have to actually just back it up for the time being.
This is really nicely done by Special, though.
Yeah. He pulls Future back. He kills off some of the reinforcements. Cyclones will die. But what do you think? Are these SCVs just for the repair on the Vikings to really consolidate that air lead, or?
I mean, we have 3 CC right now for Special versus 2 CC for Future, right? He needs to get something done, and he needs to get it done soon. I wanted to make a Future joke there for a little, but we don't have a lot of Future. If we don't continue right now, we're in a lot of trouble. So Special already sieged up here. Well, that siege tank is going to be in a lot of trouble. He is kind of zoned out of his own natural at this rate, so he needs to be cautious.
Yeah, and the Vikings, I like that, excuse me, the Ravens, I like that the Ravens got some energy out. They shut down one of those tanks and didn't really, as those Marines on the counterattack don't get anything done. It didn't really do a lot, but it did delay the push a little bit as the tanks unsiege, resiege, start to slowly push forward. And you know that you're not going to find it. I mean, again, this is good. It's slowing the push down. But also it's taking advantage of the fact that the Vikings are maybe not in position, so you know that the Vikings are not going to last eventually, as these are massive shots by the tanks. And this push from Future, he's not getting that slow boa constriction of a push that you're looking for. In fact, I don't even think he's built an air lead. It's 4, okay, he's 4 Vikings to 8, but most of the Vikings are not here yet. So the air superiority is not there yet. He's kind of putting the cart before the horse just a little bit. The Vikings run forward, I guess, trying to repair a little bit, but they just die. And this is not looking nearly as strong as what we saw from Special in game number 1. It's still moving forward.
Yeah,
but it's making
still moving, and there's a Liberator coming
now.
now too. That Liberator is going to make life much easier here for Future, but he's certainly on a timer here, because the longer that this goes on, the more difficult it will be, because Special is just simply producing more. Here we go. Apparently he just decides to commit before the Liberator arrives, lands all of the Vikings on the ground as well, moves the siege tanks forward. At this point, there are way more tanks available for the player in blue. Future trying to go for that choke right here on Special's base, and he may just be able to get it here. 0 tanks currently remain here for Special, and now the Liberator shows up too. I think he's just barely done it, but that was on a razor's edge.
It was. He was making progress, but not nearly at the speed that you would like. Special, of course, waiting for Stim to be done. Combat Shields gets behind here, but at this point, it's really hard to break out. Yeah, that wall or that area outside of your natural, that choke is really big, but you got tanks here, you got Ravens, auto turrets, Vikings are going to land. At this point, Special's taken enough damage that even if this gets cleaned up, which I don't think it will, there's just not gonna be enough here to respond. The economy's not good enough. Tech production's not good enough. Barracks are going down. So Future is gonna move on to the playoffs at this point. He's gonna be able to join Estrella and Scarlet and Trigger and all of these mainstays, which is, hey, you know what? Future back to form. Pretty solid idea.
Yeah. No, really cool to see, of course, especially taking down a big name like Special is, yeah, really, really nice for him, and doing so in a very solid manner as well. I mean, this last game, it's looking still like there is a fighting chance for Special as he is forced to pull the boys. But the thing is, Future on the back of this did make a command center, so he does actually have a solid economy. So even if Special does stabilize here and pushes this all back, he is still not really going to be able to contest with the economy here from Future. He's going to keep trying. There's always a way to come back in a game of StarCraft 2, but at this point, it's going to require Future to take his hands off the keyboard for a minute or so if Special really wants to have a chance.
Well, you know, Loco, remember, I think as you said earlier, in GVT, if you can't kill your opponent, supply leads are fate. So for now, taking advantage of this Stim, trying to get on top of things, but no, even the Viking landing is far too powerful. So even though Special, his bio is so much stronger than Future's. He's got 1-1, no combat shields, unfortunately, but he's got 1-1, he's got Stim. The Future only just got Stim right now. The supply gap is the big problem. He just doesn't have enough of these Marines to really take advantage. Gets on top of the Vikings, knocks those down. But the second problem is that his natural orbital is dead. So even as we talk about...
Yeah, it's a shame he lost that CC. If he would have kept the command center alive, this would have maybe been somewhat playable, but ultimately, right, like, it is still a numbers game, even if you get incredible value, like what Special is doing over here. Man, he needed this value like 3 minutes ago. He would have been fine. You can see that Future, at least on the minimap, mostly just has his rally point, it seems, set towards the other side. Okay, well, massive economical advantage here for Future. The advantage that Special currently has is the tech, right? So he's got himself 1-1 already finished, like you mentioned. Future only just now really started it up. The problem is, yeah, there is... You really require the Terran in blue here to make a lot of mistakes moving forward for Special to come back into this, but closing a game out in TVT is super tough.
Well, you know, Loco, what we've learned in general is that covering things with red in general is kind of a mistake. Red paint, red playing the color red down this game. It's generally not what you want to do. And in this case, Future, again, doesn't have his upgrades, but he's got a siege down position. And yeah, Twitch chat was not correct at all.
What? Twitch chat was not correct? How's that possible? I was told Twitch chat was always right.
Well, they were right in being wrong. It's opposite day. I was told this is a bizarre world or whatever it is.
That is true, actually. They are right at being wrong. So that means Twitch chat was indeed right all this time. Fantastic work.
I have 2 monitors up, Loco, and I got the StarCraft on my left monitor, and I have my OBS broadcasting production side on my right side where Twitch chat is. So Twitch chat is on my right monitor, and therefore correct, and therefore right.
That's how it goes. Yeah, as long as it's on the right monitor, it is indeed correct. I've got Twitch chat on the left monitor. What does that mean?
Twitch was left. I don't know.
No.
Are you sure that it's? Do you know your left from your right?
Well, I know my left hand is the one where my thumb is on the right. So
That's
that's how I remember it.
Well, so
yeah.
Twitch chat on your left screen is on, well, your thumb is on the right side. So therefore, Twitch is
Exactly.
still right. Got it. Okay.
Exactly. Hey, very well done, though, here by Future. That means he's going to be joining a very prestigious group here on the American server between Scarlet, Trigger, and Estrella. I mean, those are some big names, and to see Future joining them over Special for now. And obviously, Special's not eliminated out of the event yet. He's going to have another shot, I think, tomorrow. Yes. But yeah, so far, I mean, good performance right here by Future. He's got to be stoked.
Yeah, really. This Future was promising. It was having a pretty solid run last season. He was making some really good form, some moves when he was in Korea trying to qualify for GSL, but I think he's back in the States now. So it's good to see that form continue. Now, our form will continue after a 4-minute break because we got our last match to qualify into the playoffs before we start eliminating some people. It's going to be Cham, Kaelzar, ZVT after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Well, it's time for more StarCraft, and you know what? Hey, Loco, we have the reigning champion of Latin America, technically, versus the guy that he beat in that finals, right? It's Kaelzar, it's Cham. We're getting ready, and you know, even though that last DreamHack Latin America finals was a solid 2 years ago or so, a year and a half ago, whatever it is, I think it still counts, right?
Yeah, I think it counts. Absolutely. I'm actually kind of excited for this match, too, to figure out what we're going to see. Because I feel like a lot of the games so far today have been quick and dirty or just very aggressive overall. But this could definitely be a nice little macro match, right? I can imagine that both of these players are going to be pretty happy to play a bit of a longer game. But do you think we're going to see any crazy cheeses here as well?
If it is, I think it's probably from Cham. I think he has Roach ideas, I guess. The best way to talk about it.
He's dabbled into Roach.
He's dabbled in the Roach. You know, he's a debutant. No, he's not. There's another word I'm looking for. Fine. But he does enjoy his Roach play sometimes. We might see like a 30, 35, 33 drone, 32 drone. There we go. Roach timing, like a 19 drone Roach timing, something like that. But otherwise, this is weird, right? Because Cham is an aggressive macro player, but he's still a macro player. And Kaelzar also can kind of fill that boat. We saw him play mech and beat Scarlet back last season. That was pretty cool on Red Huset, which was a weird map. That was before people realized just how insane Cyclone. Well, that was during the patch. So trying with the new Cyclone stuff, and so I don't know what we're gonna see. Honestly, I think this, to my mind, is probably the most wide open stylistically of any of the matchups we get today.
Well, I guess we'll find out. We're already loading into game number 1 of this best of 3 series as well. It's going to be on Crimson Court. I'm actually very happy to see how frequently the new maps are picked. You know, I've already talked about that at length in previous broadcasts, but we saw the new maps being played quite a bit in the Open Cups and in the smaller online tournaments, but it's always a question, right? Like, are players actually picking the new maps because they like them or because they just want to practice on them? But no, even when the big events are being played, like for example this one, the new maps are still picked all of the time. Now, game number 1, we find ourselves on the map Crimson Court. Spotting right here in the bottom left-hand corner, he is Cham.
And the upper right, in the blue, his name, of course, is Kaelzar. And you know, Loco, I know we were talking about, you know, what's your favorite team? Why is it Little Fairy with the logo wise? There is not anything that makes me happier than talking about Starlight Twinkle. Because it's just like, you know, it's good.
Just the name?
Yeah, just the name.
Starlight Twinkle, yeah, it's a good name.
It's fun.
It's
kind of silly, you know. It's what's the word? It's whimsical. There we go. A nice whimsical team.
Ooh, now that is a word I don't think I've ever used during a StarCraft cast. We got to add new words to our vocabulary. Whimsical could definitely be one of them.
Yes, this whimsical game of murder and bloodshed.
Exactly.
But
I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a more macro-focused style here from both players. There's definitely a chance that Cham is going to be aggressive. Obviously, Kaelzar is also known to throw some curveballs, but in general, we do see these guys playing pretty macro-focused most of the time. So far, everything's very normal. I really feel like today, for the most part, we've had a lot of very quick and dirty games, right? A lot of very aggressive pushes. No real big macro games yet. I feel like if we're going to get those, this could certainly be the set.
Yeah, and I'm curious your thoughts, actually, because we talked about Kaelzar. He played that mech game on Red Huset, which I think Red Huset's a pretty solid map for mech for the most part when it was in the pool. But how do you feel about or mech or like a tank-based style on Crimson Court, right? You get a lot of sieged up areas, a lot of high ground, low ground play. You have these kind of awkward expand paths. It strikes me at first glance as a map that would be fairly good for mech, but what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like most of the mech games that we've seen so far on the new patch still involve a lot of Cyclone play, and it's not entirely figured out here. So I feel like the more comfortable style, especially when you're playing a big event like this one, is to just play good old bio, right? And that is not something that Kaelzar shies away from or anything along those lines. He's getting a good number of kills, by the way. Forces the Spore Crawler twice already. Not a bad start at all. This is a quick triple hatch opener right here from Cham. Now, there are definitely some good siege tank positions too, right? That base in the center with the rich Vespian Geyser is really nice. You can control that section of the map pretty easily, but I feel like lately, whenever I do see Terran mech, it starts off with about a gajillion Cyclones. And even though the unit has once again changed quite a bit, that still seems to be what a lot of Terrans are favoring.
Ooh, nice trap. Oh, yeah, there we go. Nice trap there on the Reaper. But I get what you're saying. It's not like you talk about this. I think it's fair. It's probably easier for a Terran player to eventually control that kind of middle map, gold, rich Vespian base. More than it would be for Zerg at this point, just because the high ground, the low ground setup. And generally, when we talk about mech, it's the race to get 8 gas, right? Before then, it's a little unimpressive. One of the reasons we go Cyclone play is because of that. But once you get up to 8 gas, or in this case 7, if you take the rich Vespian, well, you're able to make that happen. That being said, it's kind of pointless to talk about at this point because there's a second barracks on the way. Stim's on the way. Kaelzar, he's going for the TY 2-1-1 type of idea. A couple Hellions, not a ton. Stim very quick. Third base on the way, and well, tempo is the name of the game.
Yeah, exactly. That's usually what you're aiming for with bio. We do see some players take it as well the way that, for example, Maru likes to play it, right? They go for a more, well, passive approach. Korean Terrans in general seem to play that quite a bit, but Kaelzar drives in, finds a bit of weakness. He knew that his opponent decided to go for the quick triple hatch opener, so he can actually catch a bunch of these drones off guard, but this is usually what happens. Initially, those Hellion drive-bys look amazing, but then ultimately, we're talking 4 Hellions in exchange for 4 drones. When you're trying to play that tempo game, I really don't like that too much. Those trades never really work out all that well. Hellions just parked over at the 3rd base, or maybe later on morphed into a bunch of Hellbats. Can really help against Lingeron buys, but anyways, Kaelzar getting the 1-for-1 trade there. I guess, yeah, that's a slight advantage for the Zerg for sure.
Yeah, you know, I don't hate it, right? Because at this point, speed's been up for a while. You got a bunch of speedlings. So your ability to kind of sit on the edge of creep and get something done, not really there anymore. Yeah, you can morph them into Hellbats, but Banelings still do a number on that. Like, it's okay, but I especially, again, because
you're kind of aiming for a little more, right? Like, it's just 4 drones at, like, minute 4 doesn't really do that much to the Zerg player.
Yeah.
Now, Cham is just able to spread the creep all around the map. He's already doing a great job in that department, by the way. It's like an octopus with a mini-map right now, dude. He's just spreading it everywhere. Got a lot of tentacles.
I'm a little surprised to actually not see him mining out at least one of the mineral walls. You know, just to give yourself really nice expand patterns, because I don't know that you want to take the rich gas 4th that early. It's very, very exposed. And
some good siege tank positions too around those minerals, right?
Yeah, right. You want to shut down anything like that. Now, granted, Kaelzar is going for this effectively 2-1-1. Again, the TY 2-1-1, so it's a little bit slower. But he's got this pressure right now with 16 or 14 Marines and a Widow Mine, and all this pressure on the map. Creep's going to start to go down. And Cham's not quite where he wants to be just yet. He's got Lings on the way, but he's going for this Roche play. And it's just not a lot of Lings on the map. It's all going to be about these Queens. Widow Mine goes off, and Kaelzar just stims on top of everything.
Wow.
This is a ton of damage from the Brazilian.
Yeah, you don't usually expect this many Marines at this stage in the game when you're going up against a Hellion opener, right? So this is catching Cham way off guard. In the middle of a Roach Ravager transition, he suddenly has to deal with a lot of Marines that he's not prepared for at all. I don't think Kaelzar believed he was going to be able to deal this much damage either, because he decided to unload those Marines, well, off creep, right? Like, he was doing that very conservatively, and then he found a ton of damage. Widowmine almost got to fire another time, but now the hatch is pretty low too. This is about the most damage you can really hope for, because this was just to test the waters. This was just a little bit of pressure. And I think Kaelzar will be more than happy to trade, like, what, 8 Marines or so for that many kills on his opponent's side of the map.
Oh, yeah. 5 dead Queens, drones, 28 Lings. It is a coup that Kaelzar was able to get this much done. And I think, in part, you talk about, well, you know, this is a weird timing. Cham didn't expect it. I think the big win there was that Kaelzar dove in with 4 Hellions, not 2. Generally, with a TY 2-1-1, you get 2 Hellions, you're active on the map a little bit, but you put Marines behind. Because he got 4, it's less likely that this was going to be some sort of Marine pressure behind it. It just
tells a strange story. Yeah, for sure. Now he's smelling like he can actually kill this base, by the way, and he may just be right. There's Ravagers coming in. I mean, I think he just killed a base here and get on out. He wants more, though. He's certainly going to kill the base. Don't worry about it, but it does feel a little greedy.
Well, it was within tank range, so it was going to die anyway. It's like, look, the base is 100% dead. Let me see how much more I can get here. And for now, he's getting it. This is a Roach Ravager composition, Loco, and Kaelzar's up in army supply.
Speed. Yeah, he forgot a Roach speed here, so any sort of counter attack is going to hit significantly later. Cham did go 1-1. Roach Speed is supposed to finish at the same time. He checked for it when he started up 2-2, and he realized that he never actually had it. So that means that Cham is forced to play defensively for another little while, and I guess that's exactly what we're going to see. But that's allowing Kaelzar to go into 4-base play now, right? He's going to make another command center. He is, he's cruising.
Oh, no, the Ravager's at the front of this army as well.
Oh, my God. Okay. Well, that is absolutely crushed.
One of the important things that you got to remind, if you're playing this Roach Ravager style, like against ZVZ, ZVT, ZVP, whatever it is, you want to be constantly making sure that the Ravagers are at the back of the army. The Roaches are the beef, the Ravagers are the damage. And Kaelzar, he just caught a bunch of Ravagers when that was not the case. Now, Cham does have...
He can get another base. I think so.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to stim there and kill it again. Oh, no.
Oh, poor Cham.
When it rains, it pours, man. This is... You were talking about the tempo style. This is an amazing example of exactly that. Like, you deal a little bit of damage here and then a little bit of damage there, and then suddenly the game is over, man. He's doing so much work. Obviously, Cham still has an attack coming, so he's got 2-2 and Roach Speed, I guess. But that's effectively an all-in.
Yeah, I would like... Cham's got Infestation Pit. God, this hurts. I would like to see Cham's got Infestation Pit, right? So I would have loved to see a couple Infestors. It's not uncommon to see Dark, for example, who does play the style and occasionally falls down pretty bad against the Terran. He's going to get 3 Infestors. You chain Fungals. This base is dead again.
He's gonna get another one.
It just feels really bad. Actually, no, he's gonna kill it. Never mind.
It wasn't even a cancel either.
Oh, man.
I was thinking the same thing. Maybe he didn't pay attention. G is cold, though. Kaelzar, well, absolutely destroys him in game number 1. Like, that wasn't even particularly close. I mean, in the end here, Cham had like 130 supply, which doesn't look that terrible, but when it's a Roach Ravager-based army, you're supposed to be dominating a Terran supply-wise. And well, that game was Kaelzar from start to finish. Ever since the first Reaper went across the map, he killed like, what, 3 Zerglings and forced a Spore Crawler morph in like twice. Like, it was so good.
I think if you're Cham there, like the moment you take all that damage, you just drop an Infestation Pit. You know that you're not going to hit your timing or Ravager timing. Get those Infestors out. That's your comeback window. It's not an easy one. Absolutely, so much damage. But at least you're giving yourself that comeback window. Whereas he was very late on the Infestation. Not very late, but given the context of the game and given what you have to do to make that comeback happen, pretty late on the Infestation Pit, pretty late on the Infestors, out of that as well. And you got to give yourself avenues to come back. Re-expanding and letting the Terran harass you to infinity and beyond is not how you make that comeback happen.
Yeah, I think he was maybe hoping that he was going to be able to do like a 200 supply 2-2 push or something like it, you know, one of those comebacks. But I do agree that like when you at some point realize that that attack is most likely to not work anyways, mixing in a few Infestors, especially now that you have Fungal pretty easily, I don't think it's a bad play, because it's much more likely that you're going to be able to come back with a big fungal growth than it is when you go for like a big attack and win the game straight up, right? But anyways, Cham made the decision there at some point, right? When you're falling behind, you start getting further and further behind. And honestly, Kaelzar played that out brilliantly.
Kaelzar's been looking pretty dang good as of late. Joining R8, doing solid, you know, like it's easy to forget because he doesn't play in a lot of the open cups, right? And he actually just joined Liquipedia as a head of growth development or something like that. So he's got his full-time job doing other stuff. But he's been playing a lot better as of late. So Loco, he's up 1 right now. We got game 2 on the way. It's going to be Side Delta, and we're getting right into it. In the upper left, in the blue for R8, it's Kaelzar.
And his opponent, down in the bottom right, forced to GG out in game number 1, it's Cham. Yeah, Kaelzar, very good player for a long time now. Really looking better than ever before, ever since moving to the Netherlands, eh?
Yeah, I hear the Dutch are really good at StarCraft.
I think that's got to be it. Absolutely.
So, Loco,
although I'm not even entirely sure if Kaelzar still lives here, man. I feel like every time I talk to Kaelzar, he goes somewhere else.
But Loco, a follow-up question to that, right? What went wrong?
To me?
Yeah, we talk about Dutch being good at StarCraft. What went wrong?
Those who can play cast, as we all know. Those who failed becoming a professional gamer, they end up casting.
It's just funny. Again, I was pulling up like your Liquipedia just to make sure I got your name right for the overlay today. And you know, you're like, so first of all, we saw that like the picture of Baby Loco down in the gallery below, but also it's like your description says, you know, he was interested in being a pro gamer, but quickly realized it wasn't going to happen. So instead, he went and became a content creator. I'm like, man.
Yeah, I don't know who wrote that. They're not incorrect. It's just, you know, it's that Dutch directness in that paragraph that is almost a little rude.
It's a little harsh, right?
I can live with it, but yeah, no, that is. I did try to be really good at the game, and then at some point, right? I think in a lot of people's minds, hitting Grandmaster League or whatever is when you're good at the game. And sure, you're good at the game, but you're nowhere even remotely good compared to the pro gamers. There is such a massive difference between hitting high ranks in StarCraft 2 and actually being able to consistently win against pro gamers. It's nuts. Although I will say that the one accolade I have is that I've never lost to Sarah.
Neither have I. So, you know, alike.
Really?
Yeah, I've never played him either, but you know.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, that's me neither.
No, it's kind of like I didn't feel comfortable casting until I hit Masters because it's like, you know, I want to at least be able to speak the same language as the pros rather than like
Yeah.
I'm not fluent, but at least at least I've taken like, you know, StarCraft 101 at that point.
Yeah. Oh, they're waiting. They once again want to get this around. Oh, lovely little move right there by Kaelzar as he dives into the main base regardless and gets a couple more kills. Not bad at all.
That was
honestly, those moves are a mental hit more so than anything.
God, that was
super
was
quick
pretty.
ELiVEIRA, by the way, here for Cham.
Yeah, no speed either. So, you know, earlier we talked about how a game was feeling a little Nidusy, and it wasn't. Obviously, it was just Hydroling because it was Miyamaika. So, what do we think here? Is this Nidus? Is this a German taxi? I mean,
No, I don't think it's a German taxi because he would have already started up Overlord speed here. He's got a gajillion resources in the bank too for this stage in the game, and he just spent all of his larva, so he doesn't really have much he can spend on.
it's only single
Are we
gas.
just gonna go Mutas? Like, is that the plan here? But shouldn't you have a third base? It's an infestation pit?
I have no idea what's happening right now. He was on single gas that early, and
Yeah.
generally,
Yeah, it's weird. He did have 200 gas just now, but apparently he decided, nope, that's not what we're doing. This is going to get scouted immediately by Kaelzar, who will probably also have similar alarm bells going off in his head. I mean, against Protoss, you would think maybe a Swarm Host opener or something like that, but that would be incredibly unlikely. Usually an infestation pit in this matchup is to go into Hive, but, I mean, yeah, Vipers are good, sure. Adrenal Glands is great, sure, but none of it really is going to just straight up win you the game.
Hey,
So it's a Roach Warren together with an infestation pit.
Have you heard of this? Have you heard the story of the 2-base Broodlord play?
It's a Nidus Worm. What? The two-base Broodlord?
Well,
I wanna be a believer,
I was memeing, but anyway.
Oh, okay. I thought for a second there was actually somebody who did that. That sounds
you know,
pretty terrible.
Something in the back of my head says someone did that back in like Heart of the Swarm. But
Yeah.
so this is
So it is an infestation pit. So what is it for? Like, there's a Nidus Worm on the back of it, but what is this structure for? Why did we rush it out? Because he's made no use of it just yet.
was this a misclick? Like you meant to drop Roach Nidus instead of your own Roach Swarm Host? He's supply blocked.
That doesn't make sense either, because then you would have to... Yeah, it is going to be Swarm Host. Okay. Because the Roach Warren would not be finished in time to make a large enough army, right?
I mean, Swarm Host Nidus against Bio is just about the worst thing ever.
Yes.
So,
Marines with Stimpack are real good.
yeah. And they're able to fight more consistently than the Swarm Host are. Third base on the way now. I think you're relying on Kaelzar having no idea what's happening because we see what's happening. We have no idea what's happening.
So we talked about roaches and their supply lead, right? Now we have Swarm Host play, and Kaelzar is still ahead supply-wise. That is weird. He's gonna go for, okay, he gets the scout. That's really nice. It's like 5 Swarm Hosts? Really?
10 Locusts are pretty good. I guess there's already a tank there, and they're not
I think
getting
you just
on
run, right?
top
Yeah,
of
you don't really address it.
Yeah, you just
Yeah. This is fine. Totally fine for Kaelzar.
And oh man, I love the Banshees. That's actually so. He did it when he saw what was happening. He saw the Roach Warren and the Storm or the Nidus network in the main base, but these Banshees are uncontested. Queens were in the Nidus for whatever reason. I don't know. He wanted some creep spread on the left side. Kind of weird. But now he has nothing to deal with this. You're cutting so many corners as Cham to get this out, which means no spores. And now the committed aggressive play got less damage done than just 2 random Banshees.
That is a very funky build order that so far has not really achieved anything. At this point, Kaelzar is going to be on 3-base economy. He's adding on his additional barracks, which I really do like, because that's effectively just turning into, it's just turning into a massive push, right? And the thing is, against Protoss, Swarm Hosts, yeah, they force the Protoss army to run away, but Marines can just meet those Locusts. They don't really care. They gun them down really quickly. And at that point, Zerg doesn't really have an attacking unit. Plus, yeah, look at this. Terran structures can fly. So unlike a robo facility or anything along those lines, you can just, lift up your structures and micro against it. So unless you assume it's Terran mech or something like that, I think even against mech this is not particularly great. But unless it's like just straight up vanilla mech, GG is cold. Kaelzar wins an easy game number 2. Even against vanilla mech, there was no indicator for that being the case, right? Like that mass siege tank Thor-based style. I still don't think this is the go-to play.
I would love to know what the idea, because I don't think this was like this. Obviously,
I think he was freestyling a little bit there in the end.
Yeah, but like, there's got to be some idea, right? And I don't know. I would love to like. Did you think Kaelzar was going to play mech in game 2? And you're like, okay, I'm going to try to hard counter that. Did you? Yeah. Was there a mistake where you meant to just go Nidus and you said you got Infestation Pit, so you said you're freestyling and you're going with it because you got the Infestation Pit?
So it was a 1-gas lair, skipped link speed into Infestation Pit Nidus Worm, and then effectively 2-base Swarm Host with a couple Queens for support. I'm trying to think if there even is a Terran style that you hard counter with that.
I mean, if you're going like Trad Mech, building a bunch of tanks.
Yeah. But nobody plays that at the moment. I haven't seen like straight up triple factory siege tank in a very long time. And even if you do see that, I think you just transition towards a more battle mechy type of army and you're probably A-okay.
Yeah, Swarm Hosts are probably better against battle mech than they were last patch because of the lock-on changes.
I love the Banshees, by the way, from Kaelzar here. Like, those Banshees were brilliant cool. When he saw it was 2-base roach fillet, or at least something that looked a little funky, he immediately fired up those Banshees. And I think even with traditional mech, we have Banshees for support. You still, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there was a bit of a mistake made right there by Cham, and ultimately he tried to just roll with the punches. But I think he was hoping that second game played out a little differently.
Yeah. So here's what we're gonna do, Loco. We got to go to a 4-minute break, and that gives us, as we are 2 minutes in the future, 2 minutes to wait for chat to tell us what exactly the goal was, because I'm confused. Loco was confused. I'm sure there was maybe something, or, who knows, maybe it's just an accidental infestation pit or something. Regardless, chat's going to tell us what this build was, and we'll be back in 4 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for another series of StarCraft 2. It's going to be Dolan going up against Disc for our next best of 3 series. You have any feelings about this one, Bio?
Well, we talked about maybe that last series was when we finally get some really good macro
Yeah.
play. I was lied to about that one, Loco, but you know, we talked about it.
I tried my best, okay? I don't know what happened in game number 2.
Yeah, that was an interesting game. I really think it was just the goal was a Nidus play, and the infestation pit was dropped instead. And you got to freestyle it and make it happen. This game, though, this series is not a game where we're going to see a bunch of crazy macro play. For those of you that are not aware, this is Paul Dolan, and he is the progenitor of something that we call the Dolan build, or Dolan builds, which are builds that are brilliant. They're incredibly well optimized. They're incredibly aggressive. And generally, Dolan wins because he's not, say, Hero Marine or Maru or something in terms of the execution. But the builds are really strong, but extremely aggressive. So this game, we might get some macro games, but in general, this is very much a setup where we're gonna have some aggressive starts.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be an elimination match as well, right? Meaning that the loser of the series is eliminated out of the regionals, which is very sad because we always, at some point in the tournament setting, we're going to have to say goodbye to pro gamers. But apparently for this particular series, unlike the previous ones for the regional, at least for the NA regional that we've casted here today, they were... winners matches. So the players that did not end up winning their games, they have another shot, a final shot at potentially moving on to the playoffs. But this is a do or die situation for these two.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm a little surprised to see Disc down here 1 and 2. He's at times he's been top 4, top 3 in the regional. His PVT is really good. But unfortunately, one of those series that he lost was against Future, where he was in a really good spot and he just wasn't able to move out. One might argue that it's just a product of Ghost River having too many attack paths, and it's really hard for a Protoss player to get aggressive against a multi-pronging Terran. You can make that argument. Regardless of what it is, Disc had opportunities in that Future series to win both games, and unfortunately was not quite able to do so. Put him down, and, well, he's now back against the line. He's running against a very cheesy Terran. Game 1 is ready. Loco, we're getting right into it.
Absolutely. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series. We find ourselves on good old Ghost River, top right hand corner. It's Disc.
And the upper left looking to soar, looking to fly, looking to find a pond which we quack, and there's no rhyme there anymore. Anyways, here's the red Terran. It's Dolan.
Dolan's certainly known for his cheeky strategies. I'm a little surprised Disc wants to play him on a map like this, right? I feel like if you're gonna play a player who is incredibly slippery, do you really want to do it on a map that has a very quick rush distance, a very set expansion pattern, right? This feels This feels like a map that is still not entirely figured out yet. But apparently, yeah, Disc feels brave enough to go up against Dolan here.
Is it one of those setups where it's like Dark going for the gold base on Alcyone against a Protoss player? It's like, by giving you exactly what you want, which is an opportunity to be aggressive, I am streamlining the paths that you might take. And therefore, it's easier for me to handle those paths, even if it's technically harder, because instead of this being this entire space of what you want to do, now it's a much smaller one.
Yeah, Dark is still Dark though, right? He's always a bit of a madman, and he's always played like that too, but he's always very confident. So we do have Disc actually checking around as many sections of the map as possible. Now moving around the map with 2 probes. Now that is not the norm. Normally you're not scouting with 2 workers. I'm almost inclined to imagine that this is some sort of proxy, but I think he's really just checking for any sort of cheese.
Yeah, I think that's true. This is Dolan, right? He has proxy builds.
He's scouting everywhere.
In base builds. Like, no, I've given you the map, but you're not going to cheese me. And I love what Dolan's doing. Like, yes, it's barracks double cast factory, but on the context of a TVP here, that is not all that cheesy. It's pretty common. So he's effectively playing into his reputation of doing all this insane 1-2 base stuff. And just, yeah, I'm going to play a slightly more aggressive breed of standard, and you're going to waste a lot of mining time scouting all over the place. And
Disc is still scouting, by the way. He is scouting everywhere, but there is a probe now in the main base, and that is going to spoil the plan. I think that basically allows him to, well, at least conclude that there's nothing fishy going on the map.
Well, this is a river, technically, Ghost River, but I guess there might be fish in that river. Regardless, the stalker across the map is really nice. Now that he's determined that there's nothing happening, he goes, delays the command center, and as this is a quad Hellion opening, the recall is great, making sure the stalker doesn't go down. And now he's like, okay, you got 2 Hellions here. There's still a reactor. Oh, he got it in.
Yeah, he snuck a pylon into his opponent's main base. That is really strange because you never really have to deal with that as Terran. And Terran will always build like they're building right here, right? With these add-ons close together, so the structures can do a very quick switch. So there's a very good chance that Donald's not going to check for this. He knew, well, that the probe was there. He killed the probe, but he never checked for the pylon. Which, especially if it's something a little later into the game with like Dark Templar or suddenly a bunch of adepts showing up, right? There's a whole lot of ways in which Protoss can make use of it. Lovely play right there from Disc that we rarely see happen. Although the Hellions are going to try and get in, he does not quite complete the wall off.
Yeah, when I was looking at this, I'm like, okay, he saw the reactor still on that. He saw the 2 Hellions. He should know that this is a Hellion play. And my thought was, okay, Hellion drops, right? That's kind of where it goes into.
Yeah.
This is no Hellion drops. There's a cloaked Banshee follow up behind this. So, do these Hellions get the 8 workers that generally you'd want to get as a Hellion drop? No,
he found it.
Okay, he found it. That's actually really important. But he still gets 5 probes, and that, considering this was not all that committed, you know, it's just 200 minerals for the Hellions, and I guess, you know, you get a little bit of gas for the Reaper. That's a pretty good result for Dolan. And now he knows the Disc is gonna want to try to go on the map because Hellions are not attacking units. Well, they're not mainline battle units, so maybe there's this opportunity for Disc to make something happen. He can dive in with round 2 of this with the Banshees, and obviously they're not 2 of them there just yet, so they're not one-shotting probes, but he also, by running into the main base, taking a look at the main base, taking a look at the natural, he knows where there are shield batteries, and more importantly for this game, Dolan, he knows where there aren't shield batteries, aka the mineral lines.
Well, so far, this is a surprisingly conventional game so far from Dolan, right? Nothing all too crazy. There is 1 shield battery over in the natural, so that one is going to keep all of this alive. This, by the way, not doing anything too crazy himself either, but because of all of that scouting he did earlier, and because of, well, what he's managed to achieve so far in the game, losing a pylon and all that, he's not really capable of going for, say, like a 4-gate blink or anything along those lines, what we see quite a bit in this particular matchup. Instead, he's just playing a, pretty macro-focused approach. We have 3 gateways here, middle-of-the-road style. He should be able to get the 3rd base going pretty easily, but I don't think he's really going to be able to punish Dolan here.
No, it's 2 tanks done. The 3rd one just about done here. Really solid. Dolan's also got some bunkers as well, so he is well set up here to defend. He might like some more bio. Doesn't have, that's kind of what he's lacking just a little bit, but with the bunkers and the tanks, it's very hard for Disc to get in. And now, look at this. Double Banshee. Shield batteries don't matter anymore. You can cloak up. Disc may have seen some of this on the edge of things, but this is a ton of potential damage. So, Dolan, no damage on the other side. Banshee's in the main base here. Disc was not prepared for this in the slightest. And yeah, there are stalkers. I don't see an observer on screen. There's no detection here right now. They're trying to
He's
zone things out.
threatening it.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
This is 7 more dead probes on top of the 5 probes earlier, on top of the, I think the 2 probes that the singular Banshee got, and now into the natural. Yeah, there's Blink here, sure. But this is 10, 11, 12. He's just going to stick on it at this point. This is so much damage from Dolan.
Excellent play here by Dolan. Not really making a whole lot of mistakes whatsoever. Stalkers are going to try and see if they can potentially get damage done, but there's two siege tanks there in the main base. Those add-ons are also not exposed whatsoever, so I don't think he's going to be able to get that Stimpak and the combat shields. When those 2 upgrades are finished, Dolan is going to be able to move across the map quite comfortably and potentially even win the game. That said, though, Disc does have charge finishing up, and that is going to make life much easier for Protoss. But at this point, there's more than a 20 supply army lead for Dolan. And very soon, those army units are going to get a massive power spike with Stimpak and combat shield. So, you can't forget about the Stalkers, though.
I mean, this is a good time. Oh, they're going to
getting a sniper. That would be huge.
That's massive.
Oh, he's going to get it.
Now, good news for Dolan, that's not Stim. That could be even worse. But, I mean, even still, that's 20% HP on most of your army. That's a big deal when your Disc here sitting here trying to defend against this incoming Terran attack.
Yeah, I think Dolan's still going to go for it. Yep, he's still going to go for it. Stimpak is the big one, and the Stalkers are going to get recalled right now. We'll see how much power is really lost here with this Terran push. So those Marines are supposed to have 10 additional hit points. They're probably going to get that at a later time if he decides to restart the upgrade, but here we go. Siege Tank's pretty far forward, though. I wonder if they could have been a little bit more conservative. That being said, the Widow Mines are getting some really big hits in. He's retargeting with the Siege Tanks as well, on top of as many of those Stalkers as possible. And combat shields or not, this Terran army is still looking scary.
It is, but we did notice that the Marines died a little bit faster than they might otherwise would. So, yeah, we're going to see just re-engage here. I mean, this is dicey. Even with Guardian Shield, it's not covering the Zealots. They're just not there. Widow Mines go off, and, well, there we go. Bye-bye sentries as well. So, like, yes, Dolan took more damage. He lost more Marines than he otherwise would have. I think that's very true, especially with the charge lots here. This army is still so hard to deal with. A couple Zealots on the backside going to try to get on top of his last tank, and they may be able to do so. And it actually seems like Disc might be able to dislodge this. Certainly the tech is gone. The problem is, first of all, the reinforcement's on the way, so even this dislodgement is not incredible. And the tech is just not there. Concussive shells are going to be done soon, so Zealots and Stalkers are going to get slowed down. +1's done soon. Combat shields will complete. The third base is just about done. Disc is holding on, sure, but he's not building any advantage. He's
delaying the inevitable, right? That's kind of what it feels like. I think this game would have been over, though, if it wasn't for that combat shield snipe. So Disc really trying to dig out of this hole here, trying his very best to stay afloat. Now Terran does have a third command center too. There's a Ghost Academy coming up. We have a armory here building, so he can go into the +2 infantry attacks as well. In the meantime, Disc doesn't really have any upgrades yet on his units other than charge, and that's that Blink Stalker, obviously. But okay, he's gonna try again. Guardian shields are very powerful here. A little bit of a late stim, so looks like these bio units are gonna have to run.
Yeah, I don't really like this follow-up attack from Dolan, honestly.
No.
It's one of those, like, Dolan's was miles ahead. He got so much damage done, so much economic damage done. Even the first couple attacks, were trading really well. I mean, look at resources last year. It's right now at 600. I think it was a lot more than that. He's got his third base. Like, Dolan was in a really good spot, but by continuing to attack into low-tech gateway, charge lot, blink stalker, a style that is, Loco, that is designed to deal with these early game Terran bits of aggression. Sit at home, get your Ghost Academy, get your third base, develop all that.
No, you mentioned maybe at least he didn't lose Stimpak, but maybe he should have lost Stimpak, man. Then he wouldn't have attacked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even hate the first attack.
That may honestly be a big problem.
I don't even hate the first or second attack. I think that was fine. It's just once the Protoss player is stabilized and they've gotten a couple round of war pins, don't keep attacking into it, right? Just get your fourth base. Take advantage.
The Zealots
of
are
your
really
advantages.
good against small balls of bio, right? Like they're so cost efficient there. Now it's Storm that's finished too, by the way, so suddenly this Protoss army is going to be so much better. There are a few Ghosts already out, so at least the Ghosts can EMP those High Templar, but much easier said than done. The High Templar are going to be hiding inside of the Prism, and Disc is crawling back in this game. I think he may just be getting it done.
We're going to have to see. Crawling back into this game, he's got 61 workers, but he really doesn't have a lot of gas, so it's all going to be on Gateway Storm. There's really not a lot of tech transition available to him right now. He's only on 4 gas. which means that this is an incredibly binary fight upcoming. If he lands the storms, probably wipes the army. If he doesn't land the storms, he probably loses the fight and loses the game. So it's not easy. He is giving himself win conditions. Oh, no, that Widow Mine was fantastic. He's giving himself a win condition. Where is the Prism?
Okay, Prism is close by, because we really do need those storms. EMP obviously available on the Ghost as well. If they can shut down the storm, that'd be big. So far, I don't think Dolan knows that he's playing against Storm, right? So he probably hasn't seen any of those Templar. Although, here it comes. On the left side of your screen, the Templar, big storms.
It was, but it doesn't kill anything, right? Like, it does force Dolan back, but it was a disjointed fight. So yes, Storm goes down. I think a medevac died, but really not much more than that. And if Dolan can get home here, Stalkers are trying to chase that down. Look at the feedback in the middle, but it doesn't kill. Storm on the high ground here as well. That's a lot juicier one. And now the Zealots coming in from every side. This, Loco, is where it gets scary. All of a sudden, Loco, Dolan again on the map, not where he wanted to be, trapped by the storms. But the Sim City, the Widow Mines are going to try to go on top of this. He has to kite for days, though. And the medevacs are starting to fall. There's not as much healing there as there was, but now attacking into the natural with the bunker and the Widow Mines, this becomes a lot harder, and we don't have any storms anymore.
No, instead he's making a transition towards a Robo Bay. Disc is likely going to be forced to back up here once again, but he's feeling like this is his moment to shine, right? Because he was pretty much on the verge of losing and tapping out of the game. He feels like he needs to get more done, and I don't entirely disagree. Getting some work done over in that mineral line at the third base might be nice, but instead we're going to back off. I think maybe splitting off a few Zealots towards that mineral line would have been really good, but Disc decides to back off, and he's going to take a fifth base, actually, all the way at the bottom of the map.
Yeah, right as Dolan's getting ready to take his fourth base on the bottom side. It did get scary for Dolan. I was like, oh, well, the storm's not great. He picks up, runs home, but Stalkers were able to chase down to force the unload. It's a very low army. It wasn't dead, but you can heal it up. But you don't give him that time. So chase him back to the natural, get some damage done, buy some more time, get your fifth base, go double robo. Disruptors are a far better option here. Again, just because of the timing that you have. But now we are on 2 levels of Splash. We got Ghosts, we got Disruptors, we have decently upgraded, not incredibly, but at least they got 1-1 on this gateway units. It's still not looking good for Disc, but you're right, Loco. He's starting to build himself more and more win conditions. They're not easy win conditions, but they do exist.
Getting a snipe on his base is actually really nice, though. Yeah. Forcing the council on that does make life a bit easier here again for Dolan. Getting a Templar, not bad whatsoever either, although a few of the Marines do have to pay the price. Disruptor, ooh, okay, does grab quite a few units. Look at that one Marine jumping for joy.
I didn't think that was going to hit. I don't think Dolan thought it was getting hit either. He's like, I'm out of range, whatever. No, it did kill a lot. And the crazy thing to me,
respect the Disruptors.
Yeah, gotta respect him. It's crazy to me as well. I mean, he does have 29 Zealots, and it's cheap. That's a very cheap army that you have on equal supply, but it's crazy to me, despite how much damage Disc has taken. Oh, that's a big storm. Despite how much damage Disc has taken, the supplies are
Prism?
pretty equivalent. Yeah, the Prism goes down to the missile turrets on the north side.
Okay. Honestly, Disc has done a really good job, though. Considering the situation he found himself in after that early game, he's done an amazing job holding on and fighting tooth and nail to get back into the game. And right now, I mean, he's grabbed the supply lead once again. Still not in love with his position, though, because obviously his upgrades aren't quite as good, but he's getting all of the parts that he really needs to try and win this game in the long run. We're like one Disruptor hit away from this being really good for Protoss.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny as well. I think, Loco, we talk. Oh, EMP's not going to go for the Disruptors, I guess. It's funny, we opened this series talking about how, we thought the last series was going to give us a big macro game as the Storm on the backside. It actually kills quite a bit. But how this series was not going to give us macro games because Dolan is just super cheesy and super aggressive, and it's going to win in one way or the other. And I love that this is probably the longest game of the day. Right? 15 minutes in. I think that might be the longest match.
You may actually be right here. This is indeed a very macro-focused style here from Dolan, not really playing cheesy whatsoever. Forced to now micro against multiple sources of splash damage, though, is much easier said than done. And I think Dolan probably wants to wait until 3-3 is finished himself. Very soon, he's going to have to defend against Dark Templar run-bys, right? He's going to have to deal with Colossi, and dealing with Dark Templar run-bys in isolation is manageable, but then when you have to also...
God,
he's losing a lot of Templar in the process for that too. But where you then have to defend against Dark Templar and micro with your bio army against Disruptors and Storm, it is so easy to still let this slip through your fingers. He's been forced all the way back home. We don't quite have a Liberator transition ready to go yet, so I think Disc is starting to get a smile on his face again, considering how this game has gone.
And it's funny, when we saw the... Okay, Disruptor, dodge... That's a big shot. That's a big shot. But it's funny, when we saw the changes to the High Templar, I forget whether it was this patch or the last patch, where they got a little bit more movement speed. I was talking about how great, now we can see flanking disruptors like we used to a little bit more, and that seems like a good idea. And we did see it. But Disc is just using the hell out of them. Random disruptors on the map in this game. And yeah, they're dying, but they're keeping this army, they're killing a lot of the army. They're keeping this army so low that it makes it really hard for Dolan to make this aggression work the way he wants to. And yeah, now Disc, he's 2-1, so his upgrade's a little bit behind, but he's got Colossus, he's 3 layers of Splash Deep, but Shadow Stride on the way as well. This army from Disc, we talked a little bit ago about how, okay, the supplies are fairly equal, but a lot of it's in these Zealots, which are cheap. They're not all that effective units to the game later. Well, now we're looking at a Colossus and 7 Disruptors and a bunch of High Templar, and this army has gotten complex, has gotten powerful in a way that 30 Zealots really weren't. So this game is a lot more complex of a game that Dolan has to play from here on out if he wants to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's very easy for Protoss at this point, or sorry, very easy for Terran at this point to accidentally have a massive set of splash damage hit there and hit them in the face and just lose, right? If we see Clem playing from this position, it looks almost magical because he rarely takes damage from a lot of those splash damage units, but it is not that easy. There's actually only just now additional, how many barracks are we on? Now we're gonna go to 11 barracks in total. Interesting. I figured we were gonna add on those starports a little bit earlier. Ranged Liberators would be amazing. I mean, maybe a little bit weaker as he does grab, it seems to be 4 Disruptors. That's really good.
That was beautiful. 4 Disruptors and a High Templar for literally 0 trades is a big deal. I know he's gonna have the high ground right now as well, so this is not a position he wants to fight into. He's gonna have to give it up. And
more Zealots?
God, these flanking storms. Yes, it was an EMP and it was only 1, but look how low that base or that army got. Flanking Zealots on the other side. There's a bunker with upgrades, but there's only 1 unit inside of it. So these Zealots are starting to go to town.
I don't love this army here for Disc. Like, he's got a lot of money in the bank, but he's got so much supply caught up in Zealots. It is definitely time we're starting to switch out some of those units or maybe play it a little bit more aggressively, because in a straight-up fight, I still like Dolan's army quite a bit more, especially if he can manage to micro backwards and split against the Storms and the Disruptors. It is just... Yeah, we're at 22 Zealots right now, but he's been sitting at like 30 to 40 Zealots for ages, and he warps it even more.
I was gonna say, I like that he's sectioning off part of these Zealots to go and, go counterattack and get some damage done. That's great. It forces your army back and get damage done. But the fact that he's replacing with more Zealots feels a little bit weird, right? Now, this is not a position he wants to fight into. This is asking for a flank. Get it on the top. Disruptor shot. Good splits to start here. Second one lands a little bit better. Now the third. Oh, that's even juicier here. This is not a fight you want to take, Dolan, right now. Around the doodad was fine, right? That made sense. You can kind of build a big flank. But as the Protoss player retreats back up to Sim City and up a ramp, that is
You need Liberators.
Yeah, you really
do.
do.
If your name does not start with a C and ends with Lem, you really do need Liberators. It is so tricky to micro against that army, because sure, the first splits were pretty good, but ultimately we see it so frequently. Terrans take one of those big Disruptor hits to the face. Now there's going to be Dark Templar in the mix too, by the way, which is going to complicate this game even more for Dolan. But he is going to go into the ranged upgrade for those libs, and they are hitting the battlefield 4 at a time, +2 research for them coming up too. Problem is, obviously, that slows down the game a ton, right? And it gives this even more time to get back into it with, for example, moves like this. Planetary Fortress, though, is being repaired, and it looks like the SCVs are going to be able to keep it alive.
Well, on the flip side, though, this attack through the middle gets a lot done. Liberators die, kills a decent amount of bio, but now a big flank coming in from every side. EMPs blanket everything. Disruptors will not land for now, but it's still hard to take the fight because they're zoning, and they're really forcing their way back. But now here comes Dolan. Look at the big surround. 1 Disruptor is really all that remains of the big burst splash, so he's got to back up. And okay, that's a ballsy recall. How much gets down? I get the Disruptor as well. I don't think he lost a ton of tech there, but man, the fact that those DTs didn't kill the Planetary, thank you, Building Armor. We love you. We appreciate you. It makes a difference.
That Building Armor actually MVP in this game. Rarely do we see it being used as a very important upgrade. It's one of those things you kind of just get when you're shopping in the late game, right? You're like, high sec auto tracking, +2 armor on the start, whatever, right? We just kind of get a little bit of everything. Now Disc, though, is gonna go up against Liberators, and all he's got against Libs is Blink Stalkers. Now, technically, good option, but you do obviously prefer having something a little bit more sturdy. Disruptors and High Templar are gonna be much more difficult to use here, since those Liberators are very good at zoning all of this away, and that means that Disc is gonna end up losing a Nexus here. There is that spot of Dark Templar in the bottom left-hand corner. It's jumping on a command center again, but this time around it's an orbital, and they can fly.
I really like this late game orbital tech. Bjorn does it a ton, where it's like, you know, he does it against Zerg, does it against Protoss, because a lot of the stuff that you got to worry about, you can just lift against lurkers.
Yeah, like yeah, exactly. It's really cool.
Now, you talk about Blink Stalkers. I think this is Ghost River is probably a map where playing this kind of high trading, highly mobile late game style with a bunch of Blink Stalkers. I think it's okay, just because there are so many different attack paths and ways you can try to find your way in. But you have to be so active on the map. This is a ballsy Blink on top of everything. No, that's not the good fight. I was gonna say, like, if you were able to stay on the map and keep the Terran player pinned back, there are so many avenues that you can try to attack into that maybe it works out. But if the Terran player is able to siege into you, well, we just saw what happens right there. Everything dies.
Dolan almost had this game slip out of his fingers, but I think these Liberators are really making the game much better for him. Disc is still very Zealot heavy, by the way. 20 Zealots still available at this point in the game, and they're not on the other side of the map. Instead, they're sort of choked right over here, and they're going to try and go through that choke point too. Good Blink, Blink micro over here, but he's trying to just kite back with that bio army. The Libs do get, well, shot out of the sky. But Disc is kind of bleeding out, right? He doesn't really have a ton of income anymore at this point. His bank has been completely drained. And even though this game has been 10 times more difficult than Dolan would have liked it to be, he is ultimately, I would imagine at least, getting it done.
Yeah, and remember as well, when you talk about Protoss players, a Terran loses a base, fine, they can go drop mules, right? They do have, even when they take economic damage at this late game, you have the stopgap to get yourself back into it. Disc doesn't have that. He doesn't have, no, especially losing. He's got 39 probes, and that's reasonable. But, okay, that flanking High Templar gets nothing done.
We've seen like 24 High Templar going down like that now this game.
I mean, it was kind of fun, right? They have, in general, gotten a lot done. But at this point, I do like the additional Colossus. Colossus technically good against Liberators, and actually, you know what? They may be better against Liberators now, even with extended range, considering that that's been nerfed by 1. But how do you fight into this, right? Even with the Colossus that can play on the edge of things, you need something blinks right into a bunch of Widowmine. It's so hard. And meanwhile, Dolan, inside track, you can just knock all the tech down.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what it's going to do. This is where basically all of the production for Protoss is located. Disc now realizes that he can't really chase this down, so he decides to go in for the counter attack. There are a bunch of High Templar hiding in the corner of the main base for Disc. So some big storms on his army. I mean, there is still a chance. There's not a ton of energy on those medevacs. I mean, there's quite a bit of it, I guess, and he does have the upgrade for it done too, the Caduceus reactor. There's a storm. There's another juicy one. I mean, if there ever was a way for High Templar to get value, this is it.
Unfortunately, it's only 4 High Templar, only 4 storms. 4 storms and 7 years ago. And Disc is killing bases. The problem is he just can't find the army. It's 133 supply to 99. He can't really attack into the natural without heavy losses. And we talked about this earlier, right? This setup of heavy Blink Stalker ideas that is a way to play in the late game is reliant on a punishing economy. His economy is not punishing, Loco. It has been punished.
He's trying his best, but ultimately Dolan is making this incredibly difficult. I think we will finally see a clash though between these armies, and when you do have a lot of splash damage as Protoss, there's always a chance. We have Disruptors, we've got Colossi, and we got High Templar. It's just that Liberators are good against basically all of that. Yeah, and even this trade is, I think, totally fine here for Dolan because he's got a bunch of cash.
He's got a bunch of cash, and it was a good trade for Golan even if he didn't have a lot of cash. That was 4 High Templars for like 2 Liberators. It's the entirety of the damage, of a good majority of the splash damage from Disc. Certainly the thing that's been effective in this game.
He's got 1 gateway, by the way. He's got a bunch of money, but he's got 1 gateway and no real way of spending his resources.
Well, that soon to be 0 gateways, or certainly this one's going to be depowered. He's supply blocked anyways, so even with the singular gateway, he couldn't build anything. Look, if he can jump on top of this army, the economies are bad enough for both players that if he can just win a fight, anyone can win this game. The problem is the Disruptors zoning as they are. I mean, oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, Loco. Disruptor shots like that all of a sudden make this possible.
Yeah, it's so difficult, right? There's so much value to be gained out of these Protoss units. But look, we're talking about a Terran who's basically twice the supply right now, with a bigger bank and a much better army. You'd imagine that there's no way for Protoss to get back into it, right? Protoss all the way in the bottom right-hand corner. No real income, no real... I mean, he keeps fighting. And I do like the fighting spirit here. There were several moments in this game where Disc almost managed to bring it back. But I think ultimately Dolan's army here is just a little too good, although I have said that 7 times already.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
he's
like,
still in it.
You say there's no way this Protoss players come back. We've been saying that for the last 20 minutes. So,
Yeah.
like, you know, I was starting to believe for quite a while, and I like this. Getting on top of reinforcements. The Liberators are, if you can solve the Liberator problem, your ground army, at the moment, now this may change as things die, but at the moment, your ground army is good enough to fight against the ground army of the Terran player. But
GG.
losing the last phase, yeah, that'll do it.
I feel like all of this can be trailed back to, like, I know this is a while back, but the Blink Stalkers in the main base killing that combat shield research, right? Like, that's kind of what started this. That was about minute 5 or so, so that is, you know, 20 plus minutes ago at this point in the game. But it felt like it was an uphill battle for a very, very long while in this match. And there were several moments where Disc almost brought it back, because we see it go wrong for Terran so frequently, right? Like, you take one of those disruptors too many to the face and it's just a disaster. But props to Dolan there. He hung in there. Maybe he's got a bit of a cheesier reputation, but we didn't really see any of that in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he was aggressive, right? Banshees and Hellions and things, but yeah, not super cheesy. Now, those of you in chat, I want you to raise your hand if you had our first long game of the day being a Dolan game. My hands are down, like as far down as they can go.
Yeah, that is usually not the type of game that you expect to go to distance, but props as well to Disco. I think he did a great job, right? Like, overall, yeah, he really... It's very easy. I notice this in my own games quite a bit, where you're like playing the game and you're like, oh man, I made a bunch of mistakes. It's really hard to put yourself over that hurdle and continue playing the game. But you got to put yourself past that. If you're playing a tournament match, you got to make sure you always think about win conditions. And Disc certainly came up with some really good ones here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny as well. You look at this. I want to point out, I know we were talked about it a lot during the game, but the scattering of High Templar on the map. Because what that meant was, even while Dolan had these big supply leads at times and these massively powerful armies, he was never able to take a fight when he was at 80, 90, 100% HP. It was always very, very low, always spending energy on the medevacs to keep things alive. And what that meant was that Dolan could never take a fight even when he had a lead. And that bought Disc more time to get back into the game, gave him this opportunity to, you know, maybe make a comeback. Didn't quite work out, but cool ideas. You know what's also cool, Logo? Though game 2, and then for left, he survived for 20 minutes. Not quite enough, but he did survive, and maybe there's some mental power there for Apprentice. It's Disc,
and his opponent down in the bottom right with the red SCVs. We have Dolan. Yeah, I did not have a 20-minute long macro game. The only 20-minute long macro game of the day, going to a Dolan series on my bingo card here.
Yeah, no, I asked chat in the break to like raise their hands if they. I could not have put my hands further down. Like I was bending over. You know, my hands were trying to touch the floor, but I'm not that flexible. You know, downsides to spending the last.
You got to do your morning yoga.
I mean, I do morning yoga, sure, but I've spent the last 6.5 hours in this chair casting StarCraft. That does number one your flexibility.
We got to be the standing casters before the end of the day.
Yeah,
or just be commentating from the back of the room.
Exactly. Got to go and like really crank the gate up in your microphone. So I'm like far. You know, look, it's possible, Loco. We have Niall here to observe. So hey, I can do it.
We need to get some lav mics. You know, we just walk around.
Oh yeah. Got to pull a Revy. Have this like reverse engineered lav mic, portable mic setup that he's got. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they sound pretty good. Anyways, curious to see here what Dolan is gonna bring this time around, right? Because he played very normal in game number 1. I mean, he's known for some crazy build orders and some crazy strats, but so far in this series, we're not really seeing that all too much. And once again, this is all looking pretty normal.
I mean, you say you played pretty normal. I don't know that I'd go that far for Hellion run by Banshees. But it's like, one standard deviation away from normal, right? It's like, sure, it's not normal, but it's not wild.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the aggressive side of normal, right? We see that a lot in this matchup as well. Terrans who just like to be in the opponent's face, and I don't think that was all too weird.
No. Now, I think it's kind of interesting as well as we look at this, because Disc is going Twilight again, and that he's one of these players. I think Trigger's kind of another NNA that just doesn't like Stargate. He just opens Twilight in some variant, shape, or form pretty much every single game. And I wonder if there's something that Dolan can do to abuse that. Twilight is an opener because it's pretty stable. It's, standard. Oh, nice catch here on the Adept. Gonna knock that down.
Nice.
Yeah, no scouting.
Yeah, Dolan playing solid. Catching that unit for free is a very big deal, as he is going to be going into the good old Widow Mines and Medivacs, it looks like.
Yeah, so right now we're looking at probably a 2 Widow Mine drop. Maybe 3, depending based on the timing, but generally you go with 2. It's not super committal. And if I'm a Dolan fan, I don't know how I feel about this. So game 1, he went on the aggressive side of normal, right? But still pretty aggressive. He got like 20 probes dead, and still Disc took it to 27 minutes and almost made a comeback happen. If I'm a Dolan fan, I don't want him playing just bog standard. And I guess he's not, because he's moving out with these Marines, which is a little weird. I don't want him playing bog standard and not getting damage done early, or not doing significant damage early, because it feels like Disc in the macro game, even in this game that he lost, feels like he does have an advantage there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He fell pretty far behind, and he still managed to make a game out of it, right? So it's one of those situations where, like, if you play the early game a little cleaner, maybe the entirety of the match will also just work out in your favor quite a bit more. So Disc is going to have to get some damage done here once again in the early game, right? Preferably, you would like to kill a dozen workers with these Widow Mines, but that doesn't seem to happen as much anymore now that the Widow Mine has got a series of nerfs. We do have a single Adept, though, in the main base, and that is already a nuisance. No real kills just yet. A couple of SCVs forced to run around and lose some mining time here. By the way, just a double gateway expand here for Disc, so straight into a 3rd Nexus.
That's pretty greedy, too. When you take a look at how the meta has been developing, a lot of Terran aggression, getting that 3rd gateway is generally pretty nice. This Disc is on top of the of the drop there, and hey, I like it. You have better tracers. It's very obvious where the shot's going to go now, which, is, as a player, as someone who does not enjoy losing everything I have to Widow Mines, I appreciate the change. Thank you, Balance Council. It makes me very happy.
Yeah, I mean, if you micro against it, oftentimes those units can work out really nicely for you. Good defense, and now also good offense here for Disc. Gonna keep these Stalkers alive, I would imagine. We'll be able to blink them down to the low ground, but not without dealing maximum amount of damage. And you know what? Blink it to the low ground. Who's talking about that? No, we're gonna bring the additional units up towards the high ground as well. Keep in mind that this is all just 2 gateways, so he's just been warping them in on cooldown. Widow Mine drop coming in once again. Quick reaction speed right here by Disc. Great micro. He's gonna unburrow those mines to be as obnoxious as possible, but ultimately I don't mind it. Although, did the Stalkers get recalled? Oh yeah, thank God they got recalled. I thought for a second they disappeared.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I'm like, wait a minute, this is... Oh, no.
Yeah, we lose like 10 Stalkers. Where did they go? No, really solid work right here by Disc.
Yeah, there was the Liberator. I don't know if that was across the map or the Stalkers kind of caught it as it spawned in the main base, but a Liberator's dead as well. And again, I want to point out something you said. This is a 2-gate expand, right? This is kind of as greedy. Stats once did a 1-gate blink expand. There was that. But in general, this is as greedy as a Protoss player will be able to get in a game of StarCraft. And the fact that Disc is, A, not taking a lot of damage off the greed, that's already kind of the goal. But the fact that he's getting a lot of damage done off this greed puts him so well situated. This +1 stim combat shield timing is not going to work. I think we can say that right now. Charge is halfway done. 6 additional gateways are being added. There's +1. Probably not in time for this initial attack from Dolan. But because Disc has taken so little damage, he's been so greedy, and gotten damage done on the other side, this attack from Dolan that he's keying up for is just almost dead before it even happens.
It is going to be a very difficult push to commit to for sure, but you do have to get something done as well, right? You can't just make all of these army units and then just sort of make a 3rd base on the back of it. Disc is going to go for a 4th Nexus, feeling really good with the current situation in the game. He's going to go into an Immortal as well. He should have a ton of charge slots available before this Terran army really starts moving. Imagine, though, if Disc didn't do a 2-gateway opener, but he decided to go straight into 4-gate blink with a Nexus on the back of it. I got a feeling that this would have been a near impossible game, as we have some really solid control here in the Stalkers. only a single Stalker has gone down in this entire game so far.
Hey, it's kind of funny.
See the matter of fact. Great.
Good scout. It's kind of funny. I was casting a disc game last season, and I'm talking with Cats, and I'm talking about how, you know, like, with one thing there's disc has always been known for, it's his Blink Stalker micro. Like, it's really good. And Cat's always like, what are you talking about here? Like, every pro player has a good Blink micro. And I'm like, yeah, but that's what disc is known for. And he's showing it right here. I mean, that was a really nice Blink. It knocks down a Marauder as well, loses a single Stalker for really some awesome value. And now Zealots are being warped. More and more Zealots are getting warped in. I said this 5 minutes ago or 3 minutes ago. Oh, he has the medevac too. It's beautiful. I just don't see this attack working.
Well, he's gonna have to commit to it. This is pretty much an all-in, but he gets this Terran army on siege, not ready to fight at all. There is a Widow Mine or two, so that's nice. They get about as much damage as they can, but obviously a little bit less splash damage now in the new multiplayer balance patch. Disc now finally has a Prism in the mix too. He's got 8 gateways. He's got everything he really needs. Goes for a Robo Bay +2 second Robo facility on the back of it, but I think he's going to commit to a big fight right now. He knows it's difficult to break 2-base Terran, and he really doesn't need to try, but I think he's certainly going to give it a shot here, because you may as well when you're this far ahead.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, even if he doesn't break the 2-base Terran, he can prevent the 3rd base from happening. All right? Just play contained for forever. Stalkers on the low ground are going to kill this tank, and wow. Yeah.
Smooth sailing here for Disc in game 2. Honestly, looking incredibly dominant.
I think that's the problem. Like, so Dolan got a ton of damage in game 1, and
yeah,
he won the game. But when you talk about Dolan in general, he has to go and get damage done to be happy. Playing the standard game like this doesn't feel all that great. Although, in fairness, Blink Stalkers against committed Widowmine into Liberator drops, you don't have a lot of defense. So it is a pretty technical hold on Dolan's side to make sure everything's where they have to be. And this did a really good job of exposing that. But it does expose where players are good and where their strengths are.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a lot of technicality, right, to defending that S-Terran. It's super easy to slip up and accidentally make a mistake. Like, you lose a siege tank or something, it's basically game over. At least that's what it feels like. But considering this was only like a 2-gate committed push here early on by Disc, it just means that if it would have been 4 gateways, it probably would have been game over significantly sooner. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing some of that actually right here on site Delta, as that is going to be the final game in his best of 3 series that's currently loading up. Although I'm still going to be keeping my eyes on what Dolan is doing here. I got a feeling he's got something cooked up, right? We're not going to see 3 relatively normal builds in a row, are we?
Not with elimination on the line, I can't imagine, right?
Yeah.
Because again, you lose this game, you're out of the tournament. It's a best of 1 to stay in to play tomorrow. And you know, I think maybe one of the reasons we don't, that's not even a good reason. I was going to say maybe the reasons we don't see this 4-8 Blink is Dolan has builds that kind of punish that fairly consistently. So maybe that's what it is. But I don't know, man. We're on side Delta. Game 3 is loaded in. We're going to find out. And in the bottom right, in the blue, he's won game 2, and he did a really nice job coming back into game 1. It's Disc.
Yeah, honestly looking very dominant there in the second game of the series. His opponent, though, all the way in the opposite corner of this very large map. It's Dolan.
So we're talking...
Very well done, though, by Disc overall. I'm just impressed with the way that he was microing all of the Stalkers. Like, sure, Cat's may be right. All the top-tier Protosses are good at microing their Stalkers, but there's still different degrees of microing Stalkers, right? Like, there's a few that are head and shoulders above the rest, I would imagine, or at least in my mind, there are a few that are just better than the others. And, well, Disc certainly showcased some phenomenal control there.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about Parting and Hero and players like that. Now, Loka, we talked about Disc has got to have something in the chamber as we take a look at this game number 3. If you're a Disc fan and you want Disc to go on and play on tomorrow on not Championship Sunday, but on round 5, right, when it's just you win advance, you lose, you go home. What if there's one build, if there's one idea that Dolan can try to take advantage of, knowing what we've seen from Disc in the last couple games? What are you looking at?
Well, that's the tricky part, right? These early games are very well figured out after all these years of StarCraft 2, and the Blink Stalker opener, for example, is a very safe one. It's the same for like the Stargate opener, assuming you micro everything well as Protoss, and That's usually the main problem for most players out there. If you don't micro everything perfectly, you don't scout really, really cleanly, it's super easy to accidentally lose. So we saw some one base all-ins, for example, earlier today from OLiVEIRA. Something like that can definitely catch a player off guard. This going for a, like if he autopilots a little bit, if he denies scouting, for example, and Disc autopilots a little bit, he decides to go, oh, we don't have it in this game. Great scout right there by the Protoss, but say you autopilot a little bit, then it's once again a double gate into a third Nexus, then, well, an aggressive 1 or 1.5 base all-in can work out really well. Not going to be the case, though, here.
Now, I mean, he is going Barracks Double Gas Factory expand, so this does open up more attack paths. We saw him... Actually, I guess it looks like Dolan's opting into what he did game number 1, which, in fairness, Loco, that got 20 probes. It did build him an advantage. But that was the first time it was shown, right? If you do it again, this has got to be front of mind for Disc now.
Yeah, plus we're on a bit of a different map here as well with that ramp leading up from the natural. Or leading down, I guess. The large ramp a little bit north of this position there is very tricky. It is going to be a starport quickly on the back of this. Could certainly be a medevac drop. On a map like this, I don't think that's a bad idea. Once again, Blink, by the way, here for Disc.
Yeah, and we don't have any tech lab on the way as well. So last game was, you know, the Banshee's behind this because you're going for the tech lab. This time, there is a world where you go and you, I mean, 2 Hellions. This is weird, right? He has 4 Hellions. He's running in with just 2 of them. He gets some damage. He does soften him up for maybe a follow-up later on before the shield battery's done, but now you don't have one-shot potential, right? That, like, when you have 3 or more Hellions, you're one-shotting probes, and that's the goal. 2 and 2 is just not nearly as effective.
Reaper at this point also fell, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, inside of the main base, as we did have an Adept chasing that one around, and indeed this Hellion is also gonna get sniped. So ultimately, this is 4 Hellions and a Reaper for 5 probes. It is gonna be Cloaked Banshees once again on the back of this, and we have already seen that work out very nicely in the previous games of this series, but I'm with you. Disc should have all of the units here prepared to deal with it. He's gonna go into the Robo facility. Obviously, there's those weird moments where you send the first observer towards the other side of the map and you get the scouts that you're just about to lose a ton of economy. That kind of sucks, but as long as the observer is somewhat close by, or we go double observer, it should be very manageable for Protoss.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a little interesting as well. So there was definitely a world where Dolan goes and he shows the same opener, right? This is the exact same thing he did in game 1, but he adds a wrinkle. He goes Hellion drop instead of running them in, and maybe doesn't go Banshees, or he goes Ravens, or like there does something different and tries to play on this idea that he's done the same thing in game number 1, and therefore Disc can't just take it at face value. And I think that's a good, serious planning idea. But the fact that he's doing literally the exact same thing in game 1, at this level of play, that it shouldn't get as much damage done as the first time, right? That's just how that works. There's no surprise factor anymore.
There is, by the way, also a shield battery already set up here, so that means that this first Banshee, I mean, she can start firing, but this is the problem, right? You can keep them alive for a whole lot longer. Now the Observer just popped out of the Robo facility too, and Dolan is going to have to retreat here unless he wants to lose the Banshee. So far, this is already going much smoother than it did in game number 1 for Disc.
Yeah, no, definitely. And yes, the 2 Banshees are going to show up eventually, and maybe they can get some more damage done. But yeah, you're right. At this point, it is, I think, 6 dead probes total, and one of them was the scouting probe, so it doesn't really count. And now it's, Stalker position.
Oh, that's mean to the scouting probe, dude.
Okay.
You're saying the scouting war probe doesn't count?
Yeah, no, it's too early in the game. It hasn't learned how to count yet.
That's so mean, man. Poor scouting worker. It thought it was a promotion when it was chosen from the rest of the pack to go and scout the Terran, but according to BO, you don't even count.
Nah, poor little Probius. He was the hero. He may have been the hero of the Legacy of the Void cinematic, but that was, how many years ago was that? That was like 9 years ago at this point. And you know,
yeah, that was 9 years ago.
Was it?
I got nerd chills looking at that trailer for the first time.
Dude, it was so good.
Nearly a decade.
But that was like 8 or 9 years ago, right? And at this point, it's the high school phenomena. Like, hey guys, I was on varsity 10 years ago back in high school. It's like, okay, dude, but you're 30.
Yeah. You know what?
have you
They
done
probably
since
showed
then?
that trailer in 2014. Legacy
Okay.
came out in 2015, right? So they probably showed the trailer a year before that. It's probably a decade ago.
I don't like that.
No, I don't like that thought either.
Like I've been giving you a hard, you know, we've been leaning into the Loco is old meme, but now you're making me like confront my own mortality, and I don't like that. Like turnabout is not fair play here, Loco.
No. Don't worry. It was about 2 years ago, I think, give or take. Ooh, as we do have a nice aggressive blink forward to bench, he's actually running out of energy. Well managed right here, though, by Disc, right? So in game 1, he fell very far behind early. He sniped the combat shield's research, and that push from Terran that was ultimately supposed to kill him did not quite kill him. And Disc had about 20 minutes of staying alive, right? That was essentially what it came down to. But he stayed alive. Ultimately, it was Dolan who won. But Disc did showcase some very impressive gameplay. Now he's playing a very similar game, but this time around, he's in a much more comfortable position. That does not mean that this upcoming attack right here from Dolan is going to be easy to hold, because that is a tremendous amount of Terran. But seeing this army come in here is very handy.
I mean, you know, I'm not going to lie. The 3 tanks are significant. Absolutely. One of mine are really nice. I look at this army, and it doesn't really look all that impressive. Anti-armor. Oh, sorry. No, that was a Widowmine shot. Excuse me. Great force field still shuts down like half the army immediately. And I look at this army, and like, yeah, tanks are scary. Absolutely, Loco. This army from Dolan does not look all that impressive in the face of this many charge lots. By the way, they got +1. They shred. And now just got a flank set up. Widowmines are scary, and you got to be careful, but the shots are just not great. So the tanks are going to go down.
In the meantime, in the main base, also not really achieving all too much, it looks like, as they're busy firing at a gateway. Not quite where you want them. Focused, of course, on microing his main army, but that fight also didn't achieve too much.
No, not right. Look, they're going to kill this. They're going to kill a gateway one day. And then who's laughing then? You know?
Me. I'll be making fun of them. I'm sorry. Range Colossi on the back of this right here for Disc, who's thinking about taking a 4th base. 3rd command center. I mean, it is done at this point here for Dolan. He's growing an orbital command hat on top of it, but this is so tricky, right? To micro your way out of this right now as Dolan, you really need to get damage done at some point in the game, be it with drops or be it with just your main army aggression in general. Because we've seen a lot of these games that kind of look like this, where Terran just slowly over time fizzles out a bit. And getting a council on a 4th Nexus, for example, would be a good start.
Yeah, it's a good start. You have to do so much more than that at this point, especially as, oh man, this Zealot run by is so nice. The 3rd base, as it tries to only 3 SCVs, but it means there's no mining out of the 3rd base when Dolan is desperate for money. Yeah, you cancel the 4th base. Sure. It's still 3 bases to effectively do. Banshee in the main base is starting to get something done. Stalker warps in, and it's going to be fine. So Banshee threat is done. The 3rd base is not lifted. And Disc at this, he could probably take the fight up the ramp, but it is a little scary right there. So why bother? Just go and build your army more, get your 1/1 +2 on the way. Wait for extended thermal. That's the big advantage there. And now medevac goes down. Something died on the prospective 4th base location. And here's the problem now, as we talk about economy and all of that. The Vikings are just starting to hit the field here. This is 2 or 3 Colossus. There's not enough anti-Colossus tech to deal with the timing that Disc has.
Absolutely, yeah. We're just about to see the 3rd Colossus hit the battlefield. Extended thermal lance, the ranged upgrade is already done. I would really like to see the 4th Nexus restarted at this point in time, because otherwise it does become a little bit too all-in-y for my liking. But Dolan once again making a move in this direction. Zealots are going to be drawing him all the way back home again, and I would imagine that it's about time for Disc to get a bit more adventurous. He's essentially maxed out right now. He's got a really nice army. His upgrades are looking solid as well. Terran is miles away from 2-2, so it's not really like he's in a rush, but there are definitely opportunities for him here.
I mean, I think you just get 4 Colossus and go. Yes, there's a 4th base on the way, but there are 2 Vikings on the map, and I guess they were built to deal with a Warp Prism or something, but Dolan's not building anymore. He has so little anti-Colossus tech. He's got 18 Marauders, but I mean, 4 Colossus just shreds this army that Dolan has right now. And, oh, by the way, 142 supply. Disc didn't build a lot of probes. He has a massive army.
Yes, this is a tremendous Protoss army. The only thing that's missing, I guess, is a Prism, and that's mostly because he's been maxed out and he hasn't had the supply to make one. He could just warp in from the other side of the map, I suppose, but look at how quickly those rocks end up going down. Disc is ready to bring the fight to Dolan, and the question is, does Dolan have enough? EMPs are going to be critical. So far, none of them have landed. Dolan starts the fight off by running, and that is not what you want to see.
I mean, I love that there are so many Zealots on the map right now that the Widowmine doesn't even go off before the Zealots kill the Widowmine, which you don't see all that often, right? But for now, the first hit, it's okay.
Yeah.
Disc doesn't get it done, but he does force his opponent back. He wedges his way in. Now we're going to see all the Widowmines are dead, the bunker's dead, and this third base, it's dead. There are too many Stalkers right now. I think it just gets targeted down. SCVs are going to try to repair, but I mean, mass Zealots are going to zone everything out. Vikings have started to hit the field, but it's for Colossus. There are enough Stalkers here. This doesn't work for Dolan.
Those lasers are pretty good, man. Killing everything. Now Dolan has been reduced to basically 2 base economy. He did keep the CC alive. He does have another command center finishing up too, so that's nice. +2/+2 is on the horizon. All of that is great here for Dolan, but the thing that's missing is an army. It turns out in a military science fiction game, having an army is kind of nice.
Yeah, it does help. You know, Civilization has a diplomacy setting where you win via diplomacy, right?
Right.
Can we
Pause
add that
the
one?
game.
Can we patch that? Can we patch that
Decide
into
the game with
StarCraft?
rock, paper, scissors. Like, what do we do?
Real life, you know, you're at a land, you're like, hey, pause, let's go rock, paper, scissors, this is good. Unfortunately, Disc lives up in Montreal and Dolan lives somewhere in the United States, so you can't quite run over and make that happen.
Disc a little hesitant moving up that ramp, but there's a near 100 supply advantage at this point in time. The Zealots are starting to flood in. There's a Prism inside of the main base too, so we will see additional aggression over there too. Even Dark Templar are joining in the fray. Everything's been going amazing right here in game number 2 and game number 3 for Disc, and he's making it look very good here in game 3 as well. Even though he lost the first game in the series, Disc does manage to bring it back, and he wins 2-1 over Dolan.
Yeah, it was a good game from Dolan in game number 1. I like the aggression, I like what he got, but I do think that you can't just do the same thing twice in the same series and expect the same result. I guess
No, I agree.
It's funny, right? Because, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. But in StarCraft, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again and expecting the same result.
Well, there's gonna be players out there where we're like, well, we saw a Blink Stalker opener 3 times in a row.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Different flavors of Blink Stalker's opener though, right? Like there's different variations that do make all the difference.
Regardless, that does mean that Dolan is knocked out of this. He's not in the tournament anymore. Showed some fun games, and game 1 was pretty fun. But Disc, though, this player that we said we kind of expected to make it the playoffs at the very least, given his history in America as well, he does have another opportunity. He's going to show up tomorrow. It's going to be game 5 or round 5 Sunday. We're going to see who moves on, who doesn't. But for now, well, Loco, we got to go to a break. We got 2 series remaining. As we learned earlier, we're now about to get ready into the... Actually, no, this is just the penultimate game. We just finished the anti-penultimate series, but...
Yes.
Anyways, 4 minutes. See y'all then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone. We got time for more stuff. It's 2 more StarCraft series that remain. I guess no more other series remain because we're in the business of casting StarCraft. And that being said, it's going to be a TVP. Coming up next, it's going to be Epic. It's going to be Nina. We've had a lot of TVP here today, Loco, but every one stylistically very different.
No, absolutely. Yeah, we've had quite a bit of variety there. It seems like Blink Stalker is the flavor of the day at the very least. Really the flavor of the last year, maybe the last 2 years, but especially from Terrans, right? We've seen quite a bit of variety. A lot of aggressive builds, a lot of macro builds as well, quick triple CC, just a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I don't think that's too surprising. What's also, well, I'm just blind. Never mind. I was going to say what's also surprising is how often we are seeing Ghost River, because that does feel like a pretty good map for Terran. Except it's not actually the first map of the series. We're on Oceanborn.
Yeah.
I just got, it's a gray map, right? There's water there. The river, oceans, rivers. What's the difference? I don't know. But we are going to get ready into that. And when we talk about Nina, we talk about Epic. Epic has made a reputation as being a pretty aggressive Terran. Certainly when he took down Scarlet, he did it off 8 racks and things last season. And Nina is this other Terran player, or excuse me, not Terran, Protoss player in North America that is kind of like Disc, where she's known for her Blink Stalkers. There was a time it was a bunch of double Stargate Phoenix stuff, but she's known for this early mid-game control and this ability to kind of multitask a little bit. Also, Disruptor drops and Colossus drops, but I haven't seen that in quite a while.
No. Are you surprised to see her sitting right here at the elimination match?
If we talk about like her reputation, yes. If we talk about the fact that she's just not practicing as much as she used to. I mean, she has been streaming some leading up into things, but I think she's got a full-time job at this point, so it can be hard to maintain. Unless you're Masa, I guess. If you're Masa, you do whatever you want, then you go top your group because it's somehow just sharing a name with Maru means that you're going to win everything. But in general, as you become less committed to the game of StarCraft because you have a life, it can be a little bit harder. So I'm not too surprised. But also, I could very easily see her making the playoffs anyways.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Nina so far has lost against Estrella. Now, that is not really something you have to be embarrassed about. And also against Future, who's looking very solid too. Epic, up to this point, has lost against Dolan as well as Special. So I do feel like, in general, this should be an interesting match for sure.
Yeah, losing a bunch of TVTs is not.
Yeah.
It doesn't really tell us a lot about this matchup. And in general, I think it's fair to say that Epic's TVT has long been his worst matchup. TVT has been his best, is probably the better way to say that. But anyway, game 1. We're ready to go. And the upper left in the blue, the Protoss player, as we get more and more of them. It's Nina.
Protoss stocks are booming. In the opposite corner, though, of Oceanborn, with the red SCVs, we have Epic. Do we have to get a jar as well for the word Epic? I don't think I used that all too much.
I think you're fine.
Yeah.
But, Loco...
Now I'm going to second guess myself.
Oh, no.
I mostly use the word Epic in YouTube video titles. That is where it's most commonly used.
All right, well, there we go. It makes sense, by the way. Talk about Protoss stocks are booming. AI stocks in general have been booming. And hey, look, Protoss players, or the Protoss race has more robots in their arsenal of units than Terrans do, certainly than Zergs do. So Protoss stocks booming, AI stocks booming. It just makes sense.
It does make sense, yeah. Are all Protoss units robotic? I'm not entirely sure about the lore of the game, if I'm being brutally honest. No, Zealots are definitely not. I guess the Templar are definitely not. Yeah, I guess all the robotics facility units are, huh? Yeah, I did that all by myself. Are you proud?
I am really proud. And Stalkers are technically mechanical units, though, and they're gateway units, so there is that. Yeah. But I think there's a different... Oh, no, they're mechanical units. They're not robotic units. There we go. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not quite the same thing. Wait, I thought you were a robotics expert over here.
We've been live for 7 hours. That's my excuse.
Fair enough. You can definitely write a PhD thesis in StarCraft 2, though, right?
Actually, there's a guy who built this massive data set. His name is Kashanis. He shows up, I see him around the community occasionally, who has several published papers about StarCraft AI. And using AI to do StarCraft and machine learning models and things like that. So yes, actually, and actually, there's a guy at my school who's working on making machines work better with people via StarCraft. So the answer is yes, Loco. You absolutely can.
See? I think it's a great plan. If you're still looking for any ideas for your thesis, anything StarCraft related immediately gets me hyped.
There we go. So I'm going to go and I'm going to write something that's not what I'm working on, but I'm going to publish it to r/StarCraft and just get downvoted to hell for being too much of a nerd.
An official paper on /r/StarCraft. Nobody's going to read it. Everybody's just going to read the headline.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe if you put some bold text in there.
It's like back when OpenAI did their thing, and it's like everyone, all in StarCraft was like, well, they have too many screens per minute, so clearly it's not a good approximation, which is fair, by the way. That was true. But even still, like what they were able to accomplish was insanely impressive.
Yeah, the Alpha Star project was actually so much fun. I loved all the funny moments they ran into too, where like at some point they limited the APM, but it turns out what they actually needed to limit was the APM per second, I guess, the actions per second instead, because it would save up actions and then use them all in 1 second instead, like all these funny little quirks. Anyways, first Hellion going across the map together with a Reaper. So far not achieving all too much. Sentry sleeping on the job too. Not quite ideal, but I don't think this is going to kill too much.
I do like, by the way, you talk about the Sentry sleeping on the job. I do like the addition, more and more we're seeing of these.
Yeah.
It's not a Sentry opener. Oh, by the way, we talked about NaNa being known for two things, Blink Stalkers and Disruptor drops, or Colossus drops. Well, we're seeing it this game, but I do like this addition of this. We're seeing it more and more in openers because it builds a little bit faster out of the gateway and has a little Guardian Shield is a little bit better and all of these things. And what that means is that, well, Protoss has more vision now. They're able to see what's happening. And this singular Widowmine drop, I don't think it's going to get much done, Loco.
No, single Widowmine drops in general, very ambitious, especially when you fly it past an observer like that, right? There should be more than enough. There you go. We have 2 observers. We have double detection. We're going to be more than okay when it comes to defending this here as NaNa. And she decided to go super quickly into a Robo Bay, which I think is pretty exciting. We'll have to see exactly what she does. In the past, you used to do a lot of, well, really the only player out there who used to go for example, Colossus drops. Okay, it's not going to be something that crazy, but it is going to be quick disruptors.
I think it's one of those things where Colossus drops are cool. They're flashy, absolutely. But if you talk about, like, damage potential and maybe consistent damage that you do.
We're not talking about good builds.
I'm talking about optimal StarCraft. Excuse me. I am getting my PhD in StarCraft, don't you know, Loco? But realistically, you're going to get more consistent damage done with a couple disruptors. There's more utility in them than, dropping off Colossus and like killing one Marine and one SCV at a time.
It is a Colossus now.
Huh.
Ooh, Widowmine is going to get shut down for free. Yeah, it will indeed get killed, and that makes all of this much easier. Oh, Disruptor completely misrallied. Sleeping on the job for just a little bit, though, and Epic actually does get caught off guard. NaNa also got caught off guard, though, which is kind of ironic, because she rallied it over there. Liberator, in the meantime, in the main base, trying to get a bunch of damage done.
I mean, was it misrallied, or was it just a great game sense from NaNa to know what was happening and respond and put herself out there? So now half the Marines are dead, and this push is not nearly as strong as it once was, and we're going to see it go off again. It's in tank range, but... Oh, never mind. It's a 2-tank range. I was going to say that I don't think it's not going to be enough shots to kill it off. What it did,
Liberator,
a lot of Marines
by the way,
dead.
also killed a Stalker, I believe, and that mineral line is now entirely denied.
The problem right now is NaNa's not mining out of her main base. She has to respond to this attack in the front, but this has been a long time now where this Liberator has just been zoning out all mining. Now, Loco, that being said, this army is pretty scary, and with this Colossus here, NaNa's... Oh, that's a great force field, too. NaNa seems to think that she can just end the game.
Now, what we don't have here is a Prism, right? So I think, yeah, getting these units back home ASAP and trying to deny that Liberator. That Liberator, by the way, should be made out of gold at this point. Like, that one, absolute I can't talk anymore after all these hours, but certainly the VIP right here in this Terran army, because that is a ton of income tonight for a very long while. So despite the fact that NaNa had like 20 additional workers, she didn't quite get the value that she was looking for.
At most MVL, Loco, most valuable Liberator.
These long casts, these long days. At some point, words, they just start flowing out, I guess.
I mean, look, here's the thing, Loco. It doesn't matter what other people think, as long as I think I'm funny and you think you're funny, and maybe you laugh at my jokes too. That's really
MVP, that's what I was looking for.
There we go.
Only took me about a minute. Yeah, only took me a little while.
I was going to say most valuable Protoss, but actually it's the least valuable Protoss. There's most valuable Terran.
Yeah.
All right. So Blink is about halfway done. Extended Thermal Lance on the way. Epic's going for this next round of aggression, but given the tech status, he's gonna have to get a really good siege up, and it doesn't really seem like Nina's letting him have that right now.
Very quick robo bay is actually kind of cool here though, because it allows Nina with a very powerful army at this point in the game, and it's not really something that Epic will have too much practice against, right? So Prism going all the way around the side too. Very unlikely that that one is going to be spotted until it gets into the main base here of the Terran player. In the meantime, this Protoss army, it can keep this Terran force at bay pretty easily.
I mean, there are a couple tank sieged on the bottom side that make it hard to take a sustained fight there, but that's one of the benefits of the force fields, right? You keep half the army away from that, you're able to kill off a decent amount of this army before finding your way into tank range. And now Nina, she's got a bunch of zealots here getting ready to run into the third base. She has to keep this fourth base up, right? This is not the game that we had last time where like losing the fourth base is fine because you're far enough ahead. Epic still has this third. He's not that far. He's delayed. He's not as far ahead as he would like to be, but this game is still very playable for a Terran. And now Nina, this Colossus getting dragged into the fight a little bit. All the shields go down. Well, Epic is starting to find something.
Yeah, no, absolutely. These zealots will probably be cleaned up relatively easily. Nina is going to go for another expansion on the left side now instead, which I do think is a clever play because it's unlikely that Terran is going to be moving all the way in that direction. But the Prism going down, 8 SCVs, is that really enough to lose this many zealots for now? Looks like Terran, by the way, did cycle all the way to the far left, and I hope for Epic's sake that he's going to pick up on that expansion.
I mean, you say 8 SCVs? Probably not.
Yeah.
15 SCVs. Losing the armory, losing a second, losing the factory, not just the second one, losing the factory. Starport's burning down, starting to get lifted. I'd say that, yeah, we're at 16 SCVs going down. I'd say at this point, and actually keeping a lot of these zealots alive on the recall.
Wow, that's so good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's worth
a much better situation, especially since the base on the left side was never spotted. So Epic could have easily killed it, but I don't think the management right there of the zealots in the main base was quite as good as it could have been. And then, well, not seeing that expansion on the left side makes everything so much harder. Although we are going to see an Archon killed here. Yeah. Considering there were 3 Widow Mines, I think that's about the best value you can hope for.
Yeah, especially with the Colossus right there, because, you know, Colossus Stalker outranges it all, so you should just be able to kill it. Nina didn't see it. It's just a bit unfortunate, even despite the fact now that there is a update to the game that says if you're under Widow Mine attack, you know, you're gonna get the notification that, hey, your units are under attack. So yeah, but you know, you're dealing with other things now. At this point, Nina's up 20. Nina's up about 20 supply. Her army is really good. What are we looking at? 3 Colossus versus 4 Vikings. The complexity of Nina's army right now is pretty rough for Epic to deal with.
So Epic doesn't realize that the base isn't at the north. Yeah. He's once again moving into that 12 o'clock position, hoping to get a quick kill on an expansion that doesn't exist. Yeah, at this point, the scanner reveals where that base is located. So Nina getting away with it for now, although, yeah, that Bio army is just going to turn towards the third instead. Protoss army is far away. You know what? It may just be able to get the kill, although it's going to be a costly one.
I mean, will it be? It's 1 medevac going down, and it's a third of the supply. But, I mean, for a base, you're kind of okay with that.
No, absolutely. Nina immediately rebuilds it. She's also building another nexus on the far left, by the way. Another one of those locations you're not likely to check early here as Epic. Did Epic ever make another command center? No. Completely committed here, but only on 5 barracks. So either a 4th command center or an additional barracks production here at some point would be nice to have. Dark Shrine coming up as well, by the way, here for the pros.
Man, and I feel like I want to see Nina either transition or go. This army that she has is powerful right now. 3 Colossus, a bunch of Archons, Disruptors. This is an army that has ghosts. I mean, the Archons already don't matter. There are 4 ghosts on the field. This is an army that rapidly times out. It's good right now. You can make something happen with it. But eventually the Terran is going to out-tech you. And look at this from, oh my, the army movement from Epic here. Nina was not expecting this whatsoever. So damage on the Nexus. He's not going to stick around to kill it. But you got to be careful. This is certainly something that Nina can collapse on too. But as it stands right now, a Protoss player has to fight around a corner, and Loco, corners are a Terran player's best friend. Your army filters into this big ball of stemmed bio, these tanks here, and it's a hard fight for Nina to take. She's gonna move into it right now, but this is not a good position. EMPs, tank shots, everything. Nina's gotta find an angle, and Epic right now is not giving it to her.
Yeah, great dance over here. This is exactly the reason why we normally don't see the 4th base for Protoss taken over here, and it wasn't Nina's first choice in this game either. Epic getting as much value as possible, but it looks like Nina may have found an angle to finally get some work done. Those disruptors are going to force the Terran army to back off. Another big Nova. Oh, nice dodge right there at the last second. But the dodge was in the direction of those Zealots and then also indirectly those Colossi. So Nina is going to be able to push a lot of this back. Moving with the Archons through the ramp, though, up the high ground. Probably not quite ideal. But I think if Nina gets another couple warp-ins here, she's going to feel a lot better about it, especially when +3/+2 finishes. Epic is still not on that big of an economy. There was an extra base mate during all of this, so at least there is some more staying power here for the Terran, but no real SCV production until just now.
Yeah, it's, you know, we talked about that drop earlier, and you were like, oh, is it worth it? And it turns out it absolutely was. One of the things it got was the armory. So Epic, I mean, we're 13 minutes in. His 2-2 is about halfway done. He was so heavily delayed, and imagine if he takes that fight, which was pretty decent to start. Imagine if he takes it with 2-2. It matters. It's so much better. And by the way, despite having all these ghosts, the Archons, 3 of them were still able to stay alive in the fight. And you talked about stimming in and running into the Zealots and into the Colossus range. That's all true. Those 3 Archons, it's easy to forget how much damage Archons do against Terran because they just never make contact. But when they do, I mean, they just pop Marines. They pop Marauders. And he had to stim right into it. So, yeah, tons of damage being done here. He's trying to play the positioning, though. So, maybe trying to get on top of this base, but this time he's not going to be allowed to make that happen. And now it's kind of stim and run, and that's the game that Nino wants to play.
Absolutely. +2/+2 did finish here eventually. Big power spike, of course, for these Terran units. Colossi in a little bit of trouble. Disruptors trying to come from the left side as well. Completely split off the main pack. But at this point, it looks like the Archon Stalker ball over here. And I guess also the Sentries, right? They're a little bit better. They are absolutely shutting down the entire Terran army. There is, however, a planetary fortress here. And I was going to say, fighting on top of that with all of those SCVs repairing seems like an unnecessary risk. You know, hoping that the Terran army was still chasing for just a moment. But now the supply count is very obviously in favor here of the Protoss. Storm has also been mixed in, by the way, which is not to be underestimated at all. Yeah, I think she does want to go for this base, right?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, look at this Storm from the backside. Oh, it's beautiful. So good. And now, I mean, yeah, there are ghosts here, but disruptors don't land. Flanks from the backside, I think, got the disruptor. The Colossus are starting to fall, and technically, this is maybe a good fight, but here comes Storm to the backside, more disruptors as well. It's the best possible fight, realistically, that Epic could have taken, and he's still may be able to force the Protoss player back. Probably not with reinforcements, but now these High Templar, they're getting sniped down. This was not cost effective, or this was not cost efficient for Nina, but given the economy that she has, it was cost effective. And now the base going down doesn't even matter anymore. There's so much here of the Protoss and so little Terran that even if this army gets shut down, it's done enough.
Yeah, there's a lot of money still in the bank too for Nina, so the supply count is not really telling us the full story. Now 10 additional Zealots get warped in. When we're going to see some additional Archons, for example, getting warped in too to get rid of the gas, I think that will tell us the full story. The Planetary, though, the real MVP in that fight for the Terran, because that really served as an anchor to fall back to. That Colossus at like 1 HP, getting so much damage done as well, is Nina, who wins game number 1, but she really had to fight for that one. That was not an easy match.
No, it wasn't, but kind of a cool one, right? We saw Epic trying to, never really interested in taking a state of fight. Certainly after the first attack, kind of didn't really get a lot of work done because of the, was it misrallied? Was it mental? Was it star sense? I don't know, but that first disruptor.
I think it was definitely misrallied.
I choose, look, Loco, these players, we talked about this earlier, you know, these players, even if you're in GM, are so much better than the rest of us that clearly stars. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
It just kind of seemed like the disruptor itself was surprised too, you know? It like microed back and forth. They were like, oh, wait a second, I can actually just fire over here. And then it killed about half of those Marines. Yeah.
Ooh, don't mind if I do. But see, Loco here, I'm saying I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt so chat doesn't get mad at me. That's how that works.
Smart. Pro gamers don't make mistakes, Chad.
No.
Never.
Absolutely.
Pro gamers aren't even human, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure they're just robots. We've been over this. Certainly Protoss players are just robots. They're good. The good majority of them. I mean, it's in the Protoss army. But Loco, we're moving on to
a lot of robotics units that previous game too, right? It just makes sense.
Exactly. We're moving on to post youth for game number 2. Did you see the dirty thing that Fuchsia did to Nina to drop her down to 1 and 2?
No, I don't think so.
So what he did, so post youth has that mineral wall, right?
Yeah.
He dropped a mule, maybe even 2 mules.
Oh, that's what you were mentioning earlier, yeah.
To mine it out, and then Hellions ran into the main base and killed like all of Nina's probes because she wasn't ready for it because she thought that was walled off. and it was super cool. And now, I mean, if I'm Epic, Nina probably has learned from it at this point. It's not going to work again. But if I'm Epic, I got that idea in the back of my head, right? It worked against her once.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out, I guess. It's very fun that we actually have post-youth so frequently coming up in even a best of 3, right? Now that we're running a 9-map map pool, players could just veto this one, easy peasy, but no, it's post-youth in like maybe a third or so of our series today. I mean, we're all very, Oceanborn is very common. It's like Delta we see all the time. Those are not really a surprise, but yeah, to see post-youth and also Ghost River and whatnot come up so frequently it's really fun.
Yeah.
I guess the only map we haven't seen today is Dynasty, I want to say. Maybe there's one more.
We've seen Crimson Court. We've seen Ghost River.
Yes.
Crimson Court, Alcyone we saw once.
Yeah.
Post-Youth, Ghost River, Side Delta, Oceanborn.
Oceanborn, yeah.
Am I missing 3?
We can go ahead and look this up in a moment, but I'm pretty sure we've seen most of the maps. Let's just say we've seen all of the maps except Dynasty. That makes me sound smart, BO.
There we go. It doesn't matter. See, here's the thing. It doesn't matter whether we're right or not. We're saying it on TV or on the internet, and therefore it's true because no one has ever lied on the internet. Much like
That's true.
Much like I would never lie about getting into game 2. Bottom left in the blue, she's up 1. Playing a really nice macro defensive game off of what was an attempted disruptor drop that kind of it never quite got off the ground. Anyways, it's Nina.
And her opponent, all the way in the top right-hand corner of this strange map. He is Epic. Amphion. Amphion is the map we didn't call.
Ah, yeah. Well,
we also haven't seen a game on that one today.
Okay, so I counted 6. Amphion in Dynasty or 2. Is there one I didn't mention? Or what did I do?
Golden Aura, I don't think you mentioned.
Oh, yeah, we had Golden Aura. There we go.
Yeah, we've had a lot of games on Golden Aura.
We have a lot of weird games on Golden Aura, too. Not trying to play against this idea that it's a very defensive map, so we're going to get super aggressive. Yeah.
It's actually so fun, though, that we do have such a map variety. I think one of the best changes in recent StarCraft changes, I guess, is just having more maps in the map pool. Because especially for best of 3 series, when a patch is around for a long while and we've had the same map pool for like, say, a half year or so, we tend to see every best of 3 series, at least historically, come down to the same maps over and over and over again, with maybe one outlier from time to time. But so far, at least in this entire tournament, there's been a lot of variety. Like maybe some of the maps we haven't seen today. I mean, maybe we're not going to see them at all, obviously. We have still some games to come, but we have seen them in best of 3 series during this tournament already. And we've seen a variety of games on every single one of them. So despite the fact that all of the maps, the new ones especially, are all a little bit funky, they still get picked a lot, which is cool.
Yeah, and I'm kind of the opinion that I think we should force it a little bit more as well. So right now I want to say for best of 3, it's 6 bans and 3 picks. But I think we should be taking like the best of 5 approach where you ban like 2 or maybe you ban 4 and then you have some picks and then you ban 2 and pick the rest.
Yeah.
It's like
an argument to be made for that, yeah.
At some point, yes, there are maps that are going to be imba, but like in a best of 3, if each player bans 2, you're gonna get the really bad maps for the matchup out of the way. And then, hey, there's even more variability, which I don't know. I was beating the drum of a 9-map pool for quite a long time, so I was so excited when they added it. And I want to see more. I want to see more Amphion, even if some players don't like it.
So if 9 maps, if pretty much everybody agrees that 9 maps is better than 7, is 11 better than 9, or is that too much?
So my idea, right, when we talk about a 9-map pool, it gives you some nice abilities to say, okay, we're going to have 3 short maps, 3 medium-sized maps, 3 long maps or big maps, and one of each of those maps can be weird, like a Golden Wall or something, or a Beacon. And then, well, in a best of 7, you're going to have one of those weird maps, but the rest of it's going to be pretty standard, and it gives you this opportunity to have a pretty formulaic map pool that still has a lot of weirdness into it, and still, again, kind of make sure it's pretty fair for all playstyles. You go to 11, you don't have that nice, easy breakdown, is my thought, at least.
Yeah, fair enough. It's just an idea, right? I think 9 is actually very good. Yeah, it's funny how like just such a small change, something that's relatively easy to incorporate as well in tournaments and all that, actually has such a massive impact, because we do get a lot more game variety. Suppose Youth definitely one of the strangest maps we've seen, and Well, it's once again bringing out some strange builds here too, as Nina is going straight into a very quick Robo Bay to get her with a third Nexus. Now, that third Nexus, again, we keep saying this, but it's very far away from the ramp. It feels like you have to cover so much terrain here.
I'm getting deja vu all over again, Loco, here, because this is still that single Widowmine drop pressure from Epic. I think we're going to see a move across the map with Marine Tank after that.
The Observer again, too.
It's a different map, but it's the same story. Once again, Drop's going to show up into the natural, Stalkers warp in, probes are going to get pulled, Widowmine's going to get a shot off on a singular probe, probably. That's that. He's not going to get the medevac. She's not going to get the medevac this time. Epic's not going to lose that. And Helion's diving in the natural. We're seeing the power of the new Century here, knocking down all the shields from the Terran. And, hey.
Those Terran shields had no way to survive that.
Absolutely.
Immediately
They got
down to 0.
annihilated.
Not taking any bonus damage from the Hellion Eater really coming into play there.
Yeah, actually, that is a good point. I gotta say, though, I feel like this was gonna be some sort of robo drop again, just given Nina's reputation, but it's just a Colossus expand, which is, something we used to see all the time back in the day, but not recently.
Yeah, but it's a very early third Nexus now on the back of it, right? So this certainly is a little bit risky, but Epic not really set up to do anything about it all. Epic just hoping to maybe get some more damage done with a Widowmine drop in just a moment. Now we're going to send a Raven across too, because, well, evidently there's not really any flying units here for the Protoss. So if there's not a Phoenix opener, you may as well send the Raven in too if you have it against the Colossi. Obviously, you really want to keep it alive, but it's not like Nina is really going to be attacking you anytime soon, right? Other than, well, maybe a Colossus drop. I keep believing the Colossus drop, but don't think it's going to happen.
Although you say, against the Colossus, you like to keep the Ravens alive. That's only if you're getting Interference Matrix. And there is no tech lab on this starport. There's no Interference Matrix on the way. The Raven is just for a little bit of harass, but now here we go. Stim, Combat Shields +1, done pretty much by the time that Epic shows up on the other side of the map. Now, Post-Youth is really long. From that perspective, one might argue it's a pretty good Protoss map. I don't know that I have really strong opinions on it being a really good Protoss map, really good Terran map, vice versa at the moment. Because there's a lot of dead airspace, you can make a lot of drops happen, and these Colossus are just going to sit here, kill off a bunch of Marines before this attack gets started. 6 seconds before Stim is done, but now, hey, Extended Thermal Lance is complete. Stim done around the same time, but Nina, one of the powers of opening this quick robo like this is you have this high ground ramp to fight with. That's why this build is so solid, and the tanks are not getting the shots they need just yet. On Zealot, sure, but not on these Colossus.
Yeah, that ranged upgrade is so incredibly early that it's just not possible for Terran to get much done. Epic on sieges and immediately drives those siege tanks back home. That now suddenly means, though, that you have to accept the fact that you're economically pretty far behind here as Terran, because, Protoss has been sitting on that 3-base eco for a while. They gotta be pretty much fully saturated. Nina's probably already thinking about making a 4th Nexus here momentarily, too. Oh, dude, the Observer control from her has been amazing.
Yeah, Nina, this has long been a hallmark of Nina's plays, that she is very active with making sure she's got vision everywhere, whether that is pylons, because of course the pylon range buff is by far the most important thing that Protoss players have ever received. But pylons or zealots or maybe a random probe or she's one of the players that will occasionally hallucinate 4 probes to really get some good map vision. And it makes it really hard to do what Epic wants to do right now, which is counterattack and play away from where the army is. Although this time, Epic's got the inside track. Nina has to respond back to this. She doesn't have a ramp to play with this time. Doom drop into the main base, but Nina's already on her way. Now, granted, the minerals are gone, but she is right where she needs to be here. Tanks are going to try to siege up, but Zealot's already here. And pick up, go away. That's a dead tank, dead Widowmine. Epic gets nothing doing with this.
Yeah, there is a moment where you want to mine out those skinny mineral fields on the ramp. Exactly. I think it was before this point, but luckily for Nina, she does not have that... really ruin her game, as we do have another commitment here. Interesting, because the Stalkers are not actually part of this fight. They're going to be joining in from the high ground instead, getting rid of one of those siege tanks. 5 probes, by the way, do end up going down. I would imagine it's that Raven. Yeah, now 9 confirmed kills, which not bad at all.
Yeah, I think you talk about taking the fight without the Stalkers, I think the Zealots by themselves are just, with the Colossus as well, are certainly enough to take that fight. But what Nina's trying to do now, she's trying to not close the map out. She can't do that yet, but she is trying to kind of expand her sphere of influence. That allows her to get her 4th base, keep the Terran player back a little bit. So 4th base is on the way. She's going to have a lot more map control in about 5 seconds when Blink is done. And at that point, maybe we start to see maybe a little bit more mobility, disruptors getting added in now. But given how big the map is, Loco, it does feel like it's almost a 6-base game, right? When you really start to see Nina really start to lean into this 5 or 6 bases. Because up until that point, the map is so big that it's really hard to deal with the Terran counterattack, especially with kind of how walled off the pushing lanes are.
No, absolutely. Obviously, there's some golden minerals here as well nearby. By the way, during all of this, maybe the fights haven't gone that great for Epic, but his army has been growing very nicely because the economy has been building very nicely too. The only thing I don't love here is the 2-2, right? We only have the +2 infantry attacks coming up right now, but this Raven is putting in so much work, getting kill after kill after kill. Now there's also Ghost in the mix. Oh, nice dodge right there at the last possible second. I don't think there's quite enough Terran army to just straight up fight this, is there?
No, I mean, the Stalkers blink forward and they don't do damage to the Vikings at first, so there is that. But I mean, the Colossus, the first shots that they got was disgusting. And one Colossus is still here. Yeah, this is not a good fight for an Epic. He survives. The supply is still in a pretty good spot, but he is totally rebuffed. And yes, shutting down some of the Colossus are nice. Widowmine's not going to get the friendly fire that they want. But at the end of the day, I mean, Nina on the rejoinder here. Medevacs are falling. Ghosts are falling. All the Vikings are dead. I don't think I want to see Nina attack up the ramp here again. She's only on a single Colossus at the moment. But much like her tech was reset, a whole lot of Epic's tech was reset, and really by the same way.
Absolutely. Raven, by the way, still hanging out on the left side of the map. Now 12 confirmed kills. Kind of crazy. We're going to drop another cheeky little auto turret. You know what? I was thinking earlier, anti-armor missile. We've seen some value out of that, but I agree. Just keep it around over here. Occasionally come in, drop. Hey, there we go. Drop a couple auto turrets. Finally, a photon cannon is going to try and slow down the harassment here. So Nina is also moving on over towards this left side of the map once again to get some more vision with those observers.
And you know, this Raven at this point is just the SEAL Team 6 copy pasta. Like, don't you know who I am?
Yeah.
I can't. It would be funnier if I could bring the copy pasta to mind, but I am unfortunately dumb, Loco. So I'll make the reference to it.
The full thing?
At least the beginning, right?
No.
I'll make reference to it.
It's a long one.
Yeah, and then Twitch chat is going to give it to me in 2 minutes.
Observer, or sorry, Widowmine right there, getting a pretty decent hit. No observer with this this Stalker ball. +3/+2, once again coming up here for the Protoss, nice and early. Epic, also getting the +2 infantry weapons done at this point.
I can't believe how much. Jeez, this Raven is getting so. Shield Battery's doing a lot, but I can't believe how much is getting done. Now, Loco, I got a question for you because we're moving up to 4 Colossus. Epic's got again 5 Vikings. He has been a player that's shown this ability to go, this desire to go and build Vikings. I mean, we're holding that thought because Epic's going to try to attack. Those EMPs blanket everything. The Archons are popping like balloons. But this 4th Colossus, well, I guess 3rd Colossus now. I think one just died. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I think there is definitely pushing potential, but it's so dangerous, right? When you get your entire army, well, flanked by EMP, like what we just saw, you just lose so much of your pushing potential here as Protoss. At the same time, Nina's economy is also not quite as good as it once used to be in this game, though, as the Raven does get an additional kill here. The 69 workers here for both players, I guess that's a decent eco, right? But I think that favors the Terran overall, especially since Protoss has only just now got a 5th Nexus finishing up all the way at the bottom of the map. It's one of those locations that can be quite difficult, I guess, for Epic to reach. But yeah, I'm liking this position more right here for the Terran than I did in the previous game.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's all about the disruptor shots right now. We're not really seeing Nina cast them for the moment. Maybe they're in cooldown, I don't know. But even still, Bio tries to get on top of them. The Colossus through Overcharge are fighting as long as they can. But this disruptor has just not sent its shot for the last 30 seconds of that fight. Imagine you send it off. The Terran has to micro around a little bit more. It's a little bit more awkward of a fight. Instead, Epic just shoved right on through. And yeah, there are disruptors here now. There's another Colossus getting added in. But Nina not able to get the fight she wanted. Her harassment, such as it was, I don't think got anything done. And all of a sudden, Nina is in a really rough spot in this game. Down 50 supply, down half the army's supply. Disruptor shots just, I don't know what it is. Maybe it wasn't hockey, not landing. And at this point, she's got to land some massive shots to bring this game back. I mean, look at the reinforcements. They're just finding their way. This army is all that Nina has. And actually, she doesn't even have that anymore. Epic ties us up.
And even the MVP of the game also joined in right there at the very end. He had like 1 HP, but the Raven was there to witness the victory. Yeah, very nicely done right there by Epic. It's one of those moments where like it's almost like a soft container, right, for the Protoss economy, where Nina was playing defensively the entire time long, And ultimately, the Terran's eco just caught up, right? She had a great eco at the beginning of the game, but then it slowly just fizzled out over time. As we actually are going to be seeing a little bit of Amphion.
Hey, they were listening.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, they weren't, because that'd be against the rules. But proverbially, we were able to go and like mentally influence and say, Amphion.
Yeah.
Amphion. We want Amphion.
What was the one other map we haven't seen yet? Dynasty.
Thank you.
Dynasty. We gotta get Dynasty as well.
All right, so we have one more. We can't get any more maps in this series. This is game 3. So one of Maples and Eggs. One of Maples and Eggs. Pick Dynasty. Give us the full suite. We know you. I mean, it's not like you're running into elimination and playing in a competitive tournament with your life on the line, and you should make decisions based on how you think you're best going to win a series, not what Loco and I want.
Anything for the fans.
Anything for the fans.
No, I'm with you. Obviously, always pick the maps you like to see, but it's interesting to see a little bit of Amphion too. Amphion is the map, of course, where that entire left side of the map is very difficult to acquire because you either have to mine out the mineral fields or you have to knock down the rocks. And we've seen some crazy pushes and timings on this particular map too. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing. Apparently, Epic requesting a quick little break. So we will be jumping into the finale of this series in just a moment. Do you think that was like one part of that game that went wrong for Nina? Like there wasn't really one outstanding moment other than maybe that fight, right? Where the Disruptors were just not really participating much.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. Because Nina, I think, was in a pretty good spot after the initial attack. Didn't really get a lot done. I think more than anything, though, I mean, the Raven getting like 12 or 15 kills or whatever it was really good. But I think in general, Nina not going above 70 workers. I mean, sure, her 4th base was well-timed, her 5th base was well-timed, but if you're going to play like that, 69 workers, you need to max out and take one big fight. And I don't think you can do that on post-youth. It's just so long.
Yeah, maybe that was the plan when she had 4 Colossi, but then we kept losing out like 1 Colossus at a time, so the 4th Colossus never really came.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I think also, you take a look at that one fight that Nina took where she actually did force Epic back quite a bit. She blinks her Stalkers forward off to try to get an angle on the Vikings, but instead they're killing Bio. So instead of having maybe 2 or 3 Colossus remaining out of the fight, she has 1, and that's not pushable. So even as she's sitting here and taking a fairly decent fight, this timing that she should have had didn't have enough Colossus with it to allow her to flood across the map and really take that advantage.
Alrighty, so I heard the wonderful beeps in the background. That means that the game is loading up. We get 10 beeps at the beginning of every game. Amphion is going to be one of the maps we haven't seen yet today in all of these best of 3s that we've been casting. We've got one more after this particular series wraps up. But I think it's time to introduce our players.
That it is. So in the upper left, in the blue, taking game 1, falling down in the second, it's Nina.
Down here in the bottom left-hand corner, he goes by the name of Epic. Living up to his name so far.
And Loco, talk about games on this map. I don't know if you saw BattleBee Clem. This was like the first weekend where BattleBee actually took this map. He played an... Okay, pardon my language here, but he took an epic game. Really, really cool. Playing through the middle. Nice hold against Clem's attempted mech. So, yeah, I think Amphion is underutilized. A lot of players don't like it because it's this weird pushing through the middle and the mineral walls. And, yeah, it's kind of hard to get a handle on. It's a very weird map. But I'm not going to say that it's going to turn into, like, this map pool's golden wall because I don't think anything can. But I think it's a lot better map than people... As a kind of competitive map, as an interesting map, I think it's a lot better than players are really giving it credit for at the moment.
Yeah, usually it takes some time as well, right, for maps to really be figured out. That takes sometimes it takes a month, sometimes it takes a half year. But this definitely has that potential. I see what you mean. Where right now it's just a bit weird. We already have 17 different balls to juggle, right? So this is just one of those things you just don't really want to mix in all too much. But this map certainly has a lot of potential because basically the left side of the map, so the bases on the 9 o'clock position, right? Those 3 expansions over there, they're pretty difficult to acquire because you have to go either through the mineral fields or through the rocks, or I guess you can drop units over there too, right? But it's not an accessible section of the map at the moment. But if you ignore that entire part of the map and you just focus on the right side, and we see a lot of games do that, then it's really not that much different as your conventional maps. At the same time, if you do decide to go for those bases quickly, there's a lot of potential there too. I feel like we haven't seen, for example, this base, the one at the 3 o'clock position, rarely seen. I've seen quite a few games on this map so far, but not a very popular map, or not a very popular base on this map just yet, but it's got a lot of potential, right? There's a bunch of golden minerals there. Doesn't really boost your income that much, but Nina mixing it up, by the way, going for a Stargate this time around.
Ooh, very nice. I think this might be, no, this is the second Stargate opener in PVT we've seen this entire day. I think there was one in the Chinese region as well. But yeah, when I think about this map, I kind of think about it like a Blackburn, rotated, right? So it's vertical spawns instead of horizontal spawns, but you kind of have this islandish area with bases in the middle that you can try to take early, but it's weird, and the rest of the map kind of expands. You kind of expand away from your opponent, so yeah, it feels almost like a Blackburn, not quite, obviously. And I think the other thing that's really interesting about this is, man, just how big the natural is. Generally, the main base is the area that has a lot of space, but the natural is kind of small. But because of this mineral wall and everything, there is so much space to try to spread out, to develop tech, to also to try to push through. But it also means that Blink Stalkers are just not good on this map. Not really. You can't blink into the main base. And I think in part that's why we're seeing Nina go Stargate here. Yeah, there's a kind of almost dead airspace that the Terran can respond with, but also, I mean, how are you supposed to blink in the main base here?
No, it's very tricky. That is exactly the reason why we do have that Phoenix start here instead. Still a very powerful build, of course. Still something that Nina is going to have a ton of experience with. But it does play out a little bit differently. I would imagine this is going to be Phoenixes into Colossi. Because, you know, she's a big fan of that Robo playstyle in general. But obviously, the Blink Stalker follow-up as well. I believe that's what we saw earlier today. Still a viable choice. Always dangerous, though, to go across the map with a medevac drop when you're going up against a bunch of those Phoenixes.
Yeah, well, for now, this drop in the main base is going to cause some problems. Phoenix, they're really good defending against a lot of stuff as the Adept's going to go down to the... That's a really good Widowmine position, by the way. Just makes it so hard to make this happen. Phoenix are great against a lot of stuff, a lot of early aggression. Against drops like this, against Hellion... Well, actually, no, they're really good against Hellion drops, but against drops like this with a ton of anti-air, they just don't kill it all that quickly. So 8 probes go down as we're looking at game 3. And Epic, I mean, he's built himself a pretty significant advantage as we try to figure out how to play Amphion.
Absolutely. Those mules obviously make more than up for that worker difference right now. Or lack thereof, I guess, at this point in the game. Ooh, nice land as well. At this point in the game, you do expect Protoss to be quite a bit more ahead in that department. Epic, by the way, immediately fired up additional barracks on the back of this too. So we're going to be adding on up to 3. Nothing all too crazy. We'll probably see the +1 infantry weapons here in just a moment, together with Stimpack and combat shields. And again, we've seen the Stimpack and the combat shields get denied in this tournament so far, but on a map like this, very difficult to pull that off. But Nina is reading this correctly. This is not really a Terran army that's going to be marching across the map anytime soon.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, right? We talked about this. On the one hand, Nina took a ton of damage. 8 probes going down that early it hurts. It hurts quite a bit. She's going to try to find some back of it here with the Phoenix, but they don't kill things quite as quickly. The other thing, though, is that so Nina's on 2 bases, and that is a very defensive setup. It's going to be very hard for the Terran to push through. She's got her 3rd base on the way now, but Phoenix Colossus stays on 2 bases for a lot longer. So yeah, like on the one hand, technically that should have been more defensible, but now that she's taken that damage, she has less next side to rebuild the probe count. So it is a little awkward. I mean, on the flip side though, Phoenix Colossus, how do you attack?
Both players, by the way, supply blocked at 70 out of 70. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, you're good. Good to point out. I mean, it is important, but like, even though
it looked pretty,
it's not good. Even though Nina's taking all this damage, right? When we look at how many ramps there are playing Phoenix Colossus as she is, like, how does the Terran really attack it? How does he take advantage of it?
It's difficult. You need to get that Stimpack and the combat shields done here before Terran can really move, but Epic is gonna, well, get across the map early, so he can hopefully hit the Protoss army in the face right when all of those upgrades finish up. That is going to be a massive moment for the Terran army, one that we see very frequently. With this particular opener, unlike the one that we saw, or the ones rather, that we saw in the previous games, there is not going to be extended thermal lens. So, well, still some good angles here for force fields, of course, so you got to be careful, but extended thermal lens is a very nice upgrade to try and be safe against this. Keep in mind, of course, that the Phoenixes can also take the siege tanks and the widow mines out of the equation. So still a tricky fight here for Epic for sure. So he's gonna commit to this. Do I like this? That's fine.
I feel like you want to wait until 2, but Nina catches the army a little bit around the corner. The tanks are going to get set up, and yeah, I don't think the Widowmines were with that fight either. If they were, they died very quickly. So it's a good first fight. The tanks are all dead. This Colossus takes no damage whatsoever. And now Nina's got 2 Colossus. The Phoenix, I think one of them died, but that was about it. Nina does a really nice job of cleaning this up. And now, hey, if you're a Nina fan, this is game number 3. She's looking, despite the damage she took earlier, she's looking pretty solid in this. As we, again, Amphion's a weird map, but for right now, it seems like she's got the better read on it.
Absolutely. Now Extended Thermal Lance is finishing, though, and that is going to make everything easier here for Nina. She only has 3 Phoenixes left over, so there's always that moment, right, where suddenly you can counterattack with the Phoenixes and lift up a ton of SCVs and get a bunch of damage done on the other side of the map to really rub salt in the wound. With 3 Phoenixes, not really that great of an option, but Camille still maybe pick up a couple of reinforcing units, right? Like, for example, be a nuisance here with the additional barracks coming up. Ghost Academy, by the way, is going to finish up here momentarily. That is pretty early, considering the 3rd CC isn't even landed yet.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of looking at this. Nina, she doesn't have, I think maybe a Twilight just finished, but she really doesn't have any anti-drop plays. She's got the three Phoenix, but that's not a ton. And the fact that she decided not to build anymore is a little surprising, as now we see Widowmine goes off one. I mean, this Colossus is doing such a good job of staying alive. I thought this was going to be a disaster for Nina. At the end of the day, she does still lose 1 Colossus, but she actually handles this really nicely. It's really only the Colossus that goes down. Phoenix are going to chase one of these medevacs down. Unfortunately, she's not able to find the medevac that has stuff in it, but it's 2 dead medevacs. The Marines, there's not a lot of anti-air. Nina cleans this up, and, you know, for the low cost of 1 Colossus, I think you take that. That was a lot
I'm surprised
better.
Epic didn't lose the one that did have units in it. You know, you have 4 of them, you kill 3, and somehow the one that didn't have, or sorry, you only kill the ones that didn't have the Marauders. I mean, it's not the end of the world, of course. Big difference too, though, compared to game number 2 of this particular series, is that Nina is actually continuously building up her eco. So we'll probably see her surge past that 70 worker count here in just a moment. 4th Nexus is already finishing up. It's actually already done at this point in time, which is really nice and early. There's a lot of distance between the 3rd base of Epic and the 4th base of Nina, so any medevacs heading on over in that direction, unlikely for them to really go in that spot. And then the Phoenixes are controlling the airspace in between the main base as well as the 3rd of Epic. So I'm liking this game right here for Nina. I think she should be able to pick up most drops pretty easily, and I think economically she's in a really nice position.
Yeah, and look, you know, I guess the one thing I'm looking at here is I almost feel like I would have liked to see Nina take the mineral wall 3rd or 4th base right on the left side. Because and that you have the ramp, right? That's where the Terran's going to want to attack. I guess it is. You always want to shy away from taking a triangular base pattern against a Terran because of how they can kind of bounce around with drops, and that can be kind of painful and really hard to deal with. But kind of given the setup on this map, it feels, and I guess that is pretty close to the Terran too, but I'm just looking at this 4th base, right? And how far away it is from the rest of Nina's bases. And that, when we get in a late game and Terran starts multi-pronging a little bit, it feels like this is going to be really hard for Nina to hold on to all 4 bases at the same time.
Epic scanning, by the way, the far top right-hand corner too. He just found out about the 4th base. He's like, wait a second, don't tell me there's another base behind it already, right? Because that would be a... Yeah, that's also a very far away one, but if we're going to take those tucked away expansions, you may as well just go for the one that's a little bit, well, safer maybe, but Nina opting for the high ground one. Still though, that's a fully saturated base before Epic gets the 4th CC even remotely done, and this is now a little bit tricky. Exactly what do you do here as Epic? You need to have another one of those engagements like what we saw in the previous match, but already Protoss is at a much better economy.
It is. The Protoss player she is. But, like, okay, so 76 workers just about maxed out, 188 supplies. Generally where we see Protoss players kind of stop anyways so they can warp in things on harassment, defensive, whatever it is. What are you looking at, right? Is it the 2-2 timing that you're looking for? I mean, EMP is just shatter this army right now. It's really hard to fight into. Like, at what point, because I think this map does get pretty hard for the Protoss as the game goes later and later, just how spread out your bases have to be. So, is 2-2 what you're looking for? Is it Blink? Is it more disruptors? Like, what is the go timing here?
Previously, we did see those 4 Colossi, right? They did really help out quite a bit. I'm really liking this transition from Epic into Mass Liberator already. That's sort of what we saw missing earlier in that Dolan versus Disc series, right? Where Dolan was sitting around on that well, lower tier army for a very long time, but apparently at this point Epic is happy with the amount of Vikings that are out. We're up to 11, so 4 Colossi, not really a great option to go into at this point here for Nina. And soon the Liberators are going to be hitting the battlefield, and Liberators are incredibly powerful against this particular Protoss army. You can deal with it, I guess, with Blink Stalkers, but Blink isn't even done yet.
And you know, before extended Liber ranges on the map, Colossus are actually pretty good against Liberators. They outrange them. You can still take the fight even with the Liberators there. You can kind of poke it. That's again the benefit of having 11, 12 Vikings. It does zone quite a bit. I've almost said the position right now is that's a big shot. That was juicy. But I'm almost
not even really that many things going on all at the same time, right? So sometimes you just don't expect it. Another couple Marines here do bite the dust as we do have an aggressive stim forward right now by Epic. He feels like he needs to get something done right here, right now, but I think so far that's backfiring heavily. Barely killing anything right there from the Protoss, but losing tons of Terran supply in the process.
Yeah, and the key part about this, the Phoenix move in from the left side, and all the Vikings like, we're gonna fight the Phoenix. No, you need to kill the Liberators, Vikings. That's what you're there for. Disruptor shots not going to land as well this time, but the Stalkers are just sitting under these Liberators, targeting them down. The Disruptor shots are massive as well. And, actually, you know what, on the counterattack, but even still, it's mostly Vikings that are remaining. Supply doesn't really matter as part of this fight. Stalkers continue to blink forward here. And Nina, despite the supply falling down to just about equal, that is a massive fight for Nina. She really forced the Terran player back, and now we're looking at 2-2 Stalkers, mass Disruptors. And by the way, this base is not going to land here. Nina may not be able to kill it. I'm not really sure. Disruptors are not, they're going to land pretty good shots here, but it looks like Epic for the most part is going to keep her off of it. But going up that high ground, that's a different story.
She has too much money in the bank right now. She really needs to get another warping going, because having this many resources in the bank, like, she should be maxed out at this point in the game, and that makes all of these fights a little bit dangerous, right? Like, we're dancing on the other side of the map with thousands of resources in the bank. That can certainly be an issue. Now the Zealots, though, do show up, and another nice Nova as well. Okay, well, +3/+3 is going to finish up as well, by the way, within about a minute here for Protoss, but Nina does not want to wait for anything along those lines. You gotta be careful around the planetary fortress with mass repair. It can put in a lot of work. Instead, we're thinking about going up towards the high ground.
You know, Loco, in Spanish, Nova means no-go, and these Novas are giving some no-go zones for Epic at this point. The shots are massive. Again, Nina does have to be careful around the planetary. You're absolutely correct. But it's 172 supply to 117 or 114. Yeah, you know, Nina would love to have a Warp Prism. That'd be solid. But at this point, she's doing such a good job of constraining the Terran. I mean, as I say that, she's taking some pretty rough fights.
We're taking our Colossus for a walk. So this is called a Terran base.
Luckily, there's no army there, so they're gonna get recalled back home. How does that
moment when you let your Colossi off the leash, man? It's careful. Gotta be very careful.
Miss Rally.
I think it must have been an observer or a prism or something that was rallied in that direction earlier. But
I'm just looking at the path that a Colossus would have to take to go there.
Well, they had quite a distance to travel. Either way, Nina not gonna let go of the pressure all too much. 5th Command Center, by the way, is sneaking away during all of this, but she is gonna be able to catch it here, it looks like. And no planetary fortress for now. Yeah, I think you mine out these mineral fields over here, right? And get the reinforcement path to be nice and quick. Oh, she already did. Oh, nice.
The base is dead too. Looks like there's a Liberator up on the north side, but I mean, that's a Liberator that Epic needs at this point. He is just eating so many shots. And sometimes as a Terran or as a player in general, it feels like once you start eating shots, you're almost... It's a mindset thing. You just feel like you can't dodge them at that point. And Epic, that's what happened. Nina, really nice disruptor shots. And you asked if I was surprised that she's not already in playoffs. Well, she books a ticket to have a shot. She moves on to tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well played right there by Nina. Some varieties right here in the build order, right? I mean, this last game was relatively normal, what we consider to be a relatively normal from Protoss against Terran, but overall very quick robo facilities, very quick Colossus play as we come to expect from Nina. A little bit different than the Blink Stalkers that we have seen so far for most of this day. That does mean, though, that for Epic, sadly for this particular season of the regionals, his story is over. Well played across the board, but just barely not good enough here to take down Nina.
No, but what that also means is that we talked about the last series being the penultimate, or the series we just did being the penultimate series. That means that after the break, we have the ultimate series. It's going to be Maples, it's going to be Eggs, and I mean, you know, Moloko, you have heard of Mape the Ape.
I certainly have.
Not a story that the children would tell you or something. I don't know. Regardless, he's sitting here. It's going to be Maples, it's going to be Eggs, it's going to be a wild and probably, you know, I promised a wild and wacky series in the Dolan series. It wasn't really all that wild and wacky, but this is, I feel like we got some cannon rushes on the way at the very least. So Maples, Eggs in 4 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
You know, Loco, at the start of in the middle of that last series, we're talking about how we wanted to get a Dynasty game, just to round it out, round out the entire day. And our admin is telling me, as we get ourselves into things, that, oh, I heard you guys want a Dynasty. Not today. We're not getting it. We're going to start with Cyan. Don't know where it goes from there, but the players, they conspired, Loco. Eggs and Maples both conspired to make us just a little bit sad.
Eggs actually saying, no Dynasty. Dynasty's scary. So I don't think we're going to be seeing Dynasty all of today. But other than that, we've had every single map in the new map pool in the games today. Not all too surprising, of course. Dynasty can certainly be a little bit crazy. Instead, we're going to be taking it to Cyan. Now, you were already talking about Mape the Ape. Eggs also is capable of some funky builds, though, from time to time, don't you think?
Yeah, he's it's funny. There's a school of South American or Latin American Protoss players that are just all so extremely aggressive. And they all do it different. I mean, we saw the Eric build we talked about. We saw the Link Floods and things. Eggs does it a little bit differently because they're all a little bit on their own specific twist. But in general, yeah, the South American Zergs, the Latin American Zergs they got their own breed of shenanigans. It's maybe taking a little bit of page out of Dark's book, but it very much is their own thing.
This is going to be our final best of 3 series of the day, and this may just be our craziest ones. Now, we've already hyped up a previous series to be likely to be pretty crazy. I know that in the end that one turned out to be relatively normal, right? We didn't have anything all too crazy. As we are loading into game number 1 here, but something may have gone wrong. It's lagging a little bit, or it's hanging a little bit.
Yeah, we're just oh, there we go. Now we're moving again. Yeah, it's kind of funny. We said that Dolan was going to be this really cheesy series, and he played the longest game of the day. So,
and he played very normal too.
Yeah,
like he didn't really play anything crazy.
So effectively, we just get lied to. This is what's happening. Or no, actually, no. Sorry, we're not getting lied to. We are lying to the people in chat.
We're setting false expectations. But maybe this one is going to be very cheesy. Who knows?
Well,
game number 1. It is best of 3 series. We find ourselves on Cyan, and spotting right here in the top right-hand corner, we have Eggs.
And the bottom left, in the blue for Team Gozu, he's known as Mape the Ape. It's Maples.
Both of them ending their nickname with a Z. That's when you know you mean business.
But who has the stronger Z?
Well, I've been told that Eggs is actually like GG Easy. I don't even know if that's true, but somebody pointed that out to me. And I was like, oh, that actually makes a lot of sense.
I choose to believe because that is like a next level name.
Yes,
that's pretty great.
It would be kind of cool. I've never fact checked this, but if it is indeed GG Easy, just spelled in a bit of a different way. Yeah, when you look at it again, it does make a lot of sense. It makes more sense than it being actually about eggs.
Dude, there are. Look, does that make more sense than calling yourself Ratata / Wayne / Vanya / whatever name? Does that make more sense than calling yourself Princess? Like, StarCraft names are StarCraft names. Like I don't know how much rhyme or reason there really is to any. I mean, Max Pax is called Max Pax because his dad called, like, that was a nickname that his dad had for him. It's like, hey, Max Pax,
Yeah.
At least that's what Max Pax told me. So, like, some have rhyme or reason, but some are just like, this is fun. We're gonna go with it.
Are you happy with your username that you've picked? That you now kind of have to stick with it, right? You don't really have well, you could technically change it, but I don't think it would be a great idea.
I am. Well, first of all, people just started calling me Bayo instead of Bayo. It's to the point where if someone says Beowulf, it feels weird. Because I just get Bayo so often. Or
it's like somebody calling you by your full name.
Exactly. It's like
if mom calls you by your full name, you've done something terribly wrong.
Yeah. Or, as the Europeans say, it's B.O. But
yeah, that's what I keep saying.
Oh, look, I can't pronounce your last name. I failed to pronounce your last name, so turnabout's fair play.
Good old Stargate opener right here for Maples. And once again, by the way, I mean, we were hyping this up to be potentially a crazy match, but so far, everything very conventional. This is what we see, well, most of the time in ZVP, although Maples did decide to keep that probe around in a natural expansion for quite a while, and Look at that drone, man. That's the saddest looking drone I've ever seen.
Not even gonna try to
Going all the way back.
You know, it's like at the very least the probe's there. Like the probe's on patrol. You can just like hit it, and maybe scare it away eventually. And you got Lings out, but not gonna, oh, he's Maples.
That adept is never gonna make it here in time, right?
No, 0 shot. Absolutely no way.
Well, he doesn't need to actually grab the base. Yeah, I was gonna say these adepts, by the way, did take a long route around. They're still not quite walking in this direction. I think I could have made it, but it's one of those things where Maples also said no way, and well, maybe he could have had it. Void Ray on the back of this too, by the way.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, we saw Estrella do it, and he actually got what was like 3 or 4 overlords with the Voider. It was actually really impactful. This feels kind of late for that. Maybe I'm just, it's been, you know, maybe it's just because we've been live for this long, but it feels like it's later into the game than you would like to see to try to get something done. I guess it's before 4 minutes. These adepts, though.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all right. You'd expect it to be out right about right now, and then a third Nexus on the back of it too. Not a lot of money available for that, though. Losing these adepts and going into a Void Ray also makes it quite difficult to actually secure the third, because now you're kind of forced to keep that Void Ray at home defensively, because yeah, you may have a Void Ray up in the air, but Zerglings alone are going to have a pretty easy time shutting down the Nexus. Well, luckily, it's only a very small group of Lings. Yeah, only 11 remain. Yeah, if it was, I think if this is like one of those groups of 20 Lings, you know, like what we see very frequently, it's a council on the Nexus. But luckily here for Maples, he manages to keep it alive. And look at the worker count right now, by the way. Looking really solid here for the Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Egg, first of all, getting 3 drones is really nice with those 2 adepts, but look at this from Eggs. I mean, it's weird because he's droning up behind this. But this is feeling like some sort of Ling Bane bust. He's got a very early Baneling nest, and it's also very visible.
No spore?
Okay, well, it's going to be a bunch of dead drones, and honestly, you know, as we talk about this, the drones are nice. No spore on the main base is incredible. A ton of hubris there. But the Baneling nest that was, I guess, supposed to be hidden by being in the main base is scouted immediately, so Maples should be aware of what's happening. I mean, as much as you can be, because Loco, I'm still a little confused by this early Baneling nest because he's not playing into it at all.
No, there's no threat of charge slots or anything like that just yet, right? That comes a little bit later on into the game, which ultimately means that Baneling nest is minutes early. Maybe originally he wanted to hit a Baneling bust on the other side of the map, and then he decided, nope, I'm not actually doing it, and if I'm planning on going Banelings later on into the game, I guess I'll just keep it around, but it is definitely a bit questionable. Then again, it's not the most expensive structure, I guess. Should be able to recover from it pretty easily, but it is interesting to see a Baneling nest coming up. Maybe he wanted it to be scouted? So that's maybe like the extra mind game, right? Like you want your Baneling nest to be scouted only so you can, well, then maybe try and have your opponent overreact. But I think at this point in the game, well, Maples hasn't seen it.
Well, Maples did the Baneling nest.
Yeah, I did see the Baneling nest, okay.
More importantly, he made 3 defensive Banelings. Like, does he think that it's going to be nice against these depths, I guess? Like, did he think...
Stasis?
Oh, Stasis? No, it's not going to get much. Did he think that this was like a Glaive Adept idea? And just like, okay, you know, I'm gonna hard... well, it's not even a hard counter necessarily, but this is going to be my response to Adepts.
I'm thinking it's probably more hoping for an overextension on the side of the Protoss, but sadly here for Eggs that didn't really quite work, right? Like, not maybe an overextension, but like a overreaction instead. Maybe delaying the base for a long while, because he did planting down in a pretty obvious location. That'd actually be kind of a cool play, but ultimately the Blink Stalkers with +1 are coming up, and we have seen a lot of drones getting sniped. We're all the way up to 11 right now.
Yeah, when we talk about this as well in terms of, you know, I guess the Baneling nest is not that expensive. Sure, fine. By getting those 3 Banelings and the Baneling nest, that's 125 gas, right? That's a layer. That is +1 attack maybe for your melee, for your Lings. And when you talk about that, like getting +1 melee is really good against a Blink Stalker timing, but you want it to happen to be almost done right now, right? To be able to deal with his first hit of Stalkers. Late. And it's just not there because he committed so much gas for something that really didn't end up doing anything.
Yeah, it is a little funky. Now we do have a quick Hydra then by the back on the back of this too, by the way. So a skip on the Roach Warren. I guess the Banelings sort of cover that gap, and then yeah, into melee together with missile research. So this is gonna just be Hydraling Bane in the end. Fort Hatchery is in a little bit of trouble though. Blink Stalkers with +1 are not to be underestimated. Like technically Zerglings are pretty good against them, but with some Blink control, you can keep the Stalkers alive. Some nice stasis wards set up too. Fort Hatchery goes down. That makes this game really quite awkward here for Eggs. He did remake another hatchery on the left side of the map, but now Maples is going for a base at the 6 o'clock expansion, and it's already done. So, yeah, well, this is very obvious, right? There's not even any probes at that base yet.
Yeah, but consider there could be probes. I really like one thing Maples did as well. Is he put a bunch of stalkers in the kind of the gold gap, right? Because there were rocks there eventually, and I don't know who killed it, but he put like 4 stalkers there in the gold gap. Yeah, you're right. This is extremely obvious. Stalkers just gonna knock down them, and they don't really take much damage.
Wow, that's all so expensive. There's a lot of wasted potential here in Eggs' playstyle so far. Yeah.
Finishing the thought is now there's a lot of stalkers that are going to get caught. They're going to blink out, and really only one of them goes down. But you have to be careful. I mean, this is a lot of hydras that you really have to worry about. But what that meant was that there was no surround potential, so it meant that he was totally free to go kill the 4th base. Lings attacking from one angle, even if they do have +1 and they are against stalkers, the one-sided attack is not very good. So really nice job there for Maples from plugging the gap. But now he does have to be careful about this attack. This is a lot of hydras. This is a lot of Lings, a lot of Banes. Good news for him, though. Storm is done right now in Loco.
Yeah.
Storm against this army is very good.
So this is a complete glass cannon approach, right, from the Zerg. This is just damage. There's little to no survivability, and there is the Storm. You know what? He forgot Baneling speed. Baneling speed is only just now about a third or so of the way done, and you really want it to be here for this particular attack. Eggs is doing all of this off of 69 workers. This is a unit composition that requires closer to like 80, right? Like we just don't have a lot of staying power. And even though currently supply-wise it looks pretty close, I really like what Maples is doing here. Just slowly, methodically disassembling everything he sees here from the Zerg, going into that extra base. Now we're going double robo facility because it's very likely that we're going to be seeing lurkers on the back of this, and that's exactly what we have. Maples is playing a excellent game 1.
You talk about how you'd like to have more workers, and the Baneling speed's kind of rough, and this timing that is meant to end the game or die trying is just not getting a lot done. Loco, would you say that our red Zerg player has put all of his eggs in one basket?
This late into the broadcast, Mayo, and you're still bringing it up.
Now, see, here's the thing. Like, the longer you go into broadcast, the more tired you are. Therefore, the bad jokes are funny. We've been backloading it. Ooh, dead base, too. Not even a cancel.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bad joke right there for Eggs as well, man. Losing that hatch is not what he's looking for at all. Especially now that you're facing up against a golden Protoss base here. So it's charged on the back of this too, with +3 and even shields upgrades coming up here for the Protoss player. Hive will be finishing eventually, but there's one theme that we've seen a lot in top level Zergs lately, and they've all been going for super quick Hives. Even though this would be an early Hive, maybe 3-4 years ago, this is relatively late in the current meta. And I'm a little bit afraid because there's a big timing window here for Maples to get a severe amount of damage done.
Oh, I like that. I mean, he does morph both Archons, but just morphing the Archons on the wall to make sure the Lings can't run through it is pretty cool. Now, that being said, this gold base is dead. There are too many Hydras right here. It's a bad angle. But what killing that base actually does a little bit is it does open that angle a little bit more. So, yeah, Maples just lost a base. He is supply blocked, but I think Eggs loses a ton of this army on the backside. Those storms are disgusting. And yeah, actually, wait, Link flooding on the backside. Hold on. No, I'm not going to hold. Not really. It looked scary for a second, like that Immortal might go down, but not enough. So Maples loses a base. He's back down to 4. But even still, his economy is still really far ahead of what Eggs has at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, shouldn't Maples be a little more aggressive? He's been maxed out for several minutes now. He's not really achieving anything at this side of the map. There's been a gigantic timing window for him to get some work done, but now lurkers are ultimately coming right now. Of course, this Archon Immortal Ball is pretty good against those lurkers. We've seen Protoss players get much better at it, but yeah, now Maple sees them coming in from a mile away too. I'm a little surprised the passivity here, because it could have also been like a Brute Lord transition or something along those lines, and that would have been very, very scary here for Maples. Ultimately, though, he is still maxed out, but now Eggs is as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing Maples wait here for is, first of all, the rest of those Immortals on the map. Second of all, +3 attack, +1 shields. Yeah. He had a lot of upgrades getting ready pretty quickly. And look, without extended range on these lurkers, these lurkers are not very good. They got +1 attack. Storms land on top of them. Immortals can take this fight. I think it's fine that Maples was waiting for this timing, even as the max out is here. Although attacking down that ramp, you can get a flank.
Yeah.
You got charge lots. That's how you want to take this. Attacking down that ramp feels patently horrible, but you can still take. I mean, what? Don't. Oh, this hurts. Like that. That's
Lurkers
not the fight
scare
you
me,
wanna
man.
take.
This is exactly why I would have liked to see it attack a little earlier, because those Lurkers just deal so much damage. This does open up more supply, I guess, for additional Immortals, but where's the rest of the Protoss army? It was marching around the left side of the map, fair enough. We do in the meantime, by the way, also have a Skytles transition on the horizon, it seems, as a... we had a bunch of additional structures going down, but now that Lurkers are here, suddenly the Zerg army looks 10 times more terrifying.
I mean,
That's big storms, though. Ooh.
Yeah, these Zealots are just dying. I think all you gotta do is warp in a bunch of Zealots at the 4th base, put them on the bottom side, and you can get a full surround of the Lurkers. And you know what, Loco? They are not well supported. And that would, again, with the upgrades being as they are, that seems like a pretty reasonable fight to take. Instead, well, Storms do a really nice job, and Maples can try to run it straight up the gullet anyways. So yeah, Lurkers are scary. They're a little bit stuck on the map a little bit. These Lurkers are exposed. Now, here's the problem, though. There's no detection with this army. I don't know where the Oracles are. I guess one remains. Maybe they died. I don't know. But there's no detection with this army. So no observer either. The Lurkers are unmanageable at the moment.
No, there's an observer now. I guess he just pulled it all the way back. But yeah, he did fire up 2 additional Oracles immediately just to try and make sure that he's got some more reliable detection there as well with the Revelation spell. At this point, I mean, Eggs is 60 supply behind, right? And look at the amount, look at the bank here that Maples has. Maples is also in the middle of that Skytles transition. I don't think he really needs it, but he is just playing this as safely as he possibly can. Just like what we saw earlier today as well from Estrella, if I'm not mistaken, right? You have another Baneling attempt here, but Eggs is spending his gas and minerals like he's never going to run out, but I've got a feeling that he's going to have a very tough time gathering additional income here.
Yeah, no, it feels pretty rough. And I mean, this Immortal Ball +3, +2 shields is objectively terrifying. There really are not a lot of good answers at the moment. You do have to be a little bit worried about the Lurkers, of course, but the upgrades just are not good for them. This run by, it's going to get on top of, I mean, this mineral line is mostly mined out anyways. It gets 14 probes, absolutely. But it's still
problem is his army, though.
Yeah. How do you
That's
fight
only
this?
half the Protoss army, too. 1 Void Ray just to cheer on the rest of those units. GG is called. This Maples, well, plays a very good game, number 1.
You know, Loco, I do want to point something out. I think it's very important that we talk about this game. We're looking at a war of, you know, which is the better breakfast food?
Yeah.
Is it maple or maple syrup? Is it eggs?
Eggs, 100%.
Oh,
is the
really?
better egg for breakfast food. Yeah, yeah.
Are you just a maple syrup hater, really?
No, I'm not a maple syrup hater, but eggs are kind of overpowered in real life.
It's actually what I think.
Let me put it like this: I hope the devs don't hotfix eggs in real life. I think they're very good.
That's fair. You know, it's actually funny as you look at this. Like, eggs in America are a breakfast food for the most part. You put them in other things, but primarily it's a breakfast food. And like other places, they're not. They're lunch, their dinner, or whatever it is. They don't have this strong breakfast
Pancakes
connotation.
are definitely not a breakfast food over here.
Yeah.
It's uncommon for people to eat breakfast pancakes for some reason.
Oh, that's
and usually
true.
whenever we talk about pancakes over here, it's like the thinner ones, you know, the thinner, large ones. Although, you know what? Usually on Sunday morning, I do make pancakes personally, but I guess I talk to a lot of Americans, so it's kind of rubbed off a little bit.
You're welcome. I take credit for your poor health.
Thank you so much.
So what is your breakfast then, right? If it very American, like pancakes and eggs or whatever. What is the Loco breakfast?
Usually either eggs or like yogurt or something like that. Yeah. But just like the plain yogurt with some oats and stuff. So like not the sweetened ones.
Yeah. It's
the
funny.
boring ones, you know.
We just you got some muesli in there, just like
Yeah, exactly.
Some what is it? Cornflakes, right? Meant to make your life less interesting. Was there how they were designed? As like, we're gonna remove passion from your life by making you eat cardboard that happens to be a breakfast food.
Yeah. Personally, though, eggs, I like them a lot. Pancakes are pretty good, but not an everyday type of food. You know, if I have to eat one breakfast every day, I think eggs is the way to go.
Fair enough. Well, one thing we can do is every day, well, at least all of these days, is introduce our players in the bottom left in the red. His idea didn't quite work out, but it's another day. It's another game. It's eggs.
And his opponent, scrambling the Zerg in the previous game, it's Maples. The eggs were beaten.
What do you think, Loco? Were they scrambled with a fork? Was it with a whisk?
Ooh, won't you look at this? We're gonna be bringing a sunny side up hatchery to the other side of the map. Kind of does look like one, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you think about it, it kind of looks like a frying egg.
He's frying it in the natural expansion though of the Protoss, and Maples decides to respond with a second gateway. Okay. A couple different ways that you can approach this as Protoss. Generally speaking, Zealot, for example, into 4 probes is a pretty common approach. Main issue here is if you also get your gas stolen. This is one of those like skill checks in a way, right? It's one of those weird builds. No, is that an additional drone coming across? Oh, we're gonna go for the forward base with the rich Vespian Geyser. Okay. I thought for a second Eggs was thinking about making a spine crawler or something like that, but that would be insane.
Yeah, you know, I think this is a reaction as well because Maples has a probe on the other side. He's actively blocking out the natural. We saw Eggs think about taking kind of the triangular third. He's like, I don't really want to. I've already committed to this. I might as well try to be greedy in another way. And, you know, he is denying the natural. That is annoying. Zealot's going to pop out eventually, but, you know, this is annoying, right? This is not how you want to be playing this game as Maples. But the question now is, what's the follow-up? Right, Zach? Yeah, it's going to complete. There's no time for a queen.
Interesting. No, there's no time for a queen. It's just super annoying, right? So, like, any build order, Protoss is super build order dependent in general. Any build order that you have prepared here is going to be thrown out of the window. Usually the hatchery gets canceled, but this is the even, you know, more annoying version where, like, yeah, it was a big investment for the Zerg, but this creep is going to stick around here for a while too. No way that is really going to deal any damage. So suddenly Maples is going to have to mix this up, and he never actually made that second gas. It surprises me a little bit, but I guess it's going to be all right. The creep dissipates pretty quickly. Back in the day, the creep would actually stick around for ages.
So here's the question. He's making lings, but I was going to say, here's my question. Like, do you build a drone out of one of those eggs and hatch block again?
I mean, that'd be ridiculous. I would have... I wonder if he could have canceled and maybe went after the gas in the main base. That is one of the most frustrating things you can do, but... Ultimately, yeah, do we like this position better right now for Protoss or for Zerg? I find it really hard to say.
Yeah, right? Like, especially with this... I think probably a little bit more for the Zerg with a rich gas base. Like, Eggs has been able to do everything he wants to do. So... one way you can kind of think about, okay, who's feeling more comfortable right now, who's happier right now, it's going to be the player that is executing on what they want to do. And Eggs, he gets the hatch block, he gets it, you know, exactly as he would like. I mean, I guess maybe it lives there for forever, but as much as you would reasonably expect to get, you blocked it as long as possible, and you're able to get the rich gas base, and you have lings all forward. Ling speed's done a little bit slower than it might otherwise be, but probably enough time to deal with the units as they run across the others. In fact, they're just going to go back home. So Eggs has, the game is going as Eggs has game planned it to go. Now, whether that is a good thing or not, I mean, he got that really quick Baneling Nest that didn't do much, but at least right now, Eggs, the game is going according to Eggs' game plan. So you gotta think that he's a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah. No, absolutely. The Rich Vespian Geyser is nice, by the way, but he never took it. So at this point, we're not really getting a lot of value out of that forward base yet, other than the fact that it's going to be closer in the direction of the Protoss, I guess. So if Protoss wants to go for an attack, it's going to be much easier to hit. In the meantime, by the way, the follow-up here for Maples is also a bit of an interesting one. It's going to be a robo facility. So rather than a Twilight Council or Stargate, I guess... I was going to say, that is cute. Rather than those units, we're going to make this a bit more complex. Look at the drones run. That's fake. It's not real. Your hallucinated oracle can't hurt you.
You can hurt my mental, Loco, and that's probably the
that's what's
important
happening
thing
here.
And it's actually kind of cool as well, seeing what he's doing here. He's not really letting the queens poke it, which means he's not able to really see that, yeah, it's an hallucination. It's taking that much more damage, which I think is actually even more powerful because, again, he's trying to make it look like he got a Stargate while he's going Disruptor drops, probably. Something like that. Yeah, Disruptor drops on the way. So he's doing a really good job of selling the wrong information.
Absolutely. And just forcing out those Spore Crawlers, honestly, is already quite significant, right? I mean, obviously, it's not a ton of drones lost, but this is definitely now Zerg setting up a bit more defensively. Forcing out 3 Spores is effectively like getting 3 drone kills, even though you never really committed to it. Now he sees the Observer, I think. Probably saw the little shimmer there, and he realizes that something is a bit funky. Is he faking the +1 air weapons? He's faking the +1 air weapons, too. This guy is going crazy. There's no reason here to... Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. He wants the Zerg player to scout that the Cyber Core is still spinning, and that something, like, I don't know, something super aggressive with flying units is coming up. Could be this... It could be carrier play, could be some silly Void Ray play. It's definitely something, though, that Zerk is not going to be happy about. Now Ling is going to scout the front, I think. He should pick up on the +1 air weapons.
I'm going to love it, by the way, if this just never gets scouted. Like, Eggs, has he seen that?
Yeah, you try to be so smart.
He hasn't seen the cyber yet, right? He just know that it's still researching.
Yeah.
Wait, Colossus?
Normally, Zerk players would be
wait.
checking for it at this point, but Eggs is not really doing it.
Okay, so...
Wait, is it Colossus?
He got a single disruptor. And now he's...
Well, I guess now the plan has been spoiled. He canceled +1, by the way, too, so the air weapons is no longer happening.
And it was never scouted, just to be clear, which is the best thing ever. This is the type of build that works more playing in the Americas than it does any other server, because like 2-base carrier is a thing that happens on NA, and you're not going to see it at any other high level. Like, it's just not a thing. But NA
how did
servers...
that probe live? Hello. Okay. Well, 6 drones, not bad. That is actually really quite solid. Problem is for Maples, though, we're talking 2 bases now for 7 minutes, right? Like, that is not an eco that you're dreaming of here. And even though... Oh, it's a Spire? Really? I find Spire very risky here for Eggs, because that's going to take ages before it gets underway. I would be very scared right now if I was Eggs of a 2-base push. He knows that Protoss is not expended, yeah. Maybe he's thinking about the old school counter against the Colossi, and maybe the Prism too, with for example, a bunch of Corruptors, but the Spire is a very expensive... Okay, he cancels the Spire here. It's a very expensive structure.
I love that we're just sitting here really confused. This is kind of a build that Astrea used Katowice 2 years ago. That was like a 2 Colossus, 2 Disruptor, 2 base all in. We're not seeing that. There's only 1 Colossus this time. Ling's trying to get on the backside. Disruptors are not really good. They do damage on a Queen. It's not really enough. This army from Eggs seems good enough by itself with just the Roaches and the Queens. And remember, Loco, the longer this goes, the more Roaches that get warped in, or not warped in, the more Roaches that get built, the more Queens there are available. This is a game, this is a build with a timer, and 2 Disruptors are strong. You can always win with Disruptor shots. We saw that in the Nina series, but it's not consistent, right? This is something that Maples has to be very careful. It's got to land good Disruptor shots. Otherwise, this just doesn't work.
Yeah, so there's still no third Nexus. This is super committed. We're talking 7 gateways on 2 bases. Maples does not have a plan to really transition out of this. That Colossus is doing, well, not amazing against the Roaches, but it is doing a lot of supplemental damage. Just the question, has it really been worth it? I wonder if a second Disruptor would have been a little bit better here, as we do have another Force Field going down. Zerk trying to break through this. Well, Colossus gets picked up right there by the Prism, and once again, well, it is going to go down here in the end, but the Colossus is really supplementing this army quite nicely. Another big, oh my god, massive Nova there. That is basically all the Roaches gone.
Yeah, I was going to say, Loco, yeah, the Colossus is dead, and it was adding a nice little supplemental damage, but at what cost? The Roach is way overdived off a creep, and now, I mean, Lings are good, but Zealots are going to get warped in, just wedge their way in there and make sure that some, at least, these Lings get dealt with. And all of a sudden, Maples is up 20 army supply. These Disruptors are still not countered. They're getting massive shots. And now, yeah, one Disruptor will go down, but you know, at this point, the Bile's not even going to get, it's not even going to hit the Warp Prism. Eggs is very dead in this game. He's going to lose the 3rd base, and this 2 base all in out of Maples, we were not sure how we felt about it, but in this game, with the shots from the Disruptors as they were, it seems like it was the perfect build for Maples to punch his ticket to tomorrow. Heat lives, Eggs dies. Sunny side up, over hard, scrambled, whatever it is. His hopes, his dreams, they've been cracked.
Wow. Well done. Well done. Round of applause right there for Bayo. Incredible work. Obviously, well done as well, though, by Maples. I was not 100% sure about that particular strategy initially, but a super long delayed 2 base all-in after a hatch block. Yeah. I mean, the Colossus died, right? But you brought it up perfectly. The entire Roach army dived so deep off creep to try and grab the Colossus that the Colossus died, and the Disruptors ended up killing all the Roaches because of it. So even though the Colossus did not see the day that those, well, Roaches got blown up, it was still very effective, even in death.
Yeah, it was pretty cool as well. One thing Maples was doing, and I didn't really mention it as much in the game, but he's going here, and every time the Ravagers try to get morphed, because Ravagers are really good against this setup. You can knock down, you can make sure the Warp Prism doesn't warp in, you can knock down Force Fields. They're all really solid. He just went, he's like, yeah, okay, you're morphing in Ravagers, Disruptor. We're going to make sure that these cocoons get knocked down because they can't dodge, right? They just consistently get knocked down. And that meant that even as more Roaches were being made and Queens were getting added in, I think maybe we would like to see some more Queens on the production tab. But anyways, regardless, he never hit that critical Ravager count that allows you to really start to nuke this army down. And eventually you're going to hit a shot, and eventually you're going to break everything down, and eventually Maples gets to move on.
Absolutely. Very well done right there. That does mean that Eggs, sadly for him, is going to be eliminated from the remainder of the Spring Regionals right here on the American server. But Maples will have another shot tomorrow.
That he will, along with everyone else that has qualified through today. This sounds like you're queuing me up to go and give you the asset, but I don't have it ready for an A just yet. So before we talk about Americas, we can talk about Europe and the fact that NaNaMi 2-1 to OLiVEIRA.
Yeah, this is the Asian region that we had a look at earlier today as well. OLiVEIRA actually winning over NaNaMi is considered quite an upset, but honestly, the fashion in which NaNaMi did it was very convincing, right? OLiVEIRA ended up winning game 1 of that particular best-of-3 series, but that was a one-base all-in. The other 2 games in that best-of-3 were macro games, and NaNaMi ended up taking down OLiVEIRA quite smoothly. I was very impressed.
I mean, in fairness, they were still kind of weird, aggressive builds for OLiVEIRA, Banshee-focused things that you don't generally see in a Terran player setup. So, I don't know. They were macro games, but they were macro games where it felt like OLiVEIRA was fighting with like one hand behind his back, looking for a haymaker instead of just consistently fighting.
Yeah, but he put himself in that position, right?
Yeah. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, though. OLiVEIRA, of course, he's got another shot to fight tomorrow. NaNaMi already into the playoffs. And now the NA asset's ready. So we can talk about how Maples moves on, Nina moves on, Disc moves on, Estrella Special and Kaelzar, or excuse me, Estrella Future and Kaelzar already qualified into the playoffs. Special Eric Cham gonna be fighting, well, the players that won we just saw, Disc, Nina, and Maples as well. So yeah, that's an A.
Estrella 2-0 against Eric, right? Small little.
Oh yes, that is
Yeah. Small. That one is backwards, just to confirm here. But yeah, it is Estrella indeed, who did end up moving on as well to the next stage of this particular tournament. No worries. You're actually doing all of this as we are live, right? Like this, just to clarify, this is the Bayo one-man production team here.
Look, Loco, I don't know what you're talking about. It says Estrella's 2-0 right now.
Hey, there we go. Sorry, I was just hallucinating.
Yeah, there we go. It's been a nice, what are we at? 8.5 hours broadcast. So at this point, we're just hallucinating. I never make mistakes.
Just like Twitch chat.
Oh yeah, no, Twitch chat is always right. And when they're wrong, it's tactical feeding.
Absolutely. I think that about wraps up everything that we have today, right?
Yeah. I'll be back with, who am I back with? With Ravi. I'll be back with Fear Dragon tomorrow as we go through round 5. All 3 regions. So Asia, we're going to figure out the last 3 players that qualify, or the last 2 players. No, the last 3 players. There we go. Last 3 players that qualify.
Yeah.
I can do math. It's actually really hard. The last 3 players that qualify through from Asia, Europe, and Americas. We got a bunch of best 3s. It's going to be a lot of fun. And no, sorry, the last 6 players coming out of Europe, because you got 2 groups of 3 deciding matches each.
Yep.
So 12 best of 3s tomorrow. It's going to be rough. It's going to be me. Loco, I think this is your last day on the broadcast, right?
I believe so. Yeah, I did a couple of casts last week as well, but I'll obviously be watching the games as they're happening, especially the ones that, I hear about. Usually there's always some games that are being played where people are like, oh my God, have you heard about this particular series? Those are the ones I always make sure to check out at the bare minimum, but there's definitely some fun games still coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. And then playoffs, of course, they get started on Thursday. A little bit more time off, but we go through playoffs, and then that's 2 weeks of playoffs. It's going to be a lot of fun. But friends, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll be back. I'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning. It'll be a good time. It'll be awesome StarCraft, and see y'all tomorrow. Have a good one.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.